Good afternoon, Saints fans and Houdat Nation. Brendan Boylan here as we start day 3 of the Bayou Blitz Draft-A-Thon. It's been almost 9.5 hours on the air. So we are continuing to come to you, whether you're in your living room, whether you're on the road, whether um, you're out having your morning/afternoon brunch and coffee. I will be joined here by Bob Rose shortly. Just to recap, most of you guys know, but the Saints have used 2 picks so far in the draft, selecting the tackle out of Oregon's State Fuaga at pick 14, and Kool-Aid, the cornerback out of Alabama, trading up from 45 to 41 yesterday. So the Saints still have some big needs throughout the draft, but right now we are at pick 100, and the Saints don't pick again until pick 150. So we may be waiting here a little bit as Carolina's pick is in. But no, Bob and I talking just before I got on the air, there are some needs. Now, it wouldn't shock me if the Saints take all of their day 3 picks and trade into like the latter half of the 4th round if there's a guy that they really like, albeit maybe a guard or a linebacker, maybe even another tackle. You never know with where the New Orleans Saints are at right now. I don't think any of that would surprise me. However, considering they have a couple fifths, a sixth, and a seventh left, maybe they just stay put and look to add depth, because here on day 3, it's very hard to strike gold, right? With a guy who's going to be a long-term starter for your football team. But this goes back a couple different draft-a-thons that we've had. We've said for a long time that championship teams are made here in day 3. And what we mean by that is the teams that separate themselves in the playoffs. Yeah, everybody's got the big superstars. Everybody's got the talent to be there. However, when you're going into day 3 and you're looking to fill out a roster, a guy who's going to put his head down, put his nose down, get you a first down, a guy who's going to maybe not stuff the stat sheet but makes that big winning play. Those guys are really found here in day 3. And that's why day 3 for some people and some crazy people, the sickos, as I said yesterday, a lot of sickos love today, because you go and you get your hard-nosed guys. You get your guys that when you're sitting on your couch with your buddies in 20 years, go, man, do you really remember XYZ? He only played for the Saints for 4 years, but man, he was a real difference maker for that team. Those role guys that we talk about on our couches in 20 years and reminisce are selected today, and that's pretty cool. Carolina took Jatavion Sanders, and Denver is on the clock now, traded into pick 102. Their pick is in, and we await that. But I think that's the cool thing when it comes to today. You find those reserve pieces that can end up making a huge difference for you in a championship year, or a deep playoff run, or even those years where you see a team, whether it be the Saints or somebody else, really dominate a division for a long time. A lot of those key contributors are selected on day 3. And then obviously we're going to hit those undrafted guys here today too. And the Saints have made a killing over the last 15, 20 years in bringing in undrafted free agents that become vital pieces to a team. I mean, you guys know who I'm talking about. You guys know the Pierre Thomases of the world, the Lance Moores of the world, those type of guys that come in, compete, fight for everything. I mean, even 7th rounders like Marcus Colston. How could I forget the Quiet Storm, right? Those are the guys that were selected today that end up being huge difference makers, or were signed today that end up being vital pieces of a championship football team. So those are the guys you're looking at today. If you guys are just joining us, you're trying to, catch up and get some information on who are some potential targets for the Saints today, Bob Rose has posted an article, 2 articles actually, one highlighting defensive targets for the Saints today, one highlighting offensive targets for the day. You guys can check that out with the Saints News Network, si.com/NFL/Saints. Those should be the 2 articles that are sitting there right at the top, ready for you guys to read while you get your morning coffee and your brunch type of meals right now. So the last pick, Troy Franklin, the wide receiver from Oregon, going to Denver. Denver needs a lot of help. And we kind of addressed this yesterday, just for a brief moment, is how long of a rope is Sean Payton going to have? I really think Sean Payton has a lot of leeway and a lot of rope with this team. And you might say, well, how is that the case? I think the biggest argument Sean's going to have, if there's any questions about it, is he still hasn't got his quarterback into the building until just now, right? With their first-round pick of Bo Nix. He could make the argument, I didn't really want Russ. Russ wasn't the guy that we really envisioned being the leader of this offense, whatever. Similar to the things we were saying about Dennis Allen going into next year in particular, is kind of having all the pieces he wants there. Pieces of his own staff, his own guys, his own DNAs in the system. Sean's going to have the same, if not more time to kind of put his DNA and his fingerprint on the Denver Broncos roster, their coaching staff. So the more that we see Denver throughout the draft process, into this wave of free agency that typically comes right after the draft, you're going to be looking for Sean Payton-like players. You're going to be looking for former New Orleans Saints going over there, right? That's the biggest trend of any when we talk about the Denver Broncos. So Sean has a lot of rope, a lot of leeway, I think, over there. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if Denver struggles again this year, but Sean not really be on the hot seat. Thank you guys for joining so far today. If you have any questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat. Like I said, we got a long time till the Saints select again. So that is going to it's going to give us some time. And when Bob pops in, some time to discuss some things, hop off for a little bit, and just kind of see what happens with the board. New England Patriots on the clock, the 3rd pick of the 4th round. The pick is in. We await that. I'll ask you guys this down in New Orleans. How are you guys feeling about the pick? When we talked about selecting a corner and trading up, it wasn't the biggest position of need for the Saints, but they go get a first-round talent. I want to hear some of your guys' comments. Throw them in the chat. And it looks like our friend Bob Rose is ready to join us. So let's go ahead and bring in the brains of the operation. Did you hear that, Bob? The brains of the operation, Bob Rose.
Spreading lies on day 3 of the NFL draft. I love it.
No, we're just delirious, right? Like we're sleep deprived,
okay.
On the air a lot. So anything that gets said today will not be used against us in the court of Saints fans law. There's a lot of things on day 3 that get said, and yeah, I would say it's a lie. Brains of the operation, Bob Rose.
So what you're saying is nothing that I can say today will ruin my budding political career.
Yeah, Bob, my friend, there's a lot of things in your life that may have already ruined that.
Yeah, there's a list. You're right.
But hey, I better bite my tongue on what I was about to say when it comes to backgrounds and political affiliations. I will. This is a family-friendly, non-political show.
All right, so I know I texted you and I heard you update our friends, our family on the picks so far. 101, first pick of the 4th round. Panthers went Jatavion Sanders. Denver traded into 102 to select Oregon wide receiver Troy Franklin, and the Patriots at 103 just selected Texas A&M guard Layden Robinson. If you folks are reading, and this is why I'm late, I apologize for that. I distributed my second article of the morning with the Saints News Network, day 3 offensive players still available. And of course, I had Sanders, Franklin, and Robinson all listed among those players. So before you message me on Facebook or Twitter, yes, I know they were selected. The article was technically published before they were. So I'm not wrong. There, I'm not wrong. I said it.
I mean, have you ever been wrong?
No.
See, this is how we're kicking off today. This is how we're kicking off day 3, asking Bob if he's ever been wrong in his whole life.
Well, I figure if you're allowed to spread lies by calling me the brains of the outfit, I can spread equal, if not more egregious lies by saying that I've never been wrong.
I mean, I can't think of a time off the top of my head. So,
well, hence the delirium.
I might need a couple more cups of coffee. I don't know. I'm on cup 1 today. So, yesterday, I honestly, from the time we got on to the time we got off, I didn't have any. But I had, 8 ounces are in a cup. So, I had about 4 cups yesterday before we got on, but none during the actual Draft-A-Thon, which was different.
This is my 9th on-air cup of coffee. I want to kick off this afternoon by saying I despise Roger Goodell, so that brings us up to 11 Goodell hate references. 1 F-bomb. Thank you, Alan Ulrich. 0 invented words so far, unless you count Draft-A-Thon. Do we count that?
Yeah, it's an invented word.
Yeah, okay. So 1 invented word. 1 new poem. Thank you, Brendan.
Unintentionally.
Doesn't matter. 6 on-air cigarettes by your nicotine-addicted co-host here. And that's where we sit.
Not bad. Day 3 is the day of invented words, I'm sure. But in all honesty, and maybe it's just because the Saints only had 2 picks yesterday, or yesterday and the day before, I don't feel as weird and delirious as years past, I don't think. Like, there have definitely been years when we've got on for day 3, and I'm just like, I don't know if I can function for an entire day. There have been years like that. This year does not feel quite like that. But I also think there's a lot of less, I don't want to say outside noise, but there, like, over the last few years, especially since Dennis Allen's taken over, there's a lot more like going on in Saints world than it has been. It's been a little quiet lately outside of the Hurst news. And maybe that plays into it. I'm not sure. I do want to talk about this because we haven't talked about this yet, just because of the draft.
Before you do, the Cardinals selected Dadrion Taylor Demerson, a small guy, but a real ball hawk that I like from Texas Tech. So that's a good addition, and also one of my players to watch defensively.
Off the board.
Yep.
Well, we didn't get a chance to talk about this just because it's been the draft. You had the Hurst news. But, today is about guys' dreams coming true and guys transitioning from the NCAA to the NFL. So naturally, let's talk about some of the biggest news that come out of the NCAA this week as it pertains to the Saints. And maybe for the first time in a long time, I can say this confidently, and even as a guy who covered a lot of NCAA football over the last decade, the NCAA did something right. Like, insane, right? I know. Bob's looking at me like, what are you talking about? But Reggie Bush finally getting his Heisman pick is probably the best thing the NCAA has done in a long time. And look, if Bob's going to be able to sit here and give us 11 references of hate towards the commissioner I think I can get at least one in on the NCAA just being crooks. And they have been for a long time. And it's finally being brought to light over the last, I don't know, 5-10 years. It's been at least highlighted a lot more on the actual problems with the NCAA. And this is the first time in a long time where I can be like, the NCAA got something right. Reggie Bush never cheated the game. Right. No. And that's always been my argument on it is like, yeah, at the time he accepted money and that wasn't allowed. But that does not change the fact that regardless of all that, he would have been the best player in the world, regardless of what team he played for that year in 05. I mean, one of the greatest college highlight tapes of all time. Legendary college career. When I think of my generation of people in those first couple like YouTube mixtapes of college athletes, the first two guys that come to mind, Reggie Bush and Tavon Austin, right? Mm-hmm. Those are the guys like just they were must watch television. And I'm so happy that Reggie was able to get that back. When he had to forfeit it or give it back, quote unquote, willingly give it back on quotes, air quotes. It was awful. It was awful for the sport. It was awful for the NCAA. It was awful for what the Heisman Trophy meant. So it's finally back in its rightful place.
I'll tell you, if I'm Reggie Bush, obviously anybody that's followed me for quite some time or has known me for any period of my life knows how petty I can be. And to me, this wouldn't be petty, but if I'm Reggie Bush, NCAA, you have to physically come and take that Heisman over my dead body. You might not recognize it. You might put an asterisk by my name, but I'm physically keeping that damn trophy, and you're going to pry it out of my cold, dead hands.
I hope that he is petty enough to throw some, like, obviously do your thanks, do the good thing, right? But after, like, as the years go on, like, can we throw some like tweets and stuff and some shade towards it? That would be great.
Oh, hell yes.
The Heisman Trophy just being like every single photo he posts for the rest of his life, just in the background or something, like that would be great. That would
including, and when he goes out to dinner with a friend or a significant other, instead of a 2-seat table, he has a 3-seat table with a picture of the Heisman sitting beside him. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'd do for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope it's up on his mantle or in his office. I hope that Heisman Trophy's sitting there right next to his copy of the Vince Lombardi Trophy. I mean, no, he did not live up to the unrealistically high expectations. And we were talking about this last night, guys being labeled busts, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody in the world would call Reggie Bush a bust.
Yeah,
because he wasn't. He had a couple 1,000-yard seasons just on the ground. He had multiple, combined receiving and rushing yard seasons, scrimmage yard seasons of over 1,000 yards. But he didn't live up to the unrealistically expectations of him being like the greatest running back in college football history, right? But he won a Super Bowl. He went to Miami and had a couple really good years in Miami. He goes to Detroit. He's serviceable in Detroit. And then he kind of bounces around towards the end of his career. But kind of going back to our conversation late last night, like that's a prime example of a guy who was serviceable, fit your system, fit your needs. And though the statistics may not have been as great as you wanted them to be, or he didn't find the end zone for however many weeks to start his NFL career, and that was a big thing at that time. He's going to be forever a Saints legend and beloved in the city of New Orleans for his contributions and to a Super Bowl. And, I'm sure if you go and you ask people in Miami, like he gave them a fresh breath of air to a team that was struggling and looking for some more security in the run game. But all in all, Reggie Bush getting his Heisman Trophy back, some big news, really excited for him. And I have to actually applaud the NCAA for once in my life for doing the right thing. It took them however many years to get it right, but they eventually got it right.
I need to keep my mouth shut on the NCAA because they're a powerful enough organization to shift the axis of the earth. Moving teams like located maybe on the East Coast time zone, but more towards the central part of the United States, moving them into the Atlantic Coast Conference. Things like that, moving teams from the Pacific Athletic Conference into the Midwestern dominated Big Ten. Yeah, any organization that has the power to shift the axis of the earth, I'm probably not going to pick a fight with.
Yeah. To take that a step further, real quick, Libby throws in there, Reggie Bush is all caps not a bust. He's incredible. Yeah. No, never, ever would I consider Reggie Bush a bust. And I think anybody that does is a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah. Update on the picks here. I missed who pick 106 was, but I picked 107, a guy that I was kind of hoping would land in New Orleans. The New York Giants select Penn State tight end Theo Johnson. So with that, it brings me to and you referred James to James Hurst and his retirement. I've said often over the years, and you know this, once you get into the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, teams do not draft for need. They literally go best player available or best remaining player, that fits their particular offensive or defensive system. I don't feel that way about the 4th round. I believe that in the 4th round, you can still draft for need. And speaking of need and players we want, the Titans did select at 106 North Carolina linebacker Cedric Gray, another player I was kind of hoping would end up in New Orleans. So he's off the board. But with that, what would you consider the Saints' biggest need that they have not addressed, either with off-season free agency or in the first 2 rounds of the draft so far?
Before I answer that, before I forget, to your point of being able to change the access and all that stuff, I used to cover a conference called the Big South Conference that merged with the Ohio Valley Conference. So how does that make sense?
You're right. Another great example.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. And Monmouth, New Jersey, was in the Big South Conference for a while too. So that doesn't make sense either.
I mean, maybe they're in South Jersey. I don't know.
Yeah, Monmouth is technically, yes, but like, come on, guys. Like,
I know.
Why is Monmouth flying to North Carolina in like midweek? But anyway, no, I think for New Orleans, I mean, it's kind of like a cop-out answer. So I'll give you the cop-out answer and I'll give you a good answer. The cop-out answer is easily like a versatile offensive line, because you could sit there and go, oh, they drafted, Flog in the first round, and yes, but you're still missing someone you're still missing that critical 6th offensive lineman, because of the Hurst retirement. So that's your cop-out answer. And typically you don't find that in the draft. You're going to find that as like a veteran in free agency that has experience playing multiple positions. You could throw the guy that they signed from Minnesota kind of in that conversation, but I still think there are better players available that you might be able to convince to come in and play that James Hurst role. The more educated and well thought out answer, to me, is the Saints still need to address the tight end position, right? And we've kind of talked about this at length about, we like Juwan Johnson. Juwan Johnson is not like your traditional true tight end, and I don't need like someone who's going to inline block. I don't need a 6th lineman at tight end, but I need a guy who is capable of blocking, and I need a guy who's able to go out and give me 500-600 yards receiving. And I know some of you, when I've said this so far this offseason, what about Foster Moreau? Yeah, Foster Moreau's a good piece, but to me, I'd rather have Foster Moreau be tight end 2, i.e. like Josh Hill. For however long Josh Hill was in New Orleans, I see that being a better fit for Foster Moreau. You guys know I was a big Brock Bowers guy. Obviously not here, getting selected by Las Vegas, but I still think that's a big need. And I think it really showed throughout last year the inconsistencies of Juwan Johnson. The best the best you got from the tight end position was Jimmy Graham, who had like a whopping 8 catches last year. You need a guy who is going to be able to work those third and shorts, work those intermediates, and in the red zone, but also give you some quality pass blocking. And that's just not something you're going to get out of Juwan Johnson. So I think that's kind of a spot that New Orleans could target here in round 4 if you're going to trade up and try to get in.
Yeah, and I'd like to see that too. Basically, a dual threat player, that is athletic enough and with enough route precision that you could, bring him into pass patterns from the slot or in motion. But a guy that isn't going to be a liability as an inline blocker, and that's the kind of player I'd like to see them target too. As much as I love Theo Johnson and Jatavian Sanders, that's similar to what they have in Juwan Johnson. The guys that we're kind of talking about that would fit that profile, at least according to what I've seen and what I've broken down. Cade Stover from Ohio State would be a great pickup in this offense. Jared Wiley from TCU is another guy, just a big mammoth target with enough athleticism to be a legitimate threat down the field and across the middle, as pass targets. Because Jaheim Bell, Florida State, I know why people like him. I get it. I do too. Eric All from Iowa, Dallin Hooker from Colorado State. Again, that's similar to what they have in Juwan Johnson. So you're adding to the position, but you're not necessarily upgrading it.
Yeah, and I remember a couple of weeks back talking about how Cade Stover was kind of a tight end that I would target for New Orleans, being 6'4", 250. I know that he is a guy that doesn't have a whole lot of, I don't want to say a whole lot of experience at tight end, but being a converted linebacker.
Right.
But when you have a converted linebacker, you see the athletic ability, you see the physicality and the toughness to be, the potential there to be taught to inline block well.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a dying breed, right? Like when I think about guys that were good enough route runners that weren't like absolute liabilities as inline blockers, a guy that played in your backyard for a long time. I think Heath Miller's a guy that people kind of don't associate in some of the greatest tight ends of his time because he wasn't Jason Witten, he wasn't Tony Gonzalez, but he played
mainly because Pittsburgh didn't use him that way. I will go to my grave thinking that he could have been that, maybe better.
Yeah. But he was a guy that's the type of mold I'm looking that New Orleans needs. I don't need a Jimmy Graham. I don't need a Juwan Johnson. I need a guy that, can make some things happen in the run game as well. I'm not asking them to be, this super high graded run blocker or pass blocker. I'm asking them to be decent. I think Cade Stover is a project, but I think it'd be a worthwhile project to take on.
Our friends in Atlanta just went another defensive tackle, Brandon Dorless from Oregon, kind of a tweener. He has the pass rush ability and and kind of athletic makeup of a big 3-4 defensive end or a small defensive tackle in a 4-man front. So that's a unique pick again. But Raheem Morris, we know likes those versatile defensive linemen. He likes an athletic front seven, with interchangeable parts. So they definitely have drafted to that. The Packers have traded into pick 110, so we're awaiting that one. So listen, we talked about defensive or not defensive tight ends. Position that I'd identify, and you and Alan, and I agreed with you. Think that they could still address this with with some of the remaining free agents on the market. But would you trade up to get a guard if you were the New Orleans Saints? and you identified a guard that you think is going to fit what Clint Kubiak wants to do.
If there's a guy you really like, I wouldn't be against it. And like you kind of alluded to, we talked about this a little bit last night, but the biggest question mark in this whole puzzle, when you talk about the Saints offensive line, is like, where is Nick Saldiveri in all this? Remember, Saldiveri was a guy that in the fourth round, the Saints traded it back up to take out of Old Dominion, and injuries kind of hindered the offseason for him. Even when he was healthy, you alluded to it yesterday, Bobby wasn't able to, find himself on the field at all. But if you're really comfortable with him, then maybe you don't. But again, with the Hurst retirement, all of a sudden you're like, wow, we don't have a left side of the offensive line. Now, the assumption is that Trevor Penning is going to start at left tackle this year, Fuaga on the right side, McCoy at center, Ruiz at right guard, but that still leaves you a big hole at left guard. So do you roll with Saldiveri, who at least has a year in your system, or do you go and get a guy that you think had a day 2 grade that's going to fall here? That's the biggest question. I could see the Saints do it. Obviously, the offensive line is the biggest need for New Orleans at this point. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see the Saints go and maybe get a linebacker. But some of those talented linebackers that had day 2 grades found themselves getting taken at the end of day 2. And we've already seen a linebacker go off the board so far today. So some options for New Orleans. But to answer your question at guard, I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. But I think if they were to do it, it tells you a little bit about how they feel about Saldiveri. I just saw this come across the timeline. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I do want to address this because Dennis Allen had something to say about it. It wasn't just sources from people anymore. It came straight from the horse's mouth. Dennis Allen says that the Saints never discussed moving up in the draft for a quarterback. So just to put that hot topic to bed, from the horse's mouth directly, no, the Saints never looked to get into the top 10 to take Michael Penix or any other quarterback in the first round. And if you've watched this show at all, we've told you for months that that was not going to happen. Not to pat ourselves on the back or anything, because we've never done that ever.
Yeah. No, and it's not in the least bit surprising. We have reported it. We have re-reported it. We have confirmed sources. Yet it's quarterback. It's the quarterback position, and it's a position that a lot of New Orleans Saints fans are not happy with what the team got out of last year. So a lot of people want to change, or a lot of people want news there. So they're going to just a lot of people are just going to grab for any news, rumors, anything like that they can get to. But while we're on the subject of quarterback, do you believe that the Saints could or should pick a quarterback here in day 3?
Well, it kind of answered this late last night when we were talking about weird things, but realistic things. And we all kind of said, well, maybe the Saints trade up and grab a QB that they like. Listen, and what we mean by that, and Bob kind of alluded to it with what he said with the 5th, 6th, and 7th round guys being best available player opposed to need. In round 3, why not take a flyer if you really like a quarterback? Because look at the Saints quarterback room. Derek Carr gets a lot of hate, but has always been like a borderline Pro Bowl quarterback. After that, you have Nathan Peterman, who, no offense to Nate, I don't know how he's still in the league. I really don't. I don't know how he's not playing in Canada or the
at best,
or the United Football League. And not saying that those are bad leagues. And you guys know how I feel about the Canadian Football League. I think it's a super underrated league, but no idea how he's in the league. Kellen Mond, I can say from a guy who is a sports card collector, there was a lot of hype around Kellen Mond when he first got drafted. And his cards were skyrocketing, and that was crazy. Unfortunately for Kellen Mond and those collectors of Kellen Mond, hasn't lived up to anything. Just he's probably going to be a guy that bounces around as a backup quarterback the rest of his career. That's fine. You can make a living off of that. Maybe get a start or two. Good for him. And then you have Jake Haener, who was suspended to start last year. The Saints had some high hopes for Haener, but now also, and I don't think this gets talked about enough, is now you're in a new offensive system. How does Kubiak feel about Haener? Is Haener going to fit what he wants to do? Those things, I think, would be very apparent if the Saints take a quarterback in day 3. I wouldn't be against it. I don't think I would necessarily want to trade up to take anybody.
No.
But we have thrown out like Jordan Travis as a late round pick would be interesting. If Spencer Rattler continued to fall, like that would be interesting. The kid out of Tulane might be interesting. I could see him do it, particularly in like the 6th or the 7th round. But that would not be a guy that you're drafting to compete at all. You're drafting that guy on a flyer off the chance that maybe he becomes a guy that impresses you enough to stick around to maybe compete for the job after Carr is out of New Orleans, whenever that may be, or a guy that could be like a long-term backup option, i.e., and I think he was undrafted, but like i.e. Chase Daniel, like a guy that was around for a long time, very respected around the league, made a killing as one of the better backup quarterbacks in the league there for a while. But that's what you're looking for here on day 3.
Completely agree. And I mean, yeah, anytime you draft a quarterback in day 3, no team is saying, I think that this could eventually be our starter. Even Dak Prescott, who you folks might recall was not drafted until the 4th round out of Mississippi State a handful of years back. I guarantee you that the Dallas coaching staff did not say, we're going to draft Dak in the 4th round and we believe that he's going to be our starter one day. No. You see a quarterback that one of two things. Either I think that this guy has developmental traits that we can develop and maybe find a diamond in the rough, or a guy who has a specific set of skills that fit your offensive system, not with the mindset of he's going to eventually succeed Derek Carr, but more with the mindset of, if he's my backup, how do I feel if my starter goes down for a game or a couple of games? Can I win a ball game with him? So I think that that's the mentality. Now, personally, I like Jake Haener's skill set and fit in what I've seen from the Kubiak Shanahan offensive system. But if you're Clint Kubiak, if you're Rick Dennison, and you identify a player, whether it's Michael Pratt, Jordan Travis, I can see Sam Hartman in this system. If you see those guys fall to you with a 5th round or a 6th round or certainly a 7th round pick, yeah, at that point, I think you do reach out, grab them, bring them in, see what you can get out of them. Wide receiver Devontae Walker, the North Carolina guy that a lot of people were projecting to the Saints in round 2, has just gone to the Ravens at pick 113 overall.
And they need receivers.
Oh, God, yeah.
But going back to what you were saying, the other interesting thing about all this when it comes to Saints and backup quarterbacks and all of that is, remember, this is a team that put their money where their mouth was in terms of having quality backups over the last few years, right? You look at when Jameis was the starter, they go get Andy Dalton as the highest paid backup quarterback in football. They go and get Derek Carr. We don't think Jameis is coming back at all. Jameis becomes the highest paid backup quarterback in the NFL. So it is an odd change to see the Saints throw money at backup quarterbacks the last couple years. Excuse me. To now you're looking with a quarterback room and going like, well, that might be the worst quarterback room in the league, in terms of like backups. So it is an odd switch. I don't really think there's any other free agent quarterbacks out there that become intriguing at this point. So this is kind of what you got. And to be completely honest, and we talked about this way back in the beginning of the offseason, was if anything, the logical scenario for the team would have been Derek Carr to be the starter. Hopefully Jake Hayner's impressed you enough and worked enough to solidify himself as the backup quarterback, and then have a veteran be that quarterback 3, like emergency quarterback. Maybe a guy who's at like the tail end of his career. The Saints didn't do that. And in all honesty, take Nate Peterman out of the equation, because honestly, I don't even think he makes the team or the practice squad. You have Derek Carr, and then one career start between Hayner and Kellen Mond? Like, that's it. And even if you draft a guy, obviously that adds you another 0 starts. So There's not a lot behind Derek Carr should he get hurt. Concerning. I get where people are coming from. And
you questioned or wondered out loud about how the Saints feel about Jake Hayner. And I get it, because I do too. But I'm wondering a lot less now that they did bring in Nate Peterman and did bring in Kellen Mond, because that tells me, you don't have to be blind or stupid to realize that Nathan Peterman and Kellen Mond are just not NFL quarterbacks, not even as backups. So their addition over bringing in a starter or a backup with starting experience, successful starting experience, and there were a handful out there. Their decision to bring in Peterman and Mond instead tells me that Clint Kubiak feels fairly confident that if Jake Hayner had to step in for a beaten up Derek Carr to finish a game or to start a game here or there, that he must feel pretty darn confident, because I said it only. I presented it in a joking way, but I was 100% serious after they signed Nathan Peterman when I said, if Jake Hayner cannot beat out Nate Peterman for the number 2 job, then Jake Hayner doesn't belong in the NFL, period. And that's kind of what we're looking at right now.
That is true. You know what? Let's just throw this in the hat because it's day 3. Let's get weird. What's Ian Book doing? Should Ian Book just get signed to the roster as well at this point? Honestly, I have no idea what Ian Book is doing.
I have no idea either. I don't think he's in Denver.
Yet.
I'm
about to look it up. I have no idea. Oh. This must be recent. Let's see. He signed a reserve future contract with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay. He's not exactly going to be the successor to Patrick Mahomes, but, whatever.
No, listen, good for him. And honestly, I didn't know. I know after Philly released him, I didn't know if he was still around.
Yeah.
But good for him. And he also got to, I guess not play, but, he has Super Bowl experience on the bench now. So, maybe that's a thing too. You go from a situation in Philly where you were in the quarterback room with Jalen Hurts to, hey, let's see, can we throw you in the quarterback room potentially, or on the practice squad with another, winning quarterback. So good for him.
We have our first LSU Tiger coming off the board today with the 114 overall pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars select LSU defensive tackle Jordan Jefferson.
How about it? I guess that would be a fun question. Is does New Orleans just take an LSU player at all today? Because that's always a conversation to be had, right?
Yeah, and when Sean Payton was the coach, how many times did we tell people that Sean Payton does not draft LSU players? Period. And we were right every single year except two. The one year he drafted Will Clapp in the 7th round. And there was another late pick. I don't remember who it was, but I think it was early in Sean Payton's tenure as well. It's the only 2 times Sean Payton has ever drafted an LSU player.
I was going to say, Devery Henderson was, what, 04? So
Yeah, that was pre-Payton.
And that was the last LSU Tiger to be drafted by the Saints in day 1 or day 2.
Yep. Well, even Dennis Allen in 2.5 drafts, now that we're into day 3 of this one, has not drafted an LSU player. Now, he signed a bunch in free agency, which is more than now, Jacksonville with back-to-back picks goes Missouri offensive lineman Javon Foster. He's a guy that all 3 of us, you, me, and Alan Ulrich, talked up quite a bit through day 2 as a player to watch in day 3. He's a guy that I thought, Javon Foster, he's a guy that I thought could be converted to a guard, or at least gives you that tackle guard versatility. And Eric All with the Bengals at 115. Come in with tight end Eric All. So that's an athletic, bulked up receiver that's off the board to the Bengals.
I was going to say, Iowa, and I think All's going to probably convert to playing more of a tight end spot in the NFL, but and that's why he bulked up, right? But
yeah,
Iowa's been a college that has had some real success with tight ends at the next level. We have like defensive back you or running back.
Mm-hmm.
Like Iowa might be tight end you, which is just interesting for a team that does not score a lot of points.
Right. One of the worst offenses I have ever seen at any level of football, and that includes Pee Wee. But Iowa tight ends in the league right now: George Kittle, Sam Laporta, T.J. Hawkinson, Noah Fant. I feel like I'm missing somebody here. I mean, that's enough.
Luke Musgrave was a second-round pick last year. Was that last year?
Was Musgrave Iowa?
Am I confusing? I don't know. Maybe.
I don't remember.
No, he was Oregon State. That's my fault. Who did Green Bay take? I felt like Green Bay took a Iowa player last year. Maybe I thought they took an Iowa tight end last year.
I don't remember.
Time to look it up, because I do feel like you're missing somebody too.
Yeah, I mean, even if I'm not, Kittle, Hawkinson, Laporta, and even Noah Fant, that's enough, man. That's enough to tell me I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch to see what Iowa tight ends do every single year.
Mm-hmm. Kittle, Hawkinson, Noah Fant, Sam Laporta. No, I think you hit the nail on the head. They have had, 12 drafted tight ends since 2000.
Wow.
Dallas Clark.
Yep, that's another notable one.
Eric Jensen, 7th round. Tony Jackson, Scott Chandler, Brandon Myers. Tony Milwaukee was a Falcon for a little bit. Who was that guy that played it for the Texans? CJ, can't pronounce the last name well.
Oh, I know who you mean, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it either.
Oh, and then Austin Wheatley was a 5th-round pick to the Saints in 2000. So there you go. There's your brief history on Iowa tight ends. Bet you guys didn't see that one coming today.
Anybody you're surprised still on the board right now?
Let me pull up the board.
While you do, I'll tell you who I mean, Jeremiah Trotter, we mentioned, the linebacker from Clemson. Two safeties that I absolutely loved, and I expected to come off the board yesterday is Washington State's Jaden Hicks and University of Maryland safety Bo Braid. I'm a little bit surprised each of them are up there, too.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised Spencer Rattler's still on the board.
A little bit.
I'm a little surprised that there wasn't a team that saw the amount of quarterbacks go in the first round that maybe, had a panic pick and were like, I don't know if he's going to be there in round 4. A little surprised he made his way through round 3. TJ Tampa was ranked pretty high in terms of overall grade, the corner out of Iowa State. So maybe there.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all of Spencer Rattler. I never have been. But given what you just said, it wouldn't have surprised me if he snuck into the back half of the third round. I did expect both Rattler and Michael Pratt to come off the board early in the fourth round, and we're 16 picks in to the fourth round now, and still no quarterback selected, let alone those two.
And there isn't, I don't want to say isn't a lot of quarterback talent at this point, but I do think there's a pretty big drop off.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I am a little surprised that those two are still there. Jordan Travis is going to be, that's the one I'm looking at. The one that I think's interesting is, he'll probably end up being a 7th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
But who takes the chance on a guy who had a gruesome injury? That's just an undersized quarterback. That was a fun face that you just made.
It just hit me. The Colts selected Tanner Bortolini, the center from Wisconsin, and it literally just hit me. I'm like, we haven't had a Wisconsin offensive lineman selected yet. That is unusual because that school is a gold mine for successful offensive linemen.
I just like that you just called him Tater.
I kind of do too.
Yeah, like the first thing comes to my mind is, and I guess you'll appreciate this having a young child, but I was thinking, Cars is, my name's Toe Mater without the tuh. Hater. He kind of like mixed all that together. But,
hey, now you bring up a great point about Jordan Travis, and I agree with you. If I was, hold on. Seahawks selected at 118 linebacker Tyrese Knight from UTEP. But yeah, I mean, if I was relatively stable at the quarterback, comfortable at the quarterback position, and again, you're not drafting a quarterback in the 4th round, and really expecting anything more than a developmental prospect. But injuries aside, the athleticism and field vision that Jordan Travis showed, I think if he was healthy, that he would legitimately be in the conversation with, at the very least, Spencer Rattler and Michael Pratt to go in the middle rounds. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I think that realistically, he was going to be like a 4th, 5th round pick, somewhere in there. The injury doesn't help. And if he had stayed healthy and maybe Florida State has a good little run there, maybe it's different. Maybe it's completely different. Maybe he helps his stock out a lot and ends up finding himself being like a 3rd round pick. But having the injury that he did, and to be honest, Bob, like I know it's a gruesome injury, but it surprises me how much injuries scare people off.
Yeah.
It really does. I mean, yes, is it going to hurt your value? Sure, but should you go from a guy that was maybe like a 4th or 5th round pick to potentially undrafted? Like that's hard for me to believe. There are special exceptions to the rule. Marcus Lattimore, the running back from South Carolina, like that was one of the most gruesome injuries of all time.
Yeah.
I understand him being a guy that could have easily been one of the first running backs off the board that year to going, I think, in the 5th round. as a flyer, and he never was really, and I don't think he ever actually played a snap. I don't think he ever was able to kind of rehab to a point where they felt comfortable enough to let him play. That makes sense. Guy breaks his leg pretty bad. Again, I don't know. Like we are at such a point with athletic science that I don't know. Like I mean, shoot, Michael Penix had tore his ACL probably 29 times and was still a top 10 pick,
Right.
and yeah, like that's gruesome, and I don't mean for that to be a humorous thing, but it's true. Like you have guys who come out. We were talking about the kid from NC State, the linebacker, last night, in multiple ACL tears.
Mm-hmm.
So if that doesn't scare people off, but a broken leg late in the year scares people, like I don't understand the fundamental logic of going, yeah, that guy tore his ACL twice in the last 3 years, or the Saints edge rusher, Hioli Kikaha was a guy who tore his ACL multiple times, but the Saints still took a flyer on day 2 or maybe early day 3 on him.
Second round pick.
Right. So why does that not freak you out? But a dude breaking his leg does. I just don't understand the logic sometimes. I know every team's different, but it is what it is. Corey, thanks for backing me up, saying exactly medical science is way evolved to where it was 5, 7, even 10 years ago. That's true. I don't understand why we're cool going, oh yeah, a guy tore his meniscus, tore his Achilles, tore his ACL. Is like, whatever. But you have other situations that are similar or don't sound as bad of an injury, and it just scares people. Now, quarterback, I get a little bit more, putting stock into a quarterback, but other position, I don't get it. I just don't. But there's exceptions to every rule, and there are exceptions for every player. So I don't know. That's my mini rant at 1:00 in the afternoon East Coast time. Is like,
well, and before I expound on that, the Steelers just took a guy you like and brought up last night at 119. They Pittsburgh Steelers selected South Dakota State guard Mason McCormick.
Love my small school guy.
I know.
FCS football is real football, but yeah, no, that was a guy I thought the Saints could potentially use. Now, of course, people are gonna be like, do we really want to take a small school offensive lineman? But it's different when you take them in the first round and the fourth round.
And the new speaking of that, the New Orleans Saints, as we know, especially since Sean Payton came on board, have had a lot of success with day 3 offensive linemen. Teron Armstead, Zach Strief, Jermon Bushrod, Jari Evans, just to name a few. We're hoping that they'll have that same kind of success with Nick Saldiveri. But now that we sit here, there's a couple linemen that I would like to see New Orleans. I wouldn't even be against New Orleans trading up for, depending on the compensation. Javion Cohen from Miami, Florida, from the U. We talked about him just before we went off the air last night. Ladarius Henderson, the guard from Michigan. Christian Mahogany, the guard tackle from Boston College. Dylan McMahon, the guard, a little bit undersized, but very athletic guard from NC State, are a few of the names that I'm watching for New Orleans to see where they go on the board or what transpires between pick 120, which is where we sit now, and pick 150, which is where the next New Orleans Saints pick is scheduled to take place.
Yeah, 30 more picks potentially between them. But let's see. Corey says we need linemen both sides of the ball. Games are won and lost in the trenches. That's absolutely true. And we talked about the need at defensive tackle not being addressed by as many as we had perhaps hoped, because it is a need for the Saints. You just draft
certainly a tackle.
Defensive end is kind of one of those. It's like you got a lot of bodies. There's a lot of potential there. I think you just kind of roll with what you got, because you got Isaiah Foskey, who didn't see the field a lot. Peyton Turner hasn't seen the field a lot over the last however many years. He's been in the league, 4 years in the league, 3 years, whatever it's been. Cameron Jordan's getting a little older. Chase Young, the 1-year prove-it deal with the neck injury. Carl Granderson got a big contract, and then I don't want to say disappeared, but had crazy production those first few weeks of the season last year, and then just kind of tailed off.
Came in spurts for sure.
Yeah, Corey said we need a run stop. Yeah, the Saints do need a run stopper.
They do, and to that end, I'd still like to see them draft Christian Boyd, the big-bodied, defensive tackle from Northern Iowa. But I mean, if you're looking at other guys, Gabe Hall is an athletic project from Baylor. Leonard Taylor from Miami, Florida. Those are three tackles that I kind of highlighted in my Saints News Network article this morning.
What about Tyler Davis, a former teammate of Brian Brisset out of Clemson? First player in Clemson history to be named to the All-ACC team all 4 years.
I forgot about Tyler Davis, but yeah, I mean, we talked about Rook, another Clemson defensive tackle, as a possibility in day 2, which of course is where he ultimately was drafted. But yeah, I mean, Tyler Davis. The reason why a player like Tyler Davis is still sitting on the board, not because of production, it's because of he lacks the almighty measurables. He's not the biggest guy in the world. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but he's strong. He maintains his gaps. You're not going to move him around very much on the inside, which to me is exactly what the Saints need. So yeah, I think Tyler Davis would fit that profile very well.
I like Carolina kids. You guys all know that. Let's see. There's another question in here. James Williams still available at safety?
Yes, he is.
What you got on James Williams, Bob?
Big-bodied guy. Looks like a linebacker. Plays like a linebacker. If you want an in-the-box safety, James Williams is definitely the direction to go. He doesn't have the coverage range that I'd like to see out of a New Orleans Saints safety. Dolphins are about to make a pick. That's why I paused. Jalen Wright at 120.
I was going to ask you. I was literally about to ask you too. Like, when are we going to start seeing some running backs come off the board?
I would not be surprised if we saw the run right now. Jalen Wright going to Miami is very interesting because they have Mostert, they have Shane, who absolutely lit it up last year. Jalen Wright kind of falls in that same profile, a little bit more of an inside runner, power runner, than what Devin or Mostert is. So maybe that's what they're looking at. Or maybe Miami just loading up on running backs. I don't know.
That's I've always been in the camp. You can't have enough good running backs.
Yeah.
But getting multiple in the same profile is a little as well.
Yeah. But I mean, running backs, Will Shipley, I know you love him from Clemson, real versatile back. Guy I love, Dylan Washington from Miami. You're looking at small school guys, Frank Gore Jr., Southern Mississippi, Dylan Laub from New Hampshire. If you consider, I don't consider Louisville a small school, but Isaac Garendo, Tyrone Tracy, the receiver / running back from Purdue, Jace McClellan from Alabama, Kendall Milton from Georgia. They're all still, Carson Steele from UCLA. They're all still on the board. Since Jalen Wright came off, I would not be at all surprised if we saw a run on running backs right now.
And that's one position that the Saints do not need.
No.
I think they are pretty set at running back this year. You might want to bring in a fourth guy, but you could fill that need in undrafted free agency. I'm sure there's a couple running backs still available. I'm going to actually look that up. NFL free. You know what? Just for old time's sake, what's Eno Benjamin doing?
Still unsigned, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know that.
No, I think running back's at one of those positions that, when we opened up our coverage today, our day 3 coverage today, we each kind of agreed that this is the type of pick that if a team like the Saints, who are pretty set here, if a certain running back that you're in love with for your system is still on the board when you pick, you one of those situations where, oh my God, I can't believe he is still there. We need to take him. I don't care who else we have at this spot. We got to take him.
Even then, I don't know. Like, that's just me. Is like, who's really a guy? Like, that's a position that you're so deep at. Like, I don't know. Here are some of your free agent running backs for those of you who are curious. Guys that are still available, that remain unsigned. Now, obviously, you guys know the guys that have been signed, but the guys who have not been signed: Ezekiel Elliott, Boston Scott, former New Orleans Saint,
Really?
Harris, Cam Akers, Matt Breida, Rashad Penny, Kareem Hunt, another former Saint, and Latavius Murray, Jerick McKinnon, Marlon Mack, Josh Kelly. Lynn Bowden's listed as a running back on this website, but okay. And then Eno Benjamin. And that's really about it of guys who have NFL experience.
In other words, if you're, say, in the Saints position with Alvin Kamara, Condre Miller, Jamal Williams, the backs that you just mentioned, if any of them are still available, say at the start of training camp, and you have, knock on wood, you have an injury, those are the kind of guys that you bring in at that point.
Yeah, or to fill out a practice squad. Maybe you bring back a guy who knows the system. I mean, like Latavius Murray. Like, maybe you're like, you know what? Yeah, you're 33, 34, but if you want to come on in, like, you're more than welcome. Eno Benjamin, after rehabbing the injury. Well, if you want to come back, by all means, come on down.
Yeah.
There's plenty of guys like that, that the Saints could still grab. And Corey just said, wow, tons of free agent running backs still out there. Thanks for that info. And that's kind of what I mean. And that's why I would be really shocked to see the Saints take a running back. Is I feel like between Kamara, Kendre Miller had some flashes last year. Obviously Williams had a bad year last year.
Yeah.
He got his touchdown, though. He got his almighty touchdown. Thanks, Jameis.
Well, and the type of running back that Jamal Williams is, he needs blocking in front of him. And as we've said over and over and over and over and over and over again coming into the draft, the weakest position on this team was offensive tackle specifically, but offensive line in general. Cade Stover just went off the board to the Texans at 123.
Well, that makes sense because who was his college quarterback?
Right.
I will also die on that hill. If you guys want to pull back the tape from last year, when we did this, I did not have Bryce Young as my number one quarterback.
No, you did not.
I'll
give myself a tiny bit of credit because I cheated and went 1A and 1B, but you were very, very clear about who your top choice was.
Yeah, like CJ Stroud was far and above the best quarterback available. And I know it's early, and Bryce Young could still turn out to have a fine career.
And I think he'll be solid at best, or at the least.
But I was like, Stroud's going to be a guy that is going to be the face of your team for a long, long time. Not that the Saints needed that. I mean, I guess you could argue the Saints are still looking for their face of their franchise, but they weren't in a position to make that happen. But I was on that Stroud train for a long time. We didn't talk about this, so it's a good time. Let's talk while we're talking quarterbacks. There was a lot of not controversy, but there was a lot of rumblings leading up to the draft, and obviously until Justin Fields got traded, on what Chicago was going to do. Now, I was the guy that still had faith in Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
If you put him in the right system, obviously they needed to break up a little bit. I think he ended up landing in a good spot in Pittsburgh because he gets the chance to sit behind Russell Wilson, and say what you will about Russell Wilson, but the two of those guys have some similar traits and some similar skills and can offer similar things with their mobility. I think it's good for him to sit for a year. And then Pittsburgh can ultimately decide what they want to do. But when it comes to Caleb Williams, you had rumors that like some former scouts and GMs were like scared of Caleb Williams. I saw one guy made the comparison saying if Prince was an NFL quarterback, and that came from a former NFL scout. And even for Caleb towards the end of last year, there was that viral clip of him going into the stands and getting very emotional and this, that, and the other, and he got clowned for a couple things. Where do you stand? And when you look at Caleb Williams, the prospect, do you think he was far and above the best quarterback available? A. B. What kind of career do you think Caleb's going to have?
No, I don't think he was far and above the best quarterback prospect. I would, if all things were equal, all these guys were the same age, you didn't have injury concerns, et cetera, et cetera. I think, and I still believe that Michael Penix, is the best quarterback in this draft as far as quarterbacking abilities go. But I understand why Caleb Williams was the top pick. He's a wonderful athlete. He has a wonderful, a terrific arm. He's a big play waiting to happen. He has the escapability. He can make throws on the move. He can at any point on the football field with that arm of his, and he can beat defenses with his legs. That's as a prospect. Negatively, I question, and I have since he won the even before he won the Heisman, I question his abilities to read a defense, especially at the NFL level. Now, that might not be entirely his fault. As we all know, most colleges run under the spread offense now, where you take one read, you have two reads. If your first read isn't there, you go with your second read, period, end of story. And if you're an athletic guy, your third read, if not your second read, is to just take off, run with the ball, make people miss and make something happen. That's not the way NFL football is played yet. So I think Caleb Williams, just like Justin Fields, has a lot of learning to do in that capacity. Now, they're far from the only two quarterbacks that have to pick up that tendency or develop that trait. So that leads to plan or question B part of your question. The Bears are doing the right thing. They're surrounding him with receivers. They brought in Keenan Allen. They already have DJ Moore. They drafted Rome Odunze. They drafted a couple of offensive linemen last year. So at least on paper, they're doing the right things to support their quarterback, something they did not do for Justin Fields, yet another way that he got a raw deal. But I mean, forget about that necessarily. Justin Fields, they've turned the page to a new chapter from him. He's in Pittsburgh now, a chance to revitalize his career. And now you start from scratch with Caleb. With an organization in the Chicago Bears that maybe has the worst track record for quarterbacks in NFL history. So, historically speaking, it's going to be an uphill climb for Caleb. Hopefully, the coaches are given a little bit of a leash with their own job security, that they can afford to give a little bit of a leash to Caleb and not throw the entire playbook at him at once and cause him, tell him, you got to digest this like that, because our jobs, our future, your job, your future depends on how you do this year. You have to be patient with Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels, a similar situation, or else in 3 years or less, you're going to be looking at the same exact situation.
Before I get to my thoughts on Caleb Williams, Chicago takes a punter in the fourth round. They take the always risky to take a punter before like rounds 6 and 7. Unrealistic expectations there. When it comes to Caleb Williams, for me, when you throw on the tape, you are immediately blown away by his escapability, his ability to improv, a super strong arm, and the highlight waiting to happen ability. Some of the things you already mentioned. Those are the things that stick out on tape. or I should say, when you watch Twitter highlights, those are the things that stick out. When you throw the tape on, there are things that you go, you have all this talent. What the hell are you doing? That's my concern with Caleb Williams and I think it's a concern for a lot of quarterbacks, receivers, run like skill position guys moving forward in like today's societies. Everybody gets sucked in by the 40-second Twitter highlight reel.
Yep.
And they refuse to go, you know what, let's watch a full game. Like,
Mhm.
let's watch him in certain situations. How did he react in this situation? What did he do here? I think he's a good football player. Obviously, he won a Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
But he has been labeled like the number one pick of the draft for like 2.5 years now. And I just don't, and I don't want to say this is a weak quarterback class, because I don't think it is. It is a quarterback class that is full of question marks, more so than a normal quarterback class.
Mhm.
So maybe you luck into the fact that that's just your quarterback class and that's why you're the number one pick. But I didn't see enough over the last 2.5 years to go, okay, yeah, this guy's clear and above like the number one pick of the draft.
Yeah, and there were people comparing him, saying things like about Caleb Williams, like, this is the most NFL-ready quarterback prospect since Joe Burrows. Some people even saying ridiculous things like a more NFL-ready quarterback than Joe Burrows. Use your eyes. I mean, come on.
I was gonna say, like, when I go back and I think of like some of the most NFL ready quarterbacks of all time, one of the first names that comes to my mind is Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck looked and felt like an NFL quarterback.
Mm-hmm. But again, what kind of system did he play in college?
Right, more of a pro style system at Stanford. Now, I hate his career got cut short because when he was healthy, he was really, really good. But Indy didn't do him any favors. But I like what you said at the end of that with Chicago. They could be in the same situation in 3 years. Now, they've already done more for him than Justin Fields. And if you guys want to throw that tape back on, I really liked Justin Fields as well. And I still think, as young as he is, he has the potential to be a good NFL quarterback. And if you guys want to go back further again, how many times over the last 2 off seasons did I say the Saints should take a chance and trade for a guy that hasn't fit somewhere to be a backup quarterback? Justin Fields, Malik Willis, guys like that. Didn't happen, but I thought that you could get good value for one of those guys. With all that said, it's gonna be, and we've talked about this a lot over the years too, and even so yesterday, like talking about different things in today's society and the younger generations and this and that. You could find yourself in 3 years, Caleb get pissed off and just be like, yeah, I'm not winning here. I want to go. Or vice versa, kind of what you alluded to. In 3 years, you could have the hierarchy of the Chicago Bears go, we're not winning. It's time to move on from Caleb.
Yep. Or a coaching change because they've lost a year from now, and the new coach is saying, we want our quarterback, we want our guy behind center, and our guy is not Caleb Williams. We see that too.
I just don't. There's no patience with guys anymore, and this class in particular, the 2024 class, has to have patience from the coaching staff, from the ownership, everybody, because I don't think any of these guys are going to start week one and blow us away like Ben Roethlisberger. Now, again, Ben didn't start either, but right out the gate. But nobody's going to come out and just look and feel like a guy that's like, yup, that's going to be a quarterback for my team for a super long time. There's going to be a lot of hurdles that all these quarterbacks have to go through. And the other thing is, none of these teams that drafted a quarterback, and it doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes it happens where injuries play a big part of a season. There's already like a good core there, and they're just missing a quarterback. None of these teams are like that.
Closest would be Minnesota.
Because you have Justin Jefferson, you have some playoff experience, you have a team that's been there. But none of these teams are like, yup, they're a quarterback away from winning the division. And
5-minute break. Keep going.
5-minute break for Bob. All right, we'll take Bob out real quick. But yeah, no, I don't think any of these teams are set up like that. So when you talk about a draft that I just said, maybe not a weak draft, an inexperienced draft, a lot of question mark quarterback draft, you got to have patience. And unfortunately, we live in a world where patience is not given. And we live in a world where everybody wants immediate results. Just like every single one of you, myself included, when I order something on Amazon, well, dang it, I want tracking immediately because I want it today, right? I don't want to wait. Even with Prime, I don't want to wait 2 days. I want it right now. Where's it at? Where's it at? Track the package. It's the same thing in the NFL. Is we want immediate results from whoever we draft immediately, and I don't think that's gonna be the case for anybody, not just Caleb Williams, but anybody here in this draft. So ultimately, we'll see what happens. Let's catch you guys up on some picks. Mustafa, the safety from Wake Forest, goes 124 to the Niners. Irving, the running back from Oregon, goes to Tampa Bay. The Detroit Lions are currently on the clock at pick 126. Blaze asks, how are you guys? We're good. We're good. We're pushing through. Day 3 of the Draft-A-Thon. Looking at the clock. Something over 10 hours, maybe even closer to 11 hours of being on the air with you guys over the last few days. So we appreciate you guys that are hanging out. Blaze, good luck with your everything tonight. Keep us in the loop. Tag us on Facebook. I don't know how long we'll be on today. It really depends on the Saints and what they decide to do, right? But just tag us. Let us know how it's going. We appreciate you tuning in. Corey said, I'm assuming this is about Caleb Williams. Never jumped off the tapes with me. Caleb, yep. I just never saw it. Like I said, I think we live in a world today where everybody who has one of these, I'm guilty of it too, right, can hop on Twitter and see some sort of highlight or mixtape that got thrown together on a guy, and people are, oh my God. The joke recently has been, who is the most likely guy that in 20 years you're going to see some kid tweet out like, oh, so-and-so was a problem in the league. And it'd be a 40-second highlight clip. And it's like, the guy was okay. He had some moments, but he was never really good. That's kind of the world we live in. Corey asks, how do you grade the NFC South division picks so far? I got to bring Bob back in for that question. How do you grade the NFC South divisional picks so far? Let's start with our home team. Let's start with the New Orleans Saints, and we'll go from there. I think the Saints get like a solid B+. You get your tackle in the first round. You get a guy who is a mauler, really physical. I kind of threw out there in terms of comparisons with Ryan Ramczyk in the run game. Like, I think it is an immediate plug and play, and that's good for New Orleans. Getting Kool-Aid in the second round, not an immediate need, but clearly the best available, a guy that New Orleans had some really good conversation with. Also allows you some flexibility for some of these guys like Bob alluded to yesterday who may be going into the last year of their contract. You could throw Alontae Taylor to safety. It allows you some flexibility, gets you a pretty good player. So I give the Saints a B+. Bob, what say you?
I give them in the B to B plus range. I think I go with a B, and it's not because of the players they drafted. Faraga fits an immediate need. Was the best available tackle, best available immediate plug and play tackle on the board at the time. Kool-Aid, terrific player, terrific value, terrific upside. So for the players, where they got them and what they're going to be, what we think they're going to be able to do for New Orleans right away, I give that section an A. But I dropped my overall grade down to a B because the Saints flat out haven't had any picks since 41. And, we're sitting here in the 120s now. When you have as many holes to fill as New Orleans does, that just doesn't bode well for your system, for your... It's not a rebuild, as we know, for your retool, for your replug, and they haven't had enough picks. They haven't had enough players to even attempt to patch all the holes that they are. So that's why I'll give the overall draft so far a B.
Well, let's throw this out there as well. Let's talk about the Atlanta Falcons next, because yeah. And Corey said it sucks that the Saints don't have a lot of picks this year. You're absolutely right, because this would be a perfect year to kind of reload a little bit. Atlanta, Oh, Atlanta. Shocked the world night one. Taking Michael Penix. I mean, honestly, when you look at Atlanta, it's hard. Like, how do I grade that? Like, ultimately, right? They've taken Michael Penix. They took the defensive tackle from Clemson, uh, Braylon Trice, the edge rusher from Washington, a little bit of a tweener, and then Dolores, the defensive tackle out of Oregon. I think for me, when I look at Atlanta and I look at the issues that Atlanta has and I look at the money they've already spent, I think the Michael Penix pick hurts you a lot in my grade. Not because I don't like Michael Penix, because it wasn't a need, and you drafted 8th overall, like a really good spot to fill a need with an immediate starter, and you don't do that. So for Atlanta, you address some other odds and ends and some of these other picks. Like, I'm gonna give them a C. Because the Penix pick is such a head scratcher.
Again, with the Falcons, I like the players. I love Michael Penix. I love Braylon Trice. Love Rook. I even like Dorless a lot. But for the logic behind the picks, I'll give the Falcons a D. Because as always, this seems to be a franchise that has zero idea what direction they want to go in. With all the other players that Atlanta had on their roster coming into the draft, if you didn't sign Kirk Cousins and you drafted Michael Penix, I could definitely see what direction you're going. The logic that they use is, Cousins is up there in age, has been injury prone, dealt with injuries the last couple of years, so we felt we had to take Penix. If you felt that way, sitting at number 8 overall in the draft, where you were pretty positive that one of these quarterbacks, probably Penix, would fall to you anyway, then why the hell did you sign Kirk Cousins to begin with? So again, I'm giving the Falcons, just like the way I graded the Saints. It's not, the grade isn't for the players. The grade of D for the Falcons is the logic or lack thereof behind their decisions.
Let's move to Carolina. I wonder if the GM and the coach made the picks this year. I don't know, Bob. What do you think? Had to throw shade there, but they go and get Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. They get into the first round to grab him, who actually publicly went on record before the draft saying he was going to be a Carolina Panther, which is different. But I guess he was right. Jonathan Brooks in the second round, the running back from Texas. Trayvon Wallace, the linebacker out of Kentucky. And then Jatavion Sanders out of Texas, the tight end. I actually really like this draft for Carolina.
Yeah.
I think they addressed a lot of needs. I think they got a couple playmakers as well to help Bryce Young. The only concern that I have, and I know they made some moves in the offseason, Bryce Young didn't have time in the pocket. And I know they addressed some of those issues in free agency, but I would have expected some sort of offensive lineman at some point. But overall, I actually think they did a pretty good job. I'm going to give them an A-, the Carolina Panthers. And maybe that's because Tepper let the coaches and the GMs make the picks this year. But I think they addressed a lot of needs.
What'd you say, A-? I'll give them a B-. And overall, I really like the Carolina Panthers offseason. They were very active in free agency. They brought in Deontay Johnson, from Pittsburgh, who, ignoring the character concerns, Deontay's a good short to intermediate receiver, can make things happen with the ball in his hands. Legette wasn't the receiver I personally would have drafted where they drafted him. I would have went Jalen Polk, but I like Legette. I like his upside, and I see why the Carolina Panthers like him. Love Jatavion Sanders. You want to talk about a receiving tight end that has the physical skill set to make a difference and threaten defenses, along with the other moves that they made in free agency. I'll give the Panthers a B-. Not having a first round pick or having to trade to get a first round pick, especially when you were sitting first overall because of the way you finished last season. That's what prevents me from giving them a higher pick.
Sure. Tampa Bay. Graham Barton, the center, in the first round. They got Chris Braswell, the edge rusher, in the second round. Tyke Smith and Jalen McMillan in round 3. They took the running back Bucky Irvin in round 4. Bob, you were absolutely right about those running backs as well. As Irvin came off the board shortly after Wright did, and then that was followed by Will Shipley going to Philadelphia. Davis, the running back out of Kentucky, going to Buffalo. And then the kid out of Louisville going to the San Francisco 49ers at 129 overall. So we did see our run on running backs. So anyway, Tampa Bay addressed some needs, their biggest need being offensive line, and it's center in the first round. Grabbed a couple other pieces, another wide receiver weapon, even with re-signing Mike Evans, Chris Godwin still there. And then they get Bucky Irving, the running back out of Oregon. For Tampa, it's one of those things where, they were the least, you don't call them the biggest loser. They were the leastest loser in the NFC South. That's how they won the division. Not because they were, super duper good. But Baker Mayfield found a home where they're running an offense very similar to the offense he ran with all of the success he had in Cleveland, especially that year that they went to the playoffs. So he found a good home. He got re-signed. But this is a team that still lacks certain pieces. They addressed a few, maybe the biggest one being at center. I'm going to give them a solid B+ in this draft so far. Bob, what say you?
I'll give Tampa Bay an A. Yeah, I'll go A-. Because they addressed their needs. Barton might not be a sexy pick, but he fills exactly what they needed, interior offensive line. Jalen McMillan, listen, I love all 3 Washington receivers, on record as saying that several times. And with Jalen McMillan, you get a slot specialist that's really going to create some havoc, either open up things for Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, bigger wideouts, or Godwin and Evans will continue to draw the defensive attention so Jalen McMillan can make plays. Bucky Irving, again, not the running back that I'd pick, but a versatile guy out of Oregon, shifty guy in the open field. He's going to fill a need. The Braswell, really high ceiling as an edge rusher, kind of fits that athletic profile for what Tampa Bay likes to do. And remember, they lost Shaq this offseason, so they needed to fill that hole. So Tampa Bay gets an A- in my book because they have simply plugged the holes with good players at positions of need.
I want to address this from Corey before I step out for a second. He said, it just seems like so many other teams are getting better and we are stuck in. That's the thing with the draft, especially when you don't have a whole lot of picks. I mean, the Saints filled an immediate need in the first round. The second round, like I said, it's one of those the corner wasn't the biggest need of all time, but it allows you the flexibility to move some guys around, and you got a guy with a first-round grade. I think a lot of times we can get lost in quantity over quality. I think quality-wise, the Saints did pretty good. It's just the quantity. They didn't have a lot of selections to make. And that's kind of how I view it. Bob, I'll let you talk about that while I dip out for a second.
I don't. I agree with a lot of what Brendan said, and I don't agree with the people that say the Saints didn't do anything to get better this offseason. They drafted Fuaga, who, if he pans out, will be an immediate starter at tackle, your biggest position of need. You signed Willie Gay, an athletic, smart, instinctive linebacker, who could be a great running mate for Demario Davis. The downside to that is I wish they'd assigned Gay to a multi-year deal, at least a 2 or a 3-year contract. So that's a little bit disappointing. You nabbed Kool-Aid McKinstry to upgrade an already very, very good secondary. The Saints weren't able to do a lot, but they accomplished a lot with what little they have had. And to get you guys updated, one of my favorite tight ends in the draft, Jared Wiley from TCU goes to the Chiefs at 131. And as Brendan said, the running backs are starting to come off the board. I think the selection of Will Shipley to Clemson, Clemson's back to the Eagles, makes a absolutely huge impact. Shipley can do exactly what the Eagles offense wants their backs to do. Very versatile back, very explosive and shifty on the edge, can create on his own in the open field. I think that's a good pick for Philadelphia. Doesn't necessarily fill a need, especially with their signing of Saquon, their addition of Saquon Barkley. But I think Shipley is going to be a real solid complement to Barkley in the Eagles' backfield. So that those are good additions there. And back to what some of you guys feel, that we knew the Saints weren't going to have a splashy offseason. The salary cap, their cap moves and cap shuffling was going to prevent them from making any splashy moves in free agency. And the draft, anytime you have to draft an offensive lineman with your first round pick, as Alan Ulrich said several times on our telecast and on Under the Dome, it's like getting socks or underwear for Christmas. You need them. Everybody needs them for your wardrobe. But they aren't the kind of pick that's going to make you go, this is the best Christmas of my life. But I guarantee you, Derek Carr is a happier man today than what he was Thursday morning. Alvin Kamara is a happier man today than what he was Thursday morning. Clint Kubiak is a happier man today than what he was Thursday morning. With Ryan Ramczyk's knee issues, Trevor Penning's putrid play issues, at least so far, you had to draft a tackle, and that's exactly what you did. I'm sure the Saints have tried to move into the third round, to move into the early fourth round, because that's just what Mickey Loomis does year in and year out. Perhaps they lack the draft capital to do so. Perhaps they haven't seen any players that make them say, we need to trade whatever we can to go up and get this player, whether it was late last night or earlier so far today. We're going to see some more activity out of the Saints. Maybe they trade down now and try to pick up picks for next year's draft. Who knows? But I would find it hard to believe the Mickey Loomis is just going to stand pat. At 150 in the fifth, 170 in the fifth, 175 in the fifth, 199 in the sixth, and 239 in the seventh. And we're at pick 132 now, with the 49ers about to make a selection. So if the Saints move up, hypothetically, they wouldn't have to give up that much to do so. And again, you only move up, if you're the Saints, you only move up if you identify a specific player of need, whether it's a guard, a linebacker that's available, tight end, as they're flying off the board, or any of those other picks. And the Detroit Lions have moved up to get Utah defensive back Sion Vakai from the University of Utah. Real versatile player. You have to like what the Lions are doing too. They're coming off a great season for them, and they needed. Their biggest need coming into this offseason was defensive back. So what did they do? They traded for Tampa Bay cornerback Carlton Davis. They drafted cornerback with their first-round pick and second-round pick, and go back to the secondary now with a very versatile, safe in the box safety type of player, who has enough coverage versatility to play in two high formations. Want to go back to what one of you all asked about James Williams, the Miami safety. we had a pick update at the time. But what I was saying about James Williams, he's a big player, in the box kind of guy, but not the kind of guy that you want or would like to have in coverage. Uh, and in my opinion, they already have a guy like James Williams and Jonathan Abram. Abram, if you've watched him play, you shudder every time that he is in a position of coverage. And any team with any intellect, when you see that, uh, that's the guy that you're going to target is Jonathan Abram, especially when you talk about the other defensive backs that the Saints have on their roster. Um, the safeties that are still on, if the Saints go safety, hypothetically, the safeties that I would love to see, come off the board to New Orleans would be Jaden Hicks from Washington State or Bo Braid from Maryland. Both of those guys, they're capable of covering the slot. See the field very, very well, and have good ball tracking ability. When the opportunity is there to make a play. So yeah, but again, you just at this point in the draft, if you're the Saints or any other team, if you see a James Williams still on the board when you pick, you're not drafting for need at that point. You're drafting saying, this is the best available player on my board at this point, and doesn't really matter who else we have at this position. We're going to create competition. We're going to create depth. And you never know, what you're going to be able to unearth. That's how draft steals happen. The brick value at the bottom of the fourth round. Big physical corner. He's got a basketball highlight where you can see his overall athleticism. It's ridiculous. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm not a tape guy. Yeah. Are you saying there's a cornerback named Tampa and he wears the number 2? Am I understanding the answer? Yeah. Does he play that style? He's more of a press man. Well, it's like Bortolini getting out. And going back to what Brendan was talking about as far as the running backs, it's not real surprising that we're starting to see running backs come off the board fast and furious at this point. And I don't disagree with what Brendan was saying. As far as it's certainly not a need for the Saints. You have a lot of talent, at those positions right now. But again, this is how you find draft steals. If and again, hypothetically, we'll use the New Orleans Saints for an example. Say they like Tyrone Tracy, the versatile running back from Purdue. Say they like him for his receiving ability. They draft him, bring him in as an undrafted free agent, which we're going to see, undrafted rookie, which we're going to see a lot of activity there as soon as the draft is over this afternoon. That's how you find guys like Pierre Thomas. That's how you find guys like Marcus Colston, in the second round, or A.T. Perry, last year from Wake Forest in the sixth round. It's not a case of, oh my God, we still need a wide receiver in the sixth or seventh round. It's can't believe this guy is still here, or this guy fits our system very, very well, or he's he's rehabbing from an injury in the case of a Jordan Travis. Guys like that. You don't find draft steals by drafting for need at this point, because if you're drafting for need in the late in the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh rounds, you're in deep, deep trouble. And you draft for depth, you draft to bolster special teams, and you draft for specific positional and scheme fits. Bear with me 1 minute, guys. All right, folks. Appreciate your patience. I have a pick update for you at pick 135. The last pick of the fourth round, the San Francisco 49ers select wide receiver Jacob Cohen from Arizona. And I'd like to stay with San Francisco a minute. The points that we were just making about about not drafting for need. The 49ers are a great example of this. In a handful of picks ago, they drafted a running back, Isaac Guerendo from Louisville. Well, 49ers have Christian McCaffrey. 49ers have Elijah Mitchell, who himself was a late day pick. So it certainly wasn't a need for the San Francisco 49ers, but the 49ers, and I hate the Kansas City Chiefs, and I hate Roger Goodell. Jaden Hicks from Washington State was the pick for the Chiefs at pick 133 to get a couple of you guys updated. So again, that's a ball hawk that's going to fit very well in the Chiefs scheme.
But yeah, I mean, I've never heard of Christian McCaffrey. Is he good? Is he a good running back?
He's okay. He's average.
Oh, okay.
Has some developmental qualities.
That's probably why they drafted the kid out of Louisville to give some stiff competition. Really compete for that spot. People here in Charlotte are still pissed he's gone. For what it's worth to you guys,
I believe it.
Are still fuming that they traded McCaffrey. So thanks for holding down the fort, Bob. You can go ahead and count. This is my. Are you counting cups by like this is a cup, or are we going by ounces? Because if we're going by ounces, I've had a lot more.
I'm not going by ounces because I have no idea what this is.
That looks like a pretty massive mug.
It is.
So you can put me down for my second on air cup because I had one earlier. So, and none through the first 2 days on air, which is crazy.
That's impressive / weird.
That's weird for me, isn't it? You know what it is. Here's the plug. So for your 402 of you watching live right now, Blend of Hope. All you have to look up is Blend of Hope Coffee Roasters. That is my coffee plug. It's actually my father's coffee roasting company. So I'm out of coffee. So I need a delivery from Blend of Hope, and you guys do too. So head over to their website. I want to make sure I get the website right for you guys. It is blendofhope.com. You can order your whole bean bags of coffee or already ground, however you guys like it. Go ahead there, get your free coffee. And if you're happen to watch it, Blend of Hope, if you guys are watching, Dad, if you're watching the stream, Bob and I both need some coffee. So if you'll ship some up, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, because my shameless coffee plug. Because of the lack of fundage in the Rose household right now, I'd like to give a thanks to Great Value Dollar Store Coffee.
Walmart brand, let's go. But yes, Blend of Hope. We'll get some up to you, Bob. I actually was talking to him yesterday. He was getting two new beans in, and when I say beans, I'm talking he's ordering 100-pound plus bags of beans. So I think they can spare a little bit for us. But guys, blendofhope.com, get your coffee there. Let's go ahead and get to some questions.
Let me update everybody first. The Seattle Seahawks have kicked off the beginning of round 5 with pick 136. The Seahawks select cornerback Nehemiah Pritchett. Great name. Nehemiah Pritchett from Auburn. So that's how we get our 5th round started. Now, if you want to go ahead and fire off the questions, then after we address some of those, I can get people updated on some of my best of the rest that are still on the board.
All right, Libby asks, how do you feel about that commissioner dude again? His name slips his mind at the moment, so I don't know. Bob, you want to answer that one?
Thank you for your question, Libby. And this is a topic Brandon and I don't often address. Just
Bob.
Other than a certain ex of mine who I'm tempted to name, but she doesn't deserve the name coming out of my lips, so I'll leave her out of it. The second worst human being in the history of the face of the earth is corrupt MFer Roger Goodell.
There you go. Gumbo asks, who's moving back to safety from our corners? I think we've both addressed this enough. I think it's Alontae Taylor. I think that's the logical one.
Yeah, if anyone does. They might not move anybody.
That's true. That is true. Let's see. Fear asks, looking ahead to next year, how many picks do the Saints currently have for 2025?
7 that I know of. They have 1 in each round. So they've not, to my knowledge, they haven't dealt away any of those 2025 picks yet, nor have they acquired any other ones. We know that will change, but as far as my knowledge, and please, folks, correct me if I'm wrong, 1 in the first, 1 in the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. So 1 in each round.
Yeah, that's not going to last.
Nah.
No, absolutely.
Bet your house on that. If you have kids, bet their college fund. I think that's one of the safest bets in the universe you can make.
Go over to FanDuel. There's a shameless plug right there. Go to FanDuel and see if that is a futures bet that the Saints trade at least 1 pick in the 2025 draft. Bob said, bet your college fund. Gamble responsibly. But only bet what you can afford to lose. But it's a pretty safe bet. I bet that's a probably pretty safe bet if they put odds out for every single team.
Yeah.
I bet that the odds for every single team trading at least 1 pick is pretty high. Like, I bet it is a minus whatever. Did you see the bet for Caleb Williams to be the number 1 pick? Did you see any of those fly around and how funny that was?
No, I didn't.
It was like, I want to say he was minus 2,000 to be the number 1 overall pick. So somebody bet $1,000 on him to be the number 1 pick to win $5. You go, dude. Easiest $5 of all time.
Score.
Every dollar counts, Bob.
Yeah. I mean, that it does.
If I just had the money floating around, I'm sitting there like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll make a quick $5 tonight. Like, doesn't even get you a Subway sandwich anymore, but whatever, it's fine. Doesn't get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks anymore either, but it's fine.
Yeah, well, again, great value coffee blend.
It might get you 1 bag of great value coffee blend. Corey says, so our next pick, do we go best available? Oh, Bob, this is fun because it's the 5th round, but it's interesting. Do you go best available or do you go somewhere between safety, offensive line, defensive line, linebacker? Bob's been pretty adamant the whole draft process that at this point you just get the best available player.
Yeah.
But with that said, Bob, you have the Bobs. Let's see if I can give you a nice introduction here. Up next on the Bayou Blitz podcast, Bob Rose's best of the rest of the 2024 NFL draft coming up right after this.
Best of the rest, and I'll go by position. Running back, Dylan Johnson from Washington, Carson Steele from UCLA, Tyrone Tracy from Purdue, Jace McClellan from Alabama, Kendall Milton from Georgia, Frank Gore Jr. from Southern Mississippi, Dylan Laub from New Hampshire, Cody Schrader from Missouri, wide receiver, Jaquan Jackson from Tulane, Jalen Coker from Holy Cross, Cornelius Johnson from Michigan, Josh Cephas from Texas San Antonio, Jamari Thrash from Louisville, Johnny Wilson from Florida State, Brendan Rice from USC, tight end, Jaheim Bell from Florida State, McAllen Castles, fun name to say, from Tennessee, Dallin Holker from Colorado State, offensive guard, Javion Cohen from Miami, Ladarius Henderson from Michigan, Christian Mahogany from Boston College, Dylan McMahon from NC State, Gottlieb Idize from Maryland, Let's root against that. I don't want to have to learn that name. Quarterback. Sidebar. I am positively shocked that neither Michael Pratt or Spencer Rattler, who again I'm not a big fan of, shocked that either one of them did not come off the board in the 4th round. But my quarterbacks: Michael Pratt, Tulane; Jordan Travis, Florida State; Sam Hartman, Notre Dame; Spencer Rattler, South Carolina; Joe Milton, Tennessee; Tua's little brother, Tua's little brother from Maryland; Devin Leary from Kentucky. Defense, my best of the rest: Christian Boyd, Northern Iowa; Leonard Taylor, the University of Miami; Gabe Hall, Baylor; Tyler Davis, Clemson. Edge rusher, I have just one: Cedric Johnson from Mississippi. Linebacker, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. from Clemson; Jalen Ford from Texas; Jordan McGee, Temple, really underrated kid; Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State; Jackson Sermon from Cal; Curtis Jacobs from Penn State. Safety, Bo Braid from Maryland; Mark Perry, TCU; James Williams, Miami; Josh Proctor, Ohio State. Cornerback, Josh Newton from TCU; Shao Wade Smith from Washington State; Kalen King, Penn State; Tarheeb Still from Maryland.
I just like that you just said Tua. You just completely gave up. You're just like, yep, Tua's little brother. Can't do it. That was my favorite part of that whole thing. I do want to give a quick shout out, just as we are here in the draft, and it just, what the heck happened to my draft feed? Anyway, Arizona just took Xavier Thomas, an edge from Clemson. Wanted to give a quick shout out to Xavier. Went to college with his sister, so I know a little bit of their family. Congratulations, Xavier. Battled a lot of injuries through.
That's right. Was that at 138, Brendan?
Like I said, my feed just like went kaplook. Like it just stopped. It was just like, nah, I'm done. But I believe that was correct, that Arizona took him there. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to X and his family, and congratulations to you guys for battling the adversity of injuries, having a good career at Clemson, winning a couple rings at Clemson, and hearing your name called. That's a great accomplishment. So
as Tarheeb Still, Maryland's cornerback, came off at 137 to the Chargers.
And Xavier was the next pick at 138. So yes, that was correct. Jordan McGee from Temple just got selected by Washington, and the Chargers are now on the clock. So you guys heard your list from Bob of best of the rest. So I guess I got to give you the radio outro too, and just say that was Bob Rose's best of the rest of the 2024 NFL Draft, brought to you by Great Value Blend Coffee. Need a pick-me-up? Don't have enough money for espresso? Head to Walmart right now and get your Great Value Blend Coffee for the low price of $3.99. When we come back, more of the 2024 NFL Draft here on the Bayou Blitz podcast. And there you go. That was your really bad read for whatever, made up read for whatever, for Great Value Blend Coffee. I bet they didn't know when they woke up today that Great Value Blend Coffee would get mentioned about 20 times during an NFL Draft podcast. But there you go. You're welcome, Walmart, or wherever that coffee's from.
Walmart / the dollar store. That's where I pick up my Great Value coffee, is either Walmart or Dollar General.
There you go. I hate Dollar General. One of my least favorite stores in the world, because every time I go into one of those, there's like one person working and they're stocking, they're doing the cash, like they're doing everything, and you're trying to walk up and down the aisles while the middle, it's like somebody started stocking about half the aisle and they got halfway down the aisle and they had to stop, so you got to move whatever they're stocking to continue down the aisle. It's one of my least favorite places in the world. But you know, it's good value. I guess it's actually great value. Good Lord, this is day 3 for you guys. You've never joined us for day 3. It is all over the
I do. I'm not ashamed to admit that I do most of my grocery shopping. When it's my turn to grocery shop, I get most of it done at Dollar General. There are a couple of things I refuse to buy. I won't buy meats, and not that I've ever seen produce in Dollar General, but if I did, I wouldn't buy it. So I mean, you're talking canned stuff, bottled stuff, things like that.
You don't get like Oscar Mayer like packaged deli meat or anything at
I've seen not Bob sausages. I've seen not Bob Evans, but Jimmy Dean. I still won't. First of all, I would buy Bob Evans sausage over Jimmy Dean any day of the week. But and by the way, I have bought Great Value sausage.
Okay, I mean, no judgment, man. Like we've all been there.
Hey, and I'm not naming anybody specifically. Not a multi-billion-dollar organization at all. But start paying me, and I'll be able to afford to feed my family something other than Great Value meats
and Great Value coffee.
And great. Well, now I might not change from the Great Value coffee. I might stand pat.
Okay. Well, we got an endorsement deal coming.
But yeah, I mean, even if I did see an Oscar Mayer or a Bob Evans or other name brand meats or anything else at Dollar General, I do like my family, so I don't think I would. I don't think I would chance it with them. If I was still a single guy or living in a bachelor apartment, different story. I took a lot of chances with my dietary health back then, but a little bit different story now. Yeah.
Libby said, "Damn, so Dollar General is the same no matter where you live." Yes. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you're in the Pittsburgh area. It doesn't mean if you're in the Charlotte market. It doesn't matter. They are. I also have this running joke with Katie about Dollar General, and I do think it's absolutely true. And this is me coming from a guy who travels for work, drives all around the country. It is when you are in the middle of nowhere on like a one-lane highway and you haven't seen anything for miles, and then all of a sudden you look to the right, you're like, oh, look, it's a Dollar General. So, I can't wait for someone to like climb a mountain that's never been climbed before. They get to the top and they think they're the first person to ever be at the peak of the mountain, and they're like, dang it, Dollar General beat me up here. That's Dollar General. It's always in the middle of nowhere.
Yep. And if it's in a semi-suburban neighborhood, at best you'll see a string of crack houses, then Dollar General. If it's in a very rural environment, you'll see a string of farmhouses or farmland, then Dollar General. Or like you said, absolutely nothing, and then Dollar General.
Or the final one is if it is in a somewhat populated area, it is always in the shopping strip that is run down, and it's like the last store left.
The last store and the smallest store.
Right. It is like it's always next to, and obviously there's different grocery stores depending on where you are in the world, but whether it's like a Kroger, a Publix, a Food Lion, a Winn-Dixie, or whatever, you have that giant space that's empty because the grocery stores moved, and then right next to it is this tiny little Dollar General that has just stayed put while every other business has moved out of that shopping center.
Yeah, the giant Dollar General, the Dollar General superstores, they're the ones that are in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they're huge. They take up like an acre lot, and you're like, why? You don't need this many parking spaces. There's literally four people live within a 5-mile radius of here. And 2 of them work here, so like that is accurate. That is accurate. I don't think Dollar General knew that they were going to get so much airtime today as well. But congratulations to Dollar General, Walmart, Great Value brand. You're getting all the free publicity.
Yeah, right. Free publicity. We have to better prepare ourselves next year. To maybe get a couple dollars of sponsorship from these people.
All of them. You know what? Screw. If we're going to talk about bad places to go shop, we're going to talk about good places to go shop too, because it's just sitting on my desk here. Is Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is the greatest spot to stop when you're driving down wherever. because and if you guys haven't seen one or been to one, stop. It is a once in a lifetime experience. It is 200 gas pumps. It is a gas station, a grocery store, and a retail store all thrown into one. It's wonderful. It's great. You can literally shop for anything there. And in the middle of the store, you got people yelling fresh brisket like every 2 minutes.
I'd go there just for that. Not to eat it, just to experience it.
It is an experience. We're getting one close to me in Charlotte, but I don't think they've got that far north. I think it's just like Texas, Florida, some of the Carolinas. I think Georgia might have broke ground on one. Calvin said more like 700 gas pumps. Yeah, right. You are right. It is crazy. It's I think the largest ones, if coming from where I live, going west towards like Knoxville, Nashville, like you're driving down the interstate and like the sun is blocked while you're driving down the interstate. You're like, what's going on? You're like, oh, look, it's Buc-ee's. Libby said,
so if you're driving along and you have a companion in the car with you, and you know your traveling companion says, "I have to use the restroom," you know, when's the next place we could stop to pee? If the sun is suddenly blocked out, all you have to do is say, "Don't worry, there's a Buc-ee's coming up."
Exactly.
Okay.
And to be completely honest, just because you knew him, when we were on certain trips, Art and I, if there was a Buc-ee's within like 50 miles, it was like, we're holding it. We're going to stop at Buc-ee's and get whatever we ended up getting. But let's see. Libby says, I've only been to Buc-ee's a few times. I really liked it. Always on my way to Pensacola. Yeah. It's really clean too for like as large as it is. You wouldn't think it is, but it is super clean. And well lit, which, you know, when you're traveling really late at night, that's also a plus too. You don't want to stop at a gas station and it just be like pitch black. You know, so yeah. Gumbo, Buc-ee's is the king of the South, biggest restrooms in the world. That is true too. So Bob, next time you drive down this way or down the floor or whatever, if you're in Texas for whatever reason, it's worth your time. Worth your time.
I have seen Buc-ee's before, but only when I have been in the deeper South. Been years since I've been to Texas, you know, outside of an airport stop or an airport layover. But yeah, I've seen them in. I don't remember if it's Mississippi or Georgia. I've seen them in the Carolinas. I've seen them in Tennessee.
I was gonna say, the next time you guys come down here, if you don't fly, if you drive it to come down to Charlotte, within the next 2 years, you should have one on your way down 85. But, you know, whatever. Back to the draft and not, you know, Dollar Generals and Buc-ee's and Great Value Coffee. I guess we should catch you up. There we go. Is that what you're gonna do every time I say it now? Calvin said I've only been once leaving Georgia to go to New Orleans. Yeah, so I guess there's probably one in Alabama then. Let's see. We said McGee, Hart, the corner from Notre Dame, comes off the board. Georgia's center comes off the board. Van Pran Granger. That is going to be a massively long last name on a jersey. That is a hyphen and a space, but. Indianapolis is on the clock, pick 142. So, you know, the Saints pick is a coming.
Indianapolis went Oregon State wide receiver Anthony Gould. And you said the Georgia center went to Buffalo at 141.
Yes, that is right. Van Pran Granger. Like I said, that is a long last name. That is going to be more than just shoulder to shoulder. It's going to have to like curve a little bit. There you go. That is one. If one of you guys in the chat wants to look this up, just because curiosity kills the cat, what is the longest last name in NFL history?
Ooh.
One of you guys look that up for me.
Yeah, I don't got the energy to look it up.
I'll do it. Longest last name in NFL history. Oh, you know what? This is a good trivia question, Bob. I'm going to hit you with it. Ready? Former New Orleans Saint, who has the longest last name in NFL history, was 15 letters.
Is it a brand? And this is just a guess. Was it a Bramowitz?
No.
Okay.
Good guess. Now I got to count how many letters that other guy's last name was. 2, 3, 4, 5.
And you said he was a Saint. We need Alan Ulrich. Instead, he's revisiting his teenage years by going to Jazz Fest, I believe he said he was doing.
That is right. Let's see. What else can I tell you without giving it away? Let's see.
I doubt I'd come up with it.
Let's see. 10 years in the league. Known for his time in New England. Is that right? Yeah. I would say I'd probably remember him for his time in New England.
Oh, Who Man.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Who Man has the longest. And Gumbo just threw it in there. I think it was a tight end Samoan. Yep, that's right. Valdez Scantling. Is that 15 letters too? That one maybe.
Listen, it's day 3 of the NFL draft. I ain't counting.
I'm gonna do it. Valdez 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fine, man. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's why he's Valdez Scantling is tied for the longest last name in NFL history. Does it count if you have a hyphen, though?
I was just going to ask that. I think you have to count it if it's hyphenated because that's a character.
Well, I'm saying, is it count as the longest last name because it's technically 2 last names?
Good point. Although, is it when you hyphenate a word, doesn't that create or doesn't that make it into one word?
I'm not doing this on day 3. Because in my mind, I'm thinking hyphenated. Like if you take your mom's, like say your parents divorced and you change your name and it's like your actual last name and your mom's maiden name and you hyphenate it, right? That's what I think. So in my mind, it's like that's 2 last names. But yeah. I don't know, honestly. Like ones that come to mind, like Valdez Scantling, like there was one, and this is my basketball, he was a big prospect before he committed to Kentucky. He was Michael Kidd. When he got to Kentucky, he added Gilchrist. So it was Michael Kidd hyphenated Gilchrist.
And I remember him as Gilchrist. I had no idea who you were talking about when you said Michael Kidd.
Yeah, so it's Michael Kidd Gilchrist is the full name, but he added that later. So in my mind, it's like, well, you just added like a second last name. I don't know. That for people, somebody's got to know that somewhere. So if you guys feel like it, great. If not, it is what it is. But there you go. We don't know what is a last name. I don't know.
What is a last name?
You have one of the shortest last names probably that's possible. So I don't know a shorter last name than 4 letters either.
No, there are. Like my name could be Bob Fu.
Okay, well that's true. That's true. There was a guy, Zhao Qi, was an NBA player for a short time. QI, so that's 2. Yeah, you're right. Let's see where we're at. Gould goes. The
last one I have is Gould going to the Colts at 142.
The Falcons selected. My computer is not wanting to work with me today. That's fine. They selected the linebacker out of Notre Dame.
JT Bertrand, yeah.
Thank you. Like my computer's like, it'll update it and it'll tell me where we're at, and then other times it'll just go back and it say like we're at pick like 140. So it's like this isn't right. I must say that there's a guy with a really good name that's still on the board. So You know, do the Saints look Brendan Rice?
Yeah, and that's close enough to Brendan Rose that he could be the official Bayou Blitz mascot.
Same initials, only off on the first name by one letter, only off on the last name 2 letters. So that is pretty close. You know, if Jeremiah Trotter is still there, is that someone that I know you're going best available at this point, but for the most part, but is Jeremiah Trotter a guy where you're like, you know what, probably the best available linebacker? It's a linebacker's position of need. You have the family ties of being in the league. Though the Saints haven't had great success drafting Clemson linebackers, and we talked about Stephon Anthony last night. But yeah, is that something you maybe do?
Absolutely, and Jeremiah Trotter is the best overall player on my entire who's left board. Yeah, and again, we talked about Willie Gay being on a 1-year deal. Demario Davis, 35 years old. Pete Werner coming into a contract year. I mean, we know Jeremiah Trotter can fill up a stat sheet with tackles, so we know he's always around the football. We know he has the football bloodline, so the awareness is there. He's not the athlete that his dad was, but he's good enough to not be a liability in zone coverage. Man is a different story. I would coming into today, Jeremiah Trotter was on my short list of players at any position that I would have been okay if the Saints package picks to go get in the 4th round. So yeah, absolutely. If Trotter's there, I think you take him.
We're at pick 145. Booker, the edge rusher from Kansas, goes to the Chicago Bears. The Bears had a lot of picks today.
Mm-hmm.
Good for them, I guess. But I mean, the team that's rebuilding it, that's exactly where you want to be. Is have a lot of picks, have the flexibility to move around if you want, and yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that's what essentially we have seen the Panthers do. Yep. One of the reasons why I like their draft.
Even though they didn't have the number 1 overall pick because they traded it for Bryce Young, but that's fine. Are we going to look back at that trade? Is that going to be one of those trades we look back at and go, wow, like they gave up a lot? Because essentially you gave up, at this point, and I don't know the other picks that were involved, but you gave up DJ Moore and Caleb Williams for Bryce Young.
It'll be scrutinized until the end of time if Bryce Young is a flop and Caleb Williams is even decent. Like puts together a couple playoff runs, maybe a Pro Bowl here or there. I think at that point, Bryce Young is probably mentioned in the conversation as biggest bust of all time because of what you gave up what you ultimately gave up to get him. I don't believe Bryce Young is going to be a bust. I think he's going to be a serviceable NFL player and more better. I mean, I like Bryce coming out of college. But just like we said, you and I said before when we were talking about how Caleb Williams could have done or might be able to, what Caleb Williams could potentially do, what Justin Fields was able to do with the lack of support that he got. It's all obviously it's on Bryce Young's shoulders and on his arm, how well he does. But part of that is how much talent is he going to be surrounded by? Are the Carolina Panthers going to support him, not only in giving players around him, but coaching the coaches and coaching philosophy necessary to make it easier for him to be a success?
Fair. Absolutely. Where is the Saints' second pick of the 5th round? Comp pick, 170.
Yeah.
Got it. So you have another pick, Abrams Drainey from Missouri, going to Denver, Tennessee on the clock. Bob, you're looking at this. There's a couple ways the Saints could go. Obviously, we've talked about best available. Is there any offensive linemen? We haven't talked about linemen here in a little bit. Is there any offensive linemen that are sticking out to you?
Yeah, unless I missed something, Javion Cohen from Miami. The U is still there. Ladarius Henderson, the other starting guard alongside Zach Zender, and we know how good the Michigan Wolverines line was. Uh, you have Christian Mahogany, starter at Boston College. Coming off of a knee injury, which is going to further limit his mobility, and he was kind of a plotter anyway. To me, Christian Mahogany doesn't have the athletic profile for what we think is going to be this offensive scheme and line blocking scheme that Clint Kubiak likes to run. But a player that does fit that profile is NC State guard Dylan McMahon. So yeah, Cohen, Henderson, Mahogany, McMahon. I could see any of them, being a potential pick too.
What about, and the Saints have taken a tackle, and I don't know if tackle's a huge need right here. Is there any tackle on the board that you feel like, you know what, if they can't play tackle, maybe they can play guard? That kind of stands out to you at this point? I know one of the higher rated tackles that's left is Christian Jones out of Texas.
Yeah,
he's not a guy that I think could slide inside.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think any of the tackles at this stage are either big guys with raw potential, like kind of like a Landon Young was a few years ago, or guys that you project would slide inside to guard or an interior spot. What about a tight end? I mean, we mentioned Jaheim Bell, bulked up receiver, very much in the Juwan Johnson mode. Do you double up there?
I don't know about that. I look at the tight ends, and it's hard because, like I said, I think we both agree that there's a mold for tight end that the Saints need, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't see anybody that really fits that mold super well. Maybe the kid from Arizona, just because of his size. But even then, you're asking a guy who is primarily used as a receiver, like, hey, do you will you compete as a blocker?
Mm-hmm.
Or you would rather have somebody who has proven to compete as a blocker be there, and I think that's where it gets a little tough, a little tricky.
Now, how about wide receiver? Again, neither one of us necessarily termed it as a need, unless you were targeting a physical pass catcher that had the style of play that Michael Thomas did. But I mean, you're at this point at wide receiver. I think you need bodies to compete on the depth chart, because you only have 6 on your roster right now. Obviously, Olave, Shaheed, A.T. Perry. But you also have Cedric Wilson, Stanley Morgan, and Equanimus St. Brown. So, I mean, if maybe you look at receiver here, smaller guy, slot specialist like a Jaquan Jackson or a Jamari Thrash, small school guy, Jalen Coker, Josh Cephas. Here's your big physical guy in Cornelius Johnson from Michigan, or Johnny Wilson from Florida State. I would put Brendan Rice in that category too.
I was going to say Johnny Wilson's he's built. He's not quite built to be an NFL receiver. Dropped a lot of passes last year. I guess I can be biased with Brendan Rice, but I'm also and I said this yesterday, I'm really in the camp that if there's a guy that you like and he's rated really similar to another guy, but he has bloodlines that have played in the league, I really think that's an undervalued aspect of the draft process. And it doesn't have to be NFL. If they played a pro sport, period, look at Patrick Mahomes, and his father was a pitcher. Right.
Yeah.
And you can go across multiple sports where you can see okay, their father played at some professional level. There is a sense of professionalism that comes with it because you saw dad or you saw mom do it for such a long time at such a high level. I think there's some value there. Now Brendan Rice is 6'2".
I have him listed at 6'3".
So, he was able to stretch the field a little bit. Caleb Williams, was his quarterback and all that good stuff. But you're not getting a guy who's going to be like a day one star, and you're not, in the 5th round. But a guy who could compete, a guy who could be receiver 4, receiver 5 potentially. Maybe. But I think with the way this is kind of falling, the Saints might be able to look at this and go, like, there's a couple linebackers that the Saints could go with that I don't think any of us would be too upset with. We're talking about offensive guard. What about the Samoan kid from Utah? I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, but he was a right guard in college, but he also played some tackle at Utah as well. And we were just talking about guys that could play both positions.
Well, I mean, yeah, again, that fits at least the previous profile that we know the Saints liked out of their offensive linemen. Give me a guy, especially if he's going to be a depth guy, give me a guy that can legitimately come in and play one of a couple of positions. We've seen the Saints be able to have a deep offensive line because of players exactly like that. My question is, and I know the kid you're talking about, I got to admit, I did not watch film on him. My question is, okay, it's great that you can play multiple positions, but can you play multiple positions well? Would be the next question. I mean, are you a liability at any or even all of these positions? And I don't know this about the guy. Broncos just went Notre Dame running back Audric Esteem from Notre Dame. That's at 147.
So the guy I was talking about, I'm going to give it a shot. Satoa Lumea, the junior guard from Utah. He started 19 games at right guard in his career, 25 at right tackle.
Based off starting that many games, you're not a bad player.
Yeah, right. Especially in 3 years, he's a junior. So 6'4", 311, probably slotted more to play inside than outside.
No doubt.
Having the experience at both may be a benefit to the Saints. I just got this update, so I'll share it with you guys. Detroit shatters the NFL draft attendance record, 700,000 in Detroit this weekend.
I mean, good for Detroit. I mean, the prices at hotels, the cost of meal in restaurants, they're going to rise significantly for an event like this. So, an economy such as Detroit, Michigan, they got a big boost. So, congratulations to that city and to that region.
Absolutely. I'm going to throw this out there just for giggles. You brought him up once, but Spencer Rattler's still on the board. Any chance in the world the Saints go quarterback with one of these two in the 5th round?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. The Kubiak-Shanahan system. As Brock Purdy is obviously the example everybody is going to cite. But even going back to Clint Stad Gary or Kyle Shanahan's system or Mike Shanahan's system, guys like Matt Schaub, Jake Plummer, Kirk Cousins, who a lot of people forget he was a final round draft choice. Even Brian Greasy, only a 3rd round pick from Michigan, but put together a few seasons. In other words, overlooked quarterbacks, cast-offs from other teams, they have been able to perform well in this type of system. So, again, we're not saying this because a potential quarterback draftee at this stage certainly is going to provide no competition for Derek Carr. But if quarterback's the pick, you got to believe that with Michael Pratt from Tulane still there, if they go Spencer Rattler or frankly any other quarterback, that would have at least a certain portion of an already fan base is biased against Dennis Allen turn on him just a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say you'd be pretty accurate with that one. Saints are now on the clock.
I know Ohio State linebacker Tommy Eichenberg went to the Raiders at 148.
I do not have the pick for the Bengals yet.
Yeah, I don't either. Bengals is just flashing across my screen now. Did the Raiders and they're saying Bengals are at 149.
Right.
So maybe the Bengals and Raiders swapped. But yeah, I mean, Tommy Eichenberg is off the board, and unless the Bengals are going, drafting Jeremiah Trotter, he's the guy that we've been talking about. Him or one of the guards. What do you do if you're New Orleans?
I like Trotter a lot. And like I said, I mean, and this isn't necessarily what New Orleans is thinking, but you drafted a guard in the 4th round last year. And if you have any faith, and I've said this before, if you have any faith in Salisbury, you let him compete this year. You bring in some sort of veteran and you let him compete. I think it would say a lot if you don't, and you don't get another guard. So that's kind of where I'm looking if I'm New Orleans, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. Not only because of what you just mentioned, but you also brought in, and bear with me, I got to find the guy from Minnesota, the former Viking that they signed, the guard tackle. You still have Dalton Risner out there. You still have Andrus Peat out there. You still have Trey Turner out there. So yeah, I mean, if you're not entirely comfortable with your guard spot, I don't think a 5th round pick is going to make you feel much more secure. It certainly wouldn't make you feel any more secure than what signing a veteran, with some starting experience or with some NFL success would make you.
I think that's kind of where I sit with a lot of it too. Is grabbing a veteran guy. I think makes a lot more sense for New Orleans than having 2 really young guys compete for that one spot. Josh Newton was the pick for the Bengals, the defensive back from TCU.
Okay.
So the Saints are on the clock. The pick is apparently in. Let's head over to Twitter and see if we can get a jump on this. Let's see. Where's our buddy John? Is John on this already? Oh, no. Okay. You guys want it? I love it. I love it. The New Orleans Saints are taking Spencer Rattler at 150. I love it. I've liked the kid for a long time, and I don't think he's going to compete to be a starter. But just to stir the pot of this fan base, I love it. I love it. Spencer Rattler is the Saints selection at 150. It doesn't help the Saints at all. I love it from like a selfish standpoint, but from the chaos. Yeah, for the chaos. Yeah, like for the chaos that this is going to ensue, I love it. I love what Twitter's about to be. But for the sake of like this helping the Saints at all, it doesn't.
I have no words.
You said draft the best available. What if he was the best available on their board?
Well, yeah. I mean, and I say this often. I'm not gonna say. I mean, it's far. I'm not. None of us are qualified to say, "Oh yeah, this kid sucks. That kid sucks." A, these are kids. And B, they're getting a chance to play in the NFL. C, the reason they're getting a chance to play in the NFL is because they play pretty damn well in college. So none of us have the right or the qualifications to say that so-and-so sucks. What I don't mind doing, though, is questioning the fit for a team or for a system or the logic of a particular pick. And I mean, a fifth round pick, no matter who it was going to be, no matter what position it was going to be, your odds are against a fifth round pick helping your team immediately. Again, you don't count on that. You look for system fits. And we have said all along, not only today, but leading up to the draft, when talking about the possibility of a day 3 quarterback, we all believed it was going to happen. It was just a question of when and who it was going to be. So I'm not going to sit here and say, I mean, based off of what I've seen and what I know, I would have preferred Michael Pratt, even Sam Hartman for the position. Jordan Travis was healthy. I would have preferred him. But Clint Kubiak is the offensive coordinator for the New Orleans Saints, not Bob Rose. So Clint Kubiak knows, at least thinks knows what he thinks he sees on whether that's going to be a system fit or not.
Well, remember last night, it was late in the evening. We were getting a little goofy. We were saying things that could happen realistically. And all of us said quarterback. I don't think any of us would have predicted 5th round.
No, I was thinking if so, if it was going to be the 5th round, later in the 5th, like with one of their comp picks.
Right. And also, and this kind of goes back to what I just said, was he the best player on the Saints board? I don't think you or I, or if Alan was with us, would have thought that Spencer Rattler would be there at 150.
No, I didn't. I thought he and Pratt would both be off the board by at the latest midway through the 4th round.
Right, and I even said I was a little surprised that there wasn't a panic team watching 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12 that reached a little bit to get a quarterback that they liked. I'm surprised a little bit we didn't see a little run in the 3rd round on quarterbacks or anything, because I figured Spencer Rattler would have been in that tier that would have had the run of quarterbacks. So the fact you get him in the 5th round, but also now you have a very crowded quarterback room of young guys.
You're crowded with human beings, not crowded with quality.
Yes. So now you look at 170, and again, you're the guy who says draft for best fit and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Not best fit, but best available over best fit. But does that change a little bit at 170 when you're looking at your board? Because you did not address this is where the chaos is going to be fun, Bob. This is where the chaos is going to be a lot of fun. Because the last 2 picks the Saints have made have not addressed an immediate need. And that's what's going to tick a lot of people off in this fan base is outside of tackle. And remember, there's people that didn't want the Saints to take a tackle.
Yeah, well, we won't, but we've questioned their sanity, though.
So you're going to have a lot of people that are like, what are the Saints doing? I think you got good value for Spencer Rattler. It wasn't a need, though, at all. Yeah. You got really good value for a guy because he shouldn't have been there. But again, and going back to the conversation we were having earlier, what does this say about Jake Haener and how the Saints feel about him when they go and draft a quarterback the very next year? I think that speaks volumes on where they think he is and how they think he's going to fit in the system as well. Because you don't keep 2 guys on a roster like that for multiple years. You might get away with it for 1 year, but for multiple years, you're not going to keep both of them down the road for an extended period of time.
No, I highly doubt that. And I mean, think of what this could potentially work out for your depth chart. Obviously, get Derek Carr as your starter. So you mean to tell me that there's any possibility? I suppose anything is possible, but how strong would the possibility be that your quarterback depth chart looks like Derek Carr and 2 and 3 would be Spencer Rattler, rookie day 3 pick, and Jake Haener, 2nd year day 3 pick, who essentially is going to be a rookie next year.
Yeah, because
no experience whatsoever. I cannot see that happening.
I don't either. So I'm thinking, I mean, you're not going to get like value at this point for Jake Haener. You're not going to be able to trade him and get like a veteran quarterback. So you're kind of on the same thought line of mine is where's the veteran help in that locker or in that quarterback room? Because right now, outside of Derek Carr, and don't anybody dare say Nate Peterman to me. You don't have any. And what did I say earlier today? Right? Wasn't I the one who said like, it's a little weird that the Saints valued backup quarterbacks so much over the last few years, so now it's just kind of like an afterthought. Where is that experience coming in? Again, I like the pick for value. I like the pick for chaos. I like the pick for the fact that I really liked the kid throughout his college career. But
I just think it's hilarious, and I literally had just got done saying if the Saints go quarterback here, you've got to believe that it would be Michael Pratt over Spencer Rattler just to win, in a feeble attempt to try to win over some fans. Yeah, well, let's what the hell? Let's root for more chaos.
yes.
I want another quarterback at 170.
Do you want me to read some of the Twitter comments?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay, great.
Yeah, of course I do.
All right, so this has come. I'm going to start with the Saints official Twitter post. One guy tweets, got a top 5 quarterback in the 5th round. I don't know about that. Terrible pick. Brendan Rice was right there. LMAO. One guy says he could be a star at the next level. I'm kind of liking the pick, not going to lie. Decent pick, but we could get Mahogany, please, Loomis. Love it. Kubiak.
Was that from Matt? Was that from Alan's son, Matt Ulrich?
No, it was from at Eno Benjamin season. So that's my favorite Twitter account. I'm going to go give him a follow real quick. Followed. You got it, Eno Benjamin season. You just got to follow.
And NOLA.com, I'm not going to open the article since we're on the air, but NOLA.com actually just posted an article titled, "Is he Derek Carr heir at quarterback?" What?
That heir, like, Derek Carr's been here for a year, buddy. I mean, in all honesty, like, could this be the guy that they groom? Maybe.
I get it's a day 3 pick.
It's a 5th round pick. I like it. I like the swagger that he plays with. I liked him at I really liked his I liked him at Oklahoma. I know it didn't work out. I liked the adversity he went through and then played extremely well at South Carolina. But again, it's like you said, it's a day 3 pick. You can't, I don't know, you can't sit there and tell me that this kid's going to be the starter in the next few years. It could happen. But
well, sure. We're not saying it's not either. Again, Dak Prescott, 4th round, maybe 5th, but I think 4th round, Mississippi State, was a starter was forced into starting as a rookie. Of course, the example everybody wants to use, Tom Brady, 7th round pick, starter in his 2nd year. Brock Purdy, 7th round pick, starter in his rookie year. But all of those were caused because of catastrophic injuries to your starter.
Right. Here's one. Probably my favorite comment so far is Saints fans going to have a parade for drafting Derek Carr's replacement. It makes me laugh because people really think that. That's why it's my favorite so far. Like, no, like Derek Carr is not being replaced. Now, again, if we want to stir the chaos pot a little bit, Derek Carr's contract is very movable. Like, you can move on from it very easily after this year. But Derek Carr's season would have to be, like, catastrophically bad for you to be like, let's move on from Derek Carr and just give the keys to Spencer Rattler.
Well, and if it's that bad, you're not going to give the keys to your 5th round pick. You're probably going to be drafting in the top of the draft where you're going to, what? Draft a quarterback.
No, but hear me out. And this is the other part of Tate making this pick. And I know you and me and a lot of people have not started scouting for next year because, well, but next year's quarterback class allegedly is one of the worst classes of the last 20 years. So could you?
I mean, the only thing that pops to mind is the kid from Texas, Ewers, Cam Rising. If he stays in one piece at Utah, might be up there. Those are the only 2 names at that position that come to mind off the top of my head.
So could there be a potential that the Saints are like, we need to grab another young quarterback because Jake Hayner's not going to be the guy, and going, well, next year's class is terrible, So do we go ahead and grab a guy that we like here, opposed to going into next year and having to burn a first-round pick if we really like a guy? Maybe. I'm trying to justify it. I don't know if I really can justify the pick, but I'm trying.
Yeah, there's only one way to justify this pick, and that's this. Again, what I've been preaching all along. Clint Kubiak saw something in Spencer Rattler that made him say to Dennis Allen and Mickey Loomis, I think this guy could be, this guy has all the traits that I want for my system. I want to see if I can develop him. It isn't, and B, I want to bring in some competition for Jake Haener because I am not convinced that he has the traits to play well in my system. It has nothing to do with for the future other than potential developmental qualities. It has nothing to do with competition for Derek Carr. Has nothing to do with, I think this guy could be a starter for the future. Because if he did, you would have been that team to grab him in the second or third round. It didn't happen. Quarterbacks next year, Carson Beck, Georgia. We mentioned Ewers from Texas. Shadur Sanders from Colorado. Jalen Milroe from Alabama. And Riley Leonard from Notre Dame.
So,
Enough said.
Yeah. So, I mean, that could have been it too. But I'm going to throw this out. This just got tweeted out, so I'm going to read this. Saints drafting quarterbacks in the Drew Brees era. You guys ready for quarterbacks drafted by the
you love this stat. I know you do.
I do. I love this. Saints drafting quarterbacks in the Drew Brees era is 2010, Sean Canfield. 2015, Garrett Grayson. That was a 7th-round pick for Canfield, 3rd-round pick for Garrett Grayson. Since Brees retired, Saints drafting quarterbacks. 4th round, Ian Book. 4th round, Jake Haener. 5th round, Spencer Rattler. They've drafted more quarterbacks since Drew retired than they did his whole Saints career. Now, that's not a knock on the Saints because you had your quarterback there, but does this not tell you you're really scrambling to figure this out?
I say again, no. I mean, there are coaches, and I don't remember. I want to say it was Mike Holmgren, but there are coaches that believe that no matter who your quarterback is, that you should look to draft a quarterback every single year. Might not be, probably won't be at the top of the draft if you have your guy, but towards the back half, because that's how you find Kurt Warner. Yeah, it was Holmgren. That's how you find Kurt Warner's. Mark Brunell's, Tom Brady's, Brock Purdy's, things like that.
Yes, but
I get it.
That's a lot. That is a lot of. It's a lot of quarterbacks. 3 quarterbacks in 3 years, 4 years drafted in day 3, hoping somebody would stick. Book didn't.
But I see the logic behind it, though.
I do. I see some of the logic behind it. But again, what's going to drive this fan base crazy is you now have, if you count Taysom Hill at quarterback,
I don't, but go on.
I know, but if you have 6 quarterbacks on the roster right now, and if you don't count Taysom Hill at quarterback, which Bob doesn't, you have 5 quarterbacks on the roster with a grand total of what, 2 of them that have started an NFL game? Right, 2. Derek Carr, Nate Peterman. Mon's never started a game, right?
If he has, it's been one as an emergency starter, but I don't think he has.
You have no experience in that room. And this is a team that it's not like they're close to competing in the NFC. They're close to competing in the NFC South because the NFC South's that bad.
Right.
And this pick didn't, and somebody said it a little bit ago, right? I got to scroll back up. Corey said it a little bit ago. It seems like all these teams are getting better, and here the Saints are staying stagnant. Well, the organization is not helping themselves right now because, well, this pick doesn't help the Saints right now. So what are the Saints like? What's the goal here? All right. Again, I like Spencer Rattler. I like the pick, just not now, not with the needs that you have. That's where the concerns are. That's where the concerns are. So let's catch you up on some of the picks after Spencer Rattler. Colts go safety out of Missouri. Carlos Smith, the receiver from Texas A&M, goes to Philadelphia. Prince, the corner from Ole Miss, to Jacksonville. Jackson, the edge rusher from Washington State. And finally, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. comes off the board. He goes to the Philadelphia Eagles at 155. I think that is a good pick for Philly. So, guys, drop in the comments how you guys feeling about
where Jeremiah Trotter Sr. played was Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, there you go. Guys, let me know how you guys are feeling about the pick, where your logic is. Bob and I talked about it a little bit now, about 4 or 5 picks after, but how are you guys feeling about Spencer Rattler? I'm going to let you guys let that sink in. Let's see. Calvin said, let's go back through some of these comments. Boom. All right. Calvin said, shaking my head. Rattler right now is the second best quarterback on the roster.
And he might be.
Sonny said, really a quarterback? Calvin said, I was cool with a quarterback, but dang, they have a hole at guard they're not addressing. Libby said, OMG. Calvin said it needs a guard, a defensive tackle, a safety, maybe even a tackle, a receiver, possibly a linebacker, maybe even a punter, and they go with a quarterback. DA is going to go sign Odell Beckham Jr. to win over fans.
You want me to paint you out a scenario that would be a nightmare scenario for a lot of Saints fans? It's this. Could Dennis Allen be drafting for the future? And we talked about Kool-Aid McKinstry and how that's an eye towards at least 2025. Cool. Unlike Spencer Rattler, Kool-Aid is going to help this team now. Spencer Rattler is not. But here's my question: could Dennis Allen be drafting with an eye to the future? Because he has been given plenty of job security, no matter what happens this year, by the New Orleans front office and ownership.
Potentially. Right. I think ultimately, someone just threw it in the comments. Let me pull that comment back up. Is Fear said that was a Kubiak pick. I think it's more so that than it is having a ton of freedom or anything. I think it's Kubiak going to DA and saying, hey, when I took this job, you told me I'd have the freedom to kind of make decisions here. And I think that was ultimately his decision. Hey, this is what we're going to do. And DA was like, all right, if that's what you want, Kubiak, I got you. And Kubiak said, this is a guy that I really want and I think can run my system extremely effectively. So I think it's more that than anything.
Oh, yeah, 100% this is a Kubiak pick. And I mean, what often happens in these franchises? Now, you do have your occasional dictator or czar of the room. Sean Payton was one. But with what happens with most organizations, they consult with the offensive staff more than just the coordinator. They consult with the defensive staff as a pick is coming up. Hey, who do you like here? And they consult with both sides of the ball. Obviously, the scouts are involved as well. General manager, if they're involved in football making decisions. So, I mean, in other words, it's a collective process. But the draft selection of Spencer Rattler was made because Clint Kubiak liked him, not because Dennis Allen liked him.
That's where I think we are. Let me find this tweet. What do you feel about this coming in a little bit ago is at one point, Spencer Rattler was viewed as a first-round talent. He matured a lot at South Carolina. Let him sit behind Carr in 24, possibly compete in 25. The Saints' QB strategy has been ineffective for most of their 57-year history. Do something different. Disqualifies.
Again, no, Spencer Rattler was not drafted to compete with Derek Carr in 2025. Spencer Rattler was drafted to compete with Jake Haener now. Spencer Rattler was drafted because Clint Kubiak believes that he, or at least thinks he sees something in Spencer Rattler that could fit into his system. Folks, you do not draft a quarterback at this point in the draft thinking that they will be your starter. You don't. That's not saying that it couldn't happen. It certainly has happened. But that's not the kind of philosophy any of these NFL teams have.
And that's, you know what, I think that's enough for right now with Spencer Rattler and the pick. The Saints have another pick coming up here in roughly, 13 selections?
Yep, Michael Pratt, quarterback, Tulane.
Wouldn't that be, you want to talk about Dr. Chaos? Like, that is straight from like a 70s comic to stir it up.
Here, I'll say it. If the Saints draft another quarterback before the end of the day, I will buy. I will buy not only a Spencer Rattler jersey, I will buy a Jake Haener jersey, and I will buy whoever that other quarterback is. I want jerseys of all three backup quarterbacks.
Love it. I love it. You better believe that as soon as some NFL product comes out in trading cards for this season, Spencer Rattler in a Saints uniform is going to be one of the tops towards me. But what do I do with my Jake Haener autographed rookie cards now, Bob? You know me, Bob. I try to pick up a little. If there's a card of a player that in the black and gold, a lot of times I try to go pick one up. But man, wouldn't it be great if I had to go pick up like 4 rookie cards this year of all quarterbacks? Wouldn't that be great? With that, and the almost 500 of you that are with us right now, Bob's face just said, diddly dee, didn't see that one coming. I'm going to go refill on coffee. Bob is clearly taking a cigarette break. What is that, like 8 or 9?
Today or during all 3 days of draft?
Yeah.
I'll let you know when I go back in. I think we're in that range, yeah.
Yeah, I figured we were. I'm going to go refill some coffee. Bob, if you want to continue on Spencer Rattler, by all means, you're welcome to. But the Saints do have another pick coming up. So I'll leave it to your discretion because you're the brains of the operation, going back to a conversation we had 3 hours ago.
More lies.
Not a lie. You're the brains of the operation, so I'll let you handle it, and I'll be right back.
And no, folks, I don't, for any of you in the comments that are speculating that Spencer Rattler would compete for the starting job, I mean no disrespect by what I said, but that's just fact that, that no team drafts a quarterback in the 5th round of an NFL draft, expecting or projecting that player will be a starter at any point in time. That's just not the way it's done. Of course, it can happen. And of course, when you make the pick of any player in any round, you hope that they work out. So, I mean, in a perfect world, Spencer Rattler will just wow these coaches, and will just be the next Brock Purdy or the next Tom Brady or the next Dak Prescott. So, you certainly hope that that's going to happen, but you don't have the expectation of it. Again, Clint Kubiak saw something in Spencer Rattler, coming into today, if not before the draft started altogether, saying if this guy is on the board, or if we can get this guy at some point, I really like his fit for the system that I want to run in New Orleans. So that's why that pick was made, that and to supply competition for Jake Haener. And you never know. Again, I believe it was Mike Holmgren, but Bill Walsh also had that same kind of philosophy. That I have no problem, drafting multiple quarterbacks, in back-to-back years. Because that's how you get draft steals. That's how you get your Tom Brady. They drafted the New England Patriots didn't draft Tom Brady to supply competition for Drew Bledsoe back in the day. The 49ers didn't draft Brock Purdy thinking that he is going to replace Jimmy Garoppolo. The Dallas Cowboys didn't draft Dak Prescott thinking he is going to push or eventually take Tony Romo's job. It's not a logical approach to the draft. But again, that's how you find draft steals are exactly this way. And that there was a trade of a player. Ross Jackson has confirmed that the Denver Broncos have acquired New York Jets defensive lineman John Franklin Myers. I almost said that the Saints did that, but no, the Broncos have acquired John Franklin Myers from the New York Jets. So Sean Payton gets an edge rusher, defensive lineman for his system. But no, I mean, that was the logic behind Spencer Rattler. And again, it's not a bad logic. But for anybody that thinks that Derek Carr should be looking over his shoulder, he's absolutely not. In a perfect world, Rattler or Haener light it up in training camp, and start to make Carr feel like I better play better, or this guy could eventually take my job. But Clint Kubiak, Dennis Allen, they're trying to see if they can find lightning in a bottle here. And really, that's what you do at any position at this stage of the draft, but it's especially at the quarterback position. This guy has traits that we like. This guy has traits that fit our system, that kind of thing. If they felt that strongly that Spencer Rattler could compete with Derek Carr, then he'd have been a first, second, or even third-round draft choice. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, 1 second. All right. Back with you folks. Thanks for your patience. Quick update. I know I missed the last couple picks, but I know Colorado State edge rusher Mohamed Kamara just went to the Miami Dolphins at pick 158. I might even be a little bit behind here. But that's the latest update that I have gotten since I have been outside. And at least according to the NFL Network stream, the Kansas City Chiefs are next up at 159. I'll update you. I know we have advanced notice of some of the picks, so I'll update you when I get that stream up to date. Hunter Norzad, the guard center from Penn State, is the pick for the Chiefs at 159 overall.
Hello.
Welcome back, Brendan.
Thanks.
I'm waiting for my picks to update, but I know NFL Network has us up to 160 now. Hunter Norzad, the guard interior lineman from Penn State, was the Chiefs' pick at 159. Mohamed Kamara, the edge rusher from Colorado State, went to the Dolphins at 158.
Linebacker from Washington goes to Buffalo.
That's at 160.
Yeah, Olo Fashano. Probably butchered that, but that's okay.
Is Jalen Ford, the Texas linebacker, still on the board?
I think so. Let me look. I don't see him coming off the board. Yes, Jalen Ford has not been selected.
Oh, I mean, if you're still thinking or hoping, linebacker, Saints fans, Jalen Ford, Texas, Jackson Sermon, real good off-ball linebacker from Cal, Curtis Jacobs from Penn State. He's a good run defender, but if you're waiting for Curtis Jacobs to put his name with the next great Penn State linebacker at linebacker, it ain't going to happen. He's very limited in space. Very limited with what you could do with him scheme-wise.
Let's see. Let's go back through some of this. Brian says, I'm puzzled with Rattler. Beer said, Lord, they better not pick another quarterback. I guess that's when we were joking about that. Why is Brendan Rice falling? Comes from Fear.
Why is what?
Brendan Rice falling in the draft.
He's not his dad. And Alan kind of alluded to that last night. I said I didn't think Brendan Rice was going to be drafted at all, or if he was, it wasn't going to be a 7th rounder. Bigger guy, fits the on paper prototype for the position.
Write it down.
Has some decent speed. What's that?
So write it down. How many times have we said on paper?
I lost count.
That's great. We love it.
Not as many times as my 8 cigarettes, 11 coffees, 12 Goodell hate references.
Ooh.
But more times than the number of times an F-bomb or an invented word has been used.
We haven't had many invented words this year.
We haven't. I'm disappointed in us.
Yeah. We suck.
We do.
We're going undrafted this year, Bob. Did you know that?
I'm starting to suspect that. I mean, we're still on the board, so that leaves me a little bit disappointed.
Man, that would have been a hell of a prank if we had somebody call us at, like, the Mr. Irrelevant pick. Your phone just starts ringing. Hello?
A lot of running backs still out there.
People must like us, Bob. We're at 517 right now. So thank you guys for day 3, too. Like, you guys could be doing much different things with your Saturday. So we certainly appreciate you guys.
I want to know from you guys and you folks in the comments, is it because we are entertaining or we are informative?
And if you say both, we got to get percentages. Are we like 60% entertaining and 40% informative, like 90-10? Like, where are we at? So definitely drop that in the comments. Why are you hanging out with us today? Because it's Saturday. You could be doing a lot of other things, even if you just have this on in the background. You know, we certainly appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're informative. So if you're how informative, like, give me that ratio, because I know you're not just with us because we're like the most informative people in the world, because we spent about half an hour talking about Dollar General today.
Yeah, and you notice I didn't. I only asked whether it's informative or entertaining. I did not ask for aesthetic value. I did not suggest that. No, nothing personal, Brendan. I did not suggest that either one of us, pretty up someone's phone or television screen.
Mm. Here's an interesting note on Spencer Rattler, just to stir the pot a little bit more for everybody. He says he's often in touch with Archie Manning. That comes from Nick Underhill.
Okay.
Like, that's just not, I don't know. Like, how does that come up in a press, like first media availability? Like, somebody's just like, hey man, like, so you talking with Archie Manning or
right?
Like not Drew Brees. Are you in touch with Archie? I don't know. That's odd to me.
How does that even happen?
How did they get in touch? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
did Rattler go to the Manning camp?
I was just going to suggest that, and wonder out loud how active Archie was in the Manning passing camp.
So, like, that's a good point too. Let's see. We got informative from Fear, informative from Sunny. Fear said 90% informative, 10% entertaining.
All right. So you aren't entertaining at all, Brendan, is what he's telling
yeah,
you.
you're the full 10%. I'm not entertaining at all. Libby said both entertaining and informative, 50-50. Man, that's such a cop-out answer, Libby. Golly.
Well, yeah, listen, I already know that Libby thinks I'm unbalanced. And I know that she doesn't have that opinion by herself. So if you find unbalanced entertaining, I can see that.
Sure. Calvin says both, more so informative, but the best thing to listen, especially in the office. Hey, we appreciate it. We love it. Patrick said, I'm here for the Buc-ee's updates. Hell yeah, brother.
And the Dollar General disrespect continues.
Yeah, well, I mean, can you blame him, Bob? PBM says, I'm just here before I go to the crawfish boil. Hey, we appreciate us being your go-to before you go down and hang out with whatever the Saints got going on down there. We just got laughing face emojis from a couple people.
Well, that tells me that we're entertaining.
Yeah, Brennan should always highlight chat. Hey, I try to get in your guys' chats. I try to, I've done a really bad job lately of throwing some stuff up. So, just so you guys feel nice, here's your comments on the screen. I have done a terrible job of doing that the last few weeks. So, informative, 90-10. Both entertaining and informative. The best comment all day. I'm just here for Buc-ee's updates. Thank you, Patrick. We appreciate that. And here's your just laughing. And Libby saying she does think you were, you're a little, but that's okay. That's okay. All right. So where are we at in this process? We are at pick 163.
Yep. Christian. Do you know who Washington got at 161? I missed that one.
Hampton, the safety from Washington.
Okay.
So Washington State to Washington, D.C. he goes. Not to confuse anybody. Like he's not in D.C. going to D.C. or vice versa. But hopefully you guys kind of understood that already. But you never know.
To my knowledge, Bo Braid, Mark Perry, James Williams, Josh Proctor. Safeties are all still on the board.
Oh, see, Calvin wanted Christian Jones. He said, damn it, Christian Jones is gone.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that wanted that. And I've even seen some mock projections that had Jones going in the third or fourth round.
Let's see. Let's see. Fear also says Under the Dome is also great too. So Bob gets some love. Man, I'm not on a second show. This is it. This is all I do now. I went from what, writing like 5+ articles a week and doing this and doing videos for fantasy and doing stuff like that. So now I'm just here. It's the only spot you guys can find me. Let's see. Will the Saints pick their next third string quarterback? No. Like, my God, we kind of joked about. Could you imagine the uproar? Even if the Saints take quarterback in round 7, could you imagine the uproar?
I want it.
Quarterbacks. Bob's for it. Let's see. How do you guys feel about the Tulane wideout? That's going to be a Bob question more than it is a me question. Libby said, I really want someone we need, like really need. I want O-line or edge. Yeah, you and probably the rest of the fan base. I'm a little surprised. Like, I didn't dig too deep here on like comments, and I guess I'll go more into it, but I wasn't seeing a whole lot of hate for the Spencer Rattler pick, which surprised me.
People want Derek Carr replaced is what it boils down to.
RG3 said Spencer Rattler's the steal of the draft.
Okay. I mean, that might turn out to be the case. I don't know how you could say that about a 5th round pick at any position.
I guess. Okay, so here's more on the Archie Manning and Spencer Rattler connection. He said that Archie Manning has always been in his corner since the Manning camp and texts him weekly to check in and see how he's doing. So, had a good relationship with Archie from a young age. Let's see. Let's throw this one up. Check mics because I sound low and Bob sounds high. All right. Boop. Here's my mic. It went up. All right. This coming in from Twitter. Rattler was a good pick. He's the quarterback that every other team was drafting. Sorry, Jake's not the one. 2 more years, I really think that Rattler could be the starter in New Orleans. It's bold to say it, but I also understand where the logic comes in because you're able to move off of Derek Carr at that point. And Bob and I have had this conversation too, and not just with Carr, but with DA as well. If this year's bad, like if the Saints are bad this year, it could really get blown up.
Mm-hmm.
And if DA goes, I think Derek Carr goes.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why the contract was structured the way it is. Gave them 2 years together to prove that they could win together. Just my opinion.
Yeah, and I have said for a while now that those two are going to be linked together, even if you want to make the comparison, and I have linked together like Titanic and the iceberg. Let's hope it doesn't turn out that way. But yeah, I mean, Derek Carr isn't going anywhere as long as Dennis Allen is the coach. And yeah, the Saints, despite our speculation that Dennis Allen could be out of a job, or at least on the hot seat if the team doesn't perform well this year. To be fair, we've heard no indication of that from from anybody. So it's only speculation, and it's speculation based out of logic, but not nonetheless. Whoever asked about Jaquan Jackson, the wide receiver from Tulane, I love the kid, loved his film. Undersized guy, 5'9", 188 is what his listing was at the combine. Positives I had on Jaquan: slot specialist with value as a punt returner and on jet sweeps. Good deep speed. Love his ball tracking ability. I consider I wrote elite ability. For a rookie, you really can, realistically, you write potentially elite ability after the catch. He's very elusive in the open field, instant acceleration, good vision, for tacklers and running lanes. And again, terrific burst after the catch. But even during his route, he maintains his speed well. Despite his height, I consider him a lethal deep ball threat, and again, a game breaker on shorter receptions. Downside, obviously undersized. That's going to limit what he can do in offenses. He could have a hard time slipping by even a mediocre press because, again, physics are physics. 5'9", 188. He'll struggle to make plays in high traffic areas and on contested throws, again, because of the frame. As a route runner, I'd like to see him run more precise routes and to prove that he can handle an expanded route tree, because your best slot receivers do just that. A lot of route variation, a lot of sharp breaks, a lot of starts, stops to get separation. Jaquan has that physical ability. I'd just like to see him apply it more.
Let's go back to some more comments. Bob, I remember hearing Mickey saying something to the effect of, it depends on the performance of the team. If Gale gets tired of the team looking poorly coached, I think Mickey's hands will be tied. But again, it's all speculation.
If Mickey said that, I haven't heard it, but that would be the first indicator to me, that it's nearing a win or else edict from ownership or anybody else.
Saints pick coming up soon. After that, the Saints have a little bit in between picks, if I'm not mistaken.
Jalen Simpson, the Auburn safety, just went to Indianapolis at 164. That's the last pick I have anyway.
That is the last pick I have as well. Let's go and let's see. I should know this off the top of my head, but trading picks always messes me up. The Saints right now have 5th round pick number 170 and 175. Remember, they only gave up 1/5 to move up.
Right. Yeah, that's what I have too. I have 170, 175, and then in the 6th, 199.
That is correct. You know, with having those 2 fits, I'm really surprised the Saints didn't move. Like, I am genuinely surprised we haven't seen the Saints move at all today.
Yeah.
You feel the same way?
Yeah, I am. Surprised and disappointed. Only because we saw a lot of players come on, a lot of good players come off the board in the 3rd and 4th rounds. The fact that the Saints, and again, they did this to themselves. The Saints did not have a pick between, what turned out to be 41 and 150. That's where the strength of this draft truly lied, in my opinion. The draft as a whole. I mean, you obviously had, if you like the quarterbacks that went in the 1st round, you consider this a strong quarterback draft. I considered it a strong. I considered it a strong offensive tackle draft with good depth at defensive tackle, good depth at safety, and the Saints took advantage of neither one of those things. So yeah, on paper, I'm a little bit disappointed at that.
I think more than anything, I'm still disappointed that this is a draft where outside of 14, they really haven't addressed any immediate needs. I mean, could we feel different after the 2 picks here at the end of the 5th round? Like, maybe, but they're 5th round picks.
Right.
So unless you're getting extreme value, which I think if there's any pick that they make here in the 5th round that's extreme value, it was Spencer Rattler, but that was extreme value at a position you did not need. And that's where this whole thing gets a little like wonky, you're like, I don't know how I really feel. Because I'm looking at the boards and I'm going like, out of like players out of just absolute like need for the Saints in terms of position, you still have that the guard out of Utah that I brought up earlier. Lumea, I think, could be a good fit at 6'4", almost 320. He has experience playing both guard and tackle.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up Jalen Ford. Tyler Davis is still on the board, the defensive tackle from Clemson. Like, I think there are some spots, but knowing the Saints, they're going to go pick a position of that's not needed. I'll also throw out the tight end from Arizona is still there as well.
The Giants selected Purdue running back Tyrone Stacy at 166. I missed who the Ravens got.
They got Marshall running back Rasheen Ali. Which they lost a handful of running backs this offseason. Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we were asked about Jaquan Jackson earlier. Jalen Coker, wide receiver from Holy Cross, is still there. Cornelius Johnson, the wideout from Michigan. Josh Cephas from Texas San Antonio. Jamari Thrash from Louisville. Brendan Rice from USC. Still a bunch of running backs there. You mentioned Jaheim Bell from Florida State. unless I missed something. Cohen from my guard, Cohen from Miami, Henderson from Michigan, Mahogany from BC, Dylan McMahon from NC State, all still there. You talked about Tyler Davis at defensive tackle, Gabe Davis from Baylor, Leonard Taylor from Miami, Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa still there. Jalen Ford, the linebacker, Jackson Sermon, the linebacker. I think Bo Braid, the safety from Maryland, is still there. I know Josh Proctor from Ohio State and Mark Perry from TCU is still there too.
Where would you like to see the Saints go? One way or another, as I'm going to have to dip out for a second for some technical stuff here with the stream.
Yeah, me personally, I'd like to see them go wide out now. Again, there is some guard talent there that I like, but I think, and Brendan mentioned it too. With the linemen that they can still pick up in free agency. You're talking Dalton Risner, who's played for Clint Kubiak, so he knows what Kubiak wants to do. Andrus Peat still out there. Trey Turner still out there. I keep mentioning Trey Turner because the Saints really liked him when they signed him. Either just prior to training camp or at the beginning of training camp. And I believe that he might have competed or pushed James Hurst for that starting left guard spot had Trey not gotten injured. So he's on the free agent market now. Saints obviously liked him last year. Has anything changed? I mean, that's a legitimate question. Safety, another position that I'm looking for my list here. But safety, and Alan Ulrich kind of alluded to this a few times through day one at first. The first round or so of the draft. There's still some talented safeties out there too that you could bring in if you don't feel comfortable with the depth behind Tyrann Mathieu and behind Jordan Howden. Where you need the bodies and where the Saints have had a lot of success with day 3 picks is at wide receiver. So I just gave you the rundown of names that the best of my rest. At wideout, bring in one of those guys. I mean, you've had success with late rounds and undrafted guys before, and I know some people's philosophy might be, well, wait to see and sign them, sign them if they don't get drafted. All right, but there's going to be 31 other teams that have a shot at these undrafted players. And that's if they go undrafted at all. You pass on them in round 5 or round 6 or round 7, another team could draft them. So again, if you like a player, you draft them. Welcome back, Brendan.
Hello. I got a message that we were having trouble with people commenting on the stream, so I was trying to see if I could fix that, especially before the Saints pick here again.
That's probably corrupt Roger Goodell sabotaging our stream to prevent us from announcing that the New Orleans Saints pick is going to be Jordan Travis, the quarterback from Florida State.
Oh Lord, do not do that to us.
I'm rooting for it.
That would be all sorts of bad. I don't know if I would probably stay off of Twitter for a while.
Did we get it fixed? I'd say we, like I had anything to do with it.
No, it looks like it's just one particular person, because I'm getting other YouTube comments, but they're saying that option's not popping up for them. So weird. I don't know the quick fix to that. If it was on our end, maybe I could probably fix it, but not 100% sure how that's going to work its way through. Bill's on the clock. Pick is in. The interesting thing is anytime that you have two picks that are fairly close together, and the Saints do, does one particular want out favor the other? Like, probably. But when you're looking at this, Bob, and you look at some of the positions that have a little bit more depth, is there a position you feel like, looking at the depth right now or lack thereof depth, that is like, yep, if this guy falls or this position continues to be there, the Saints really need to go grab XYZ, or is it really just
That's a good question. It's about a specific player. But if you have two picks close together, like the Saints are 170, 175. If there are, for example, a handful of receivers that you still like, but only one or two guards left that you like, then you take the guard first and you roll your dice that one of those receivers that you still like. It's playing the odds. You take the guy that the position that you like first, that there's less of.
There you go. All right, so Javion Solomon from Troy goes to Buffalo. So we got the Packers, and then we got the Saints right back on the clock. Bob, go ahead and pencil it in. Or now, Calvin's saying the Saints are now on the clock. So I guess that pick from Green Bay happened pretty quick. So, Bob, real quick, throw it out there. What do you want?
My prediction or my hope?
Prediction.
Jalen, no. He's been going bigger school lately. Cornelius Johnson, the wide receiver from Michigan. You?
I'm going to say the Saints take a receiver, but it's going to be Brendan Rice, because I need a jersey of a guy who's got the same name as me. That's going to be it. So that's kind of where I'm at. But no, I mean, in all honesty, I think there's a lot of different ways they could go. I think they're going to take the offensive guard, Luamia, or however you say it. I'm probably butchering it, out of Utah.
I hope not, because I don't want to learn how to say his name.
Oh, I got the pick. At 170, the Saints are drafting Pittsburgh wide receiver Bub Means. Oh, Bob's face says it all.
Listen, and I'm not going to get mad at a fifth-round pick, just like I wouldn't jump for joy over a fifth. No, I jumped for joy last year when they got A.T. Perry. So that's more lies.
We can't keep lying on this show, Bob. We're informative and we're funny. We're not liars.
Bub Means, listed at 6'1", 222, came from a very pedestrian offense at Pitt. Shows very, very, and I mean very, 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 very little ability to separate. Uses his frame well, but when you're 6'1" and 222, you're still at physics. You're not going to be, if you don't have the agility or the flat out speed to separate, you're not going to be open often. There was some speculation that he could actually be asked to put on some weight and perhaps go for a tight end position. Well, in other words, the opposite of what we saw from Juwan Johnson. Bub Means, I said this with disdain a lot for you Trash Quan Smith fans. He was a good blocker. He blocked really well. All right. What do wide receivers get paid most to do? Catch the football.
My bad.
Maybe in the 1940s. But Bub Means is a receiver that can't separate and therefore can't make plays at the wideout position. And that's who they drafted.
Somebody threw up, was this the same Means that played at Louisiana Tech? It is.
I don't know.
It is. He did spend his first year at Louisiana Tech. He averaged 16.5 yards per catch over the past 2 seasons. Like Bob said, 6'1", about 215. So, yeah, I understand. I understand some people looking at the other receivers on the board and going like, "That was the pick." But the Saints could quickly make up for it and make some people happy with a pick at 175. Let's go to Twitterverse and see how people are reacting to the pick. Rice was right there. Johnny Wilson and Rice were right there. Who did we just draft? These names are comedy. First round type of name. Lots of who's.
I mean, his time speed is a 4.4. But again, a lot of guys in the NFL run 4.4. You got to show me some agility. You got to show me some route variation. And I just watched the little I've seen of Bob Means. I just saw his film from Pitt. As I mentioned, I didn't even know he played for Louisiana Tech. So maybe I'll search some of that film. When us at the Saints News Network do our post-draft profiles on everybody that they did select. But yeah, the Bub Means that I saw at Pittsburgh, and let's be fair too, Pitt had an awful, and I mean beyond abysmal, performances at quarterback since Kenny Pickett left. So that obviously affects a wide receiver's production and therefore value. If it wasn't a broken play, Bub Means didn't make a play at Pitt. That's what I saw.
A lot of people are just saying the Saints have an A draft grade if you're going on names alone. You got Kool-Aid and Bub. So there you go. Calvin said Johnny Wilson would have been better.
I mean, maybe. Certainly gives you a big body pass catcher, Wilson would. But like you said, Brendan, he dropped a lot of passes last year. And that's another guy that has a difficult time getting separation. I would have liked Cornelius Johnson and this is two opposite ends of the spectrum, Cornelius Johnson or Jaquan Jackson. But again, I mean, I'm not going to be down in the dumps or throw a temper tantrum over a 5th round pick.
I mean, you can't. Like we've had Saints players drafted in the 5th round that didn't even make the roster.
Yep.
So. And
we've had players like Jermon Bushrod, Marcus Colston, Zach Streif drafted in the 5th round or later that turned out to be pretty damn good.
Well, and I've said this before. There's a reason we sit on this side.
Oh yeah.
So our analysis at the end of the day is just analysis. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I feel pretty confident in my analytical abilities. With football specifically, considering that's what we get paid ish to do. But that even if I was the best analyst in the world, and I'm not yet, that doesn't mean I'm going to be right. It doesn't mean you're going to be right 100% of the time. So I mean, if I'm wrong based off of what I've seen from Bub Means, then I'll happily admit it. And again, you can't argue with the Saints' success at receivers late in the draft or as undrafted rookies. You can't. I mean, that track record speaks for itself.
Yeah, track record's really good, really, really good.
I just got a quick stat that Bub Means had 11 contested catches last year, which was the most in the ACC. Well, again, that's lack of ability to separate. Jordan Travis comes off the board to the New York Jets at 171.
I figured he'd be 7th round. Good for Jordan Travis.
Yeah,
as far as I thought he would.
I wonder if Jets fans are saying that Jordan Travis is going to be the successor to Aaron Rodgers.
I bet you they are.
Probably.
Nah, man. Zach Wilson's going to find his way back to New York somehow. And he's going to turn that team around.
I don't know where to go with that.
I'm just kidding. Did you see Roma Duze's interview, by the way? Radio interview? That was funny. They asked him if he knew who had the all-time record for receiving yards as a Chicago Bear. And he had a good guess. He said Brandon Marshall. And they said, no, but that's a really good guess.
My guess would have been Curtis Conway.
I don't believe that was it either. They said it was a guy from the 50s and 60s. I didn't recognize the name. Right. So Roma Duze goes, well, how many yards did he have? And they said 5,000 whatever yards. And he goes, in a career? Like, that's the record? Tells you all you need to know about how successful the Bears have been. Outside of that, those teams in the 80s.
And even then, I mean, that was Walter Payton on offense and the defense.
Yeah, one of the greatest defenses of all time.
They are at worst the second best defense of all time. At worst.
Let's not forget, you said Walter Payton. Still one of my favorite odd stats is the fact that Walter Payton didn't score a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But Fridge did.
Yeah.
But Fridge did.
I'm not going to promote these guys. They have enough money.
Oh, I mean, that's okay. I what was I munching on these today? Lay's potato chips. They have enough money too. So, well, I haven't ate yet today, for whatever that's worth to people.
This is mine.
I've had coffee. Oh, third cup. Sorry. When I left and I came back, I had a third, so you can throw that on there too. Right now, I'm at one a day, but this is the only day I've had coffee that we've been on.
You have 1 cup of coffee a day?
No, I'm saying if you look at the statistics here, 3 cups today, it's
okay.
We're doing okay, I guess. No, I drink lots of coffee every day.
I thought so.
Keegan,
I finished off a pot this morning before we came on the air, and then brewed a brand new pot for the air. I believe I have 1 cup left in it, which when I have, that will give me 12 cups of coffee during our 3-day live stream. And you all have seen the cup that I use.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. And also you're not a fairly large human being. That caffeine's got to be running through your body. Your hairs on your neck and your arms have to be standing up because you're not it'd be different if you're a 300-pound dude, but you're not. So a little worried for your health right now.
There are plenty of other reasons to be worried about my health, my friend.
I'll leave you to talk about those. I will not talk about that.
But back in my drinking days, I heard that a lot too, because and beer was my drink of choice. I heard a lot of, you're a little guy. How can you drink so much and still function? Well, I mean, I couldn't function well, but I functioned. And I could drink, as the saying goes, I could drink just about anybody you can imagine under the table. And that's what I won a lot of bar bets that way.
And look at you now.
Look at me now.
Trevor Keegan off the board. He goes to Philadelphia. The Jets back on the clock, followed by the Cowboys and then the Saints. And I would say, Bob, we'll see how you feel about this. After pick 175, might be a good time for both of us after 4 hours today, 4 hours the day before, and 4 hours the day before, just to step away, the both of us, for a little bit. But we'll see.
That is Christian Boyd. Oh no, that's best available. Never mind, he still is on the board. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. After we get our 175, they do pick at 199, and then again at 239. Yeah, I mean, we could take a break.
break in.
Yeah.
Food. Food's good, you know. They say it's a necessity.
I heard good things about it.
Did you? That's good. That's good. All right, I'm going to see what some of these Jets fans are saying.
What about Aaron Rodgers' heir apparent Jordan Travis?
Yeah, one of the comments, a little Aaron Rodgers in him. I love the pick. Let's go. That's a massive steal. Joe Douglas, you wizard. Should have been a top QB steal. Massive W, nice. Sit and learn. Love it. Best pick we've made all weekend. God, that's depressing. Like this pick a lot. No crazy like, oh, this is the heir apparent, but a lot of people very happy with the pick. But yeah, I mean, you said like you're not going to get too high or too low on 5th round picks. Like I do think there are some picks that you make in the 5th round that, as a fan, maybe not as an analyst, as a fan, you can get really excited about. From an analytical standpoint, no, you can't get it too high or too low on anything. But from a fan, like absolutely, you get excited about whatever you want. I thought Bob was going to do freaking backflips last year for A.T. Perry. Like I expected the whole circus to come out. Well, the Saints got A.T. Perry because we only talked about him for about 12 hours last year. But Fear said, you're not missing anything, Bob. Not drinking beer, just the hangovers get worse as you get older.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, for those of you that don't know, I am an alcoholic. Have been sober since, knock on wood, have been sober since 2007. So yeah, I mean, there's that. Lord knows I had my problems, and I kind of alluded to multiple second chances for yours truly. Last night when we were talking about Tavondre Sweat. So yeah, I mean, I have a history that I'm not proud of, but I'm forthcoming about, if that makes any sense.
Oh, it's a good story to share. You came on a podcast with me to share some of that story. I certainly appreciate that as well. Here's another good one. A good tweet to not completely change gears, but here's a good tweet, and it says, Saints fans, when Carr loses his job to Spencer Rattler and Dennis is fired at the bye week and it's dudes just dancing in the streets. See, and that's why I love the Spencer Rattler pick, because we're going to get so many more tweets like that. It's going to be all chaos. If this team loses at all, or Derek Carr has a single bad game, it's going to be people like, nope, Spencer Rattler time, Spencer Rattler time.
I mean, holy hell, it's going to start in the preseason. If Spencer Rattler goes 11 for 12 for like 180 yards and leads a game-winning drive against guys that will be long out of the NFL by September 1st, the what is going to hit the fan then.
I don't know what it is. The pasta?
Oh, it's shit. It's shit.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so we got that word in. Oh, man. See, Fear said, congrats, Bob. Calvin said, that's amazing, Bob. So
thank you.
Corner. Saints will be on the clock here shortly. Bob, you're the one who wants the chaos and you want a second quarterback to be taken, but in all actuality, where do you think the Saints should go?
You know what? And you can call it chaos if you want. Why not go back-to-back receiver here? You just drafted Bub Means, which means you have, if my count is right, 7 receivers on your roster. The Saints are going to go. Most NFL teams go into training camp with no less than 11 receivers, and you're undoubtedly going to bring in a couple more as undrafted rookies too. But I go back to Cornelius Johnson, big physical pass catcher, proven big game performer at Michigan. I love Jaquan Jackson. He brings a different kind of skill set, than what you have on the roster, other than Rashid Shaheed. He has a little bit of Rashid in him. You love small school guys. Why not a Jalen Coker or a Josh Cephas? I don't know if Jalen Ford, is still on the board. If he is, linebacker is a spot where you can develop at this point in the draft. And even if you can't, backup linebackers will often make up the core of your special teams too. And that's something to keep in mind.
I'm going to throw this out here because this is a very Saints thing. Bub Means is RAS score. What do you? How good of a score do you think he had?
Well, my guess is he wouldn't have been drafted by the Saints unless it was extremely high. So,
scored a 9.35 out of a possible 10. Is ranked 222nd out of 3,402 receivers selected between 87 and 2024. That's a very Saints pick when you start seeing those kind of numbers, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess. You're still not thrilled about the pick. I get it, but I figured I'd throw that out there because that's every Saints pick since you and I have started doing this together is their RAS scores incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to like the Saints pick. Let's go. Let's go. You're going to like this one. You guys all ready to be happy? The Saints are drafting Texas linebacker Jalen Ford at 175. Woo! I knew Bob would like that. I got a smile out of Bob.
You know what's funny is I published 76 player profiles. Five linebackers. I could go on and on, but 76 player profiles. The Saints have now drafted 5 players. One of them are among that 76.
Who was it?
It was Fuaga, pretty much because I analyzed every offensive tackle that could possibly go in the first, second, or third rounds, and that's the way it worked out.
That makes sense.
No, I mean I've watched film on a lot more than just 76 players. So that's why I knew what we were getting, what they were getting. In Kool-Aid. I've watched enough Spencer Rattler to know about Spencer Rattler.
Ouch.
Listen, we don't greatly differ in opinions very much, but we do here. And I could be way off. You could be way off.
Which is more likely?
Lauren's trying to gaslight me. She's like, well, which is more likely?
Ooh. You know what? Let's be adults here. We could both be off. We could both equally be off, Bob.
Sure.
Be a pretty average backup quarterback.
Right down the middle.
And you know what? For a 5th round pick, if you get an average backup quarterback, you're doing pretty darn good.
All right, let's talk about Ford before we get off here for a little bit. You've kind of thrown that name out here for a little bit now. Actually, I want to say since late last night, we were talking about potential targets, and you had Jalen Ford. You threw him up again today. He's a taller linebacker, 6'2", 240. What are some things you really like about the kid out of Texas?
He plays very well inside the box. He reads the run well. He in short zones, he has nice vision. He can anticipate, diagnosis plays very well. It is, and I hate player comparisons, but it's natural that we do them anyway. His limitations are the same kind of limitations that Pete Werner has. He's not a guy that you want in space. He's definitely not a guy that you want in coverage. Even in a wide zone, he doesn't have the lateral quickness to close on the ball, to break up plays. He's going to make a lot of tackles. He's going to make a lot of plays as a downhill defender, but he's not a guy that you want on the back pedal, and he's not a guy you want in lateral pursuit very often.
Well, to give a little bit of analysis on Ford, he tied Derek Johnson's Texas season record for interceptions by a linebacker in 2022. He had 4. And because of his size, he's able to line up with tight ends, but he might not be able to keep them all the way down the field.
And that's what it boils down to, yeah.
So if you're able to you can't teach speed, right? No. But if you can coach up some technique, you can get them to be maybe a little bit more aggressive with tight ends at the line, slow them down. I like the pick. And also, you said it not that long ago, like special teams guys. And a guy at that size on special teams and some of the athleticism that he has, he could be a very valuable asset. I mean, not the guy to bring up, but Zach Bond was a guy that just based off athletic ability alone, really good special teamer during his career in New Orleans. So you could certainly look at Ford as a guy who has the upside to take some defensive snaps without it being like a super far drop off in talent, but also has the upside of being like a really good special teamer for you. So like that's the floor, good special teamer. Your ceiling is a guy that could become a starting linebacker, but your solid middle is a guy that's like, well, I could get some quality snaps and not have to worry, or he could start a couple games and I don't have to worry about, oh my God, look at this liability.
Yeah.
The type of player you're getting out of Texas.
And the bottom line is he doesn't have to take defensive snaps right away, because they have Demario Davis. They signed Willie Gay. They have Pete Werner. And Demario Davis, who, if I'm not mistaken, was a 5th-round pick in his own right. So you get that potential upside with Jalen Ford, who played a lot of good football at the University of Texas. He filled up a stat sheet. They used him to his strengths, or probably more accurately put, they avoided forcing him to expose his weaknesses when he was in coverage. A lot of those interceptions that you point out, or pass breakups, they came in short zones, or breaking on a tight end when he was in off-ball coverage against them. So again, that's a downhill defender, sees the field well, anticipates well, and this Saints team, they lost a lot of those core special teamers this offseason. Nefi Sewell, we don't think he's going to be ready for the start of the season. You lost Yidam. There's a handful of other players that you lost to. So at worst, as you said, you're getting a potential core special teamer, who could develop and learn within your defensive system and maybe step in to a larger role in his second NFL season on defense.
Oh, Calvin asks a tough question. Who's a better prospect coming out, Jalen Ford or DeMarco Jackson?
I love DeMarco Jackson coming out. I just flat out love them. I would say, based off of the film that I saw of Jalen Ford this year and of DeMarco Jackson a couple years back, if comparing the two, if the two players were on the board right now, I would take DeMarco Jackson. But again, my analytical hat, I've been a little bit off. DeMarco Jackson has made really zero, defensive impact whatsoever. So that goes to show what I know there is sometimes.
Hey, special teams impact. He's got a touchdown.
True.
So you guys know where I stand. You got an App State kid versus a Texas kid. Who am I taking? Right? And that's the fan in me. But that's I love my small school kids. I love my North Carolina kids, and it knocks 2 birds with 1 stone. So with that, Bob, we're going to take a little bit of a break, give ourselves a break. We're going to keep the stream open, obviously, if anything happens. But right now, the Saints are slated to pick again at 199, also known as the Tom Brady pick. So, no pressure, New Orleans, but we're only expecting like the greatest player of all time at his position, arguably.
At quarter, it will only work if it's a quarterback.
Right. So it's got to be some quarterback I've never heard of.
Devin Leary. Devin Leary will be the pick at 199.
You know what? I'm gonna hold on. Let me pull up quarterbacks still available. Hold on. Austin Reed, Western Kentucky.
Ooh.
Because why not? Why not? All right, guys. We will be right back in a little bit. We're gonna take a short break. Like I said, keeping this open. So don't be alarmed. Your TVs are working fine. Your laptops, your phones, everything's working fine. But we're gonna take a little break. We'll be back in a little bit. Oh no, we got Professor Bob. Oh shit.
Did you get my Bub Means screenshot?
I did. Hello, people. We are back. Thanks for the almost 600 of you hanging out and continuing to hang out while we took a little bit of a break. I did get your message, Bob. Well, let's catch you guys up on where some guys went. What's been going on? Trying to see if there's any names. The Tulane receiver Jackson went to the Titans. There's a name that got brought up a couple times.
Yep. Johnny Wilson went to the Eagles at 185.
McMahon, the offensive guard from NC State, went to the Eagles at 190. I feel like the Eagles have a ton of picks.
They usually do.
Michael Pratt's still on the board for Tulane.
He is. Jordan Travis. Yeah, we knew about Jordan Travis. Sam Hartman, Notre Dame, still on the board. Joe Milton. Tua's brother, Double T. Well, I guess they're both Double T, huh?
That is true. Just Tua's brother works, though.
What's that?
I said Tua's brother that works, too. So
that should be what's on the back of his uniform if he gets drafted.
Just Tua's brother?
Tua's brother. Let him earn a name, damn it.
John Hendricks tweeted this out. This is interesting. Jalen Ford just showed in his video chat availability a Dick Butkus trading card that he carries around.
Awesome.
He said he's looking to build on the great ones that came before me. Says he sees himself as a Mike, but his mentality and experience that he feels he can play anywhere that he's asked. I'm a fan of anybody who's carrying around football cards. So.
Oh, you and me both. Yeah, we are both football card collectors.
And here you go. And this is fun. This is something that I don't think gets talked about enough. Like when trades happen and it includes a ton of picks, nobody ever looks back and goes, hey, I wonder what those picks amounted to or what they became, right? So as of today, the Deshaun Watson trade is complete with those picks actually having names. So I'm going to read this to you. The Texans received a 2022 first-round pick that became guard Kenyon Green, a 2022 fourth-round pick that became Dameon Pierce, a 2023 first-round pick that became Will Anderson Jr., a 2023 third-round pick that became Tank Dell, a 2024 first-round pick that was traded back with Minnesota. It became a 2024 second-round pick and Kamari last year, and a 2024 sixth-round pick in Jamal Hill. They also got a 2024 fourth-round pick, which became Caden Bullock. For all of that, the Browns received Deshaun Watson and a 2024 sixth-round pick that was sent to Denver in the Jerry Jeudy trade. So, that was a mouthful, but I always like that because, like I said, nobody ever goes back and goes, hey, I wonder what those picks became.
Yeah, the only time I ever see that, and this, during the Herschel Walker trade, that blockbuster trade that Jimmy Johnson made in his first or second year with Dallas. You see ad nauseum what all those picks became. But yeah, you're right. You don't see that in other situations.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely something fun to look back at. All right, Bob, because we can talk about it, and we have a little bit till the Saints pick, as we're at 192 now. This tweet comes from Bleacher Report Gridiron. Is a photoshopped image of Spencer Rattler in a Saints uniform wearing number 5 that says future quarterback 1 in New Orleans ? How do we feel about this? Because this is not the first one I've seen over the last hour or so.
No, it's not. I feel exactly what I did before, and I mean, yeah, I'm sure you viewers saw my face as soon as Brendan said the words Bleacher Report. So you take that with a grain of salt. It's just like, what's a good compare? Oh yeah, it's just like getting your news from the cover of the National Enquirer.
Mm.
That's about how much stock I put into it. And listen, anytime a quarterback is selected or moved or traded or signed, it's going to create news. The level of news depends on the name and the degree of the move, obviously. But yeah, I don't know how many times I got to say it. Spencer Rattler is there because Clint Kubiak likes what he can bring to the system, and he's there to potentially. Not potentially. He's there to compete with Jake Haener. Nobody is there to take Derek Carr's job.
Right. I don't think we're going to be emphasizing that enough over the all next year, all of the season. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be something for sure.
Yep, it's really going to be something. At pick 199, when the Saints draft Michael Pratt as the heir apparent to Spencer Rattler, since he's been a Saint all of an hour.
Oh yeah. I'm still waiting for the Falcons, man, to draft the heir apparent Michael Penix Jr. Because if Penix is going to be like 100 when he gets to start, he might as well be getting the heir apparent now.
All right. Well, maybe the Saints are going to trade Jake Haener to the Falcons.
Oh, didn't see that one coming.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Joe Milton just went at 193 overall to the New England Patriots. That would have been much better if it was pick 199.
Yeah, why didn't we swap with them?
Right.
And just put the unbelievable amount of pressure on a Patriots quarterback that just happened to get selected. Do you think they intentionally are going to keep that in the back of their minds forever? Is like, we can't draft a quarterback at 199. If we ever get 199 again, we can't draft a quarterback.
I don't know. My mentality, if I was in the New England front office, would be just the opposite. I would try to trade to 199 every single year and draft a quarterback in that spot.
It'd be funny. Let's see. The Arizona tight end finally comes off the board. He's going to Cincinnati. Hey, Tyler Davis is still on the board, Bob.
Yes, he is.
Kids. Brendan Rice is still available too. We want another receiver.
I mean, sure. I'll go back to what I said about the depth chart before. Obviously you've added, Bob Means. Excuse me. But I mean, you still now only have 8 receivers on your depth chart. They'll sign more undrafted rookies. They always do. But if you see value there at receiver, why wouldn't you?
It's a good point. Obviously, best available is kind of where you're at. The Saints went linebacker with their last pick. I know that a 5th round linebacker doesn't always get anybody super excited or make you feel like you've solidified a certain position. But what are the positions of need now to you for New Orleans? Is it still offensive guard, offensive line, and defensive tackle, defensive line?
Yeah, I would say so. If so, I keep thinking Christian Boyd came off the board, but I don't think he did. But yeah, I mean, defensive tackle, Christian Boyd, Northern Iowa, Leonard Taylor, Miami. And I think I mentioned this last night. Leonard Taylor coming into last year was viewed as a probable day 2 pick. He had a bad year. And dropped to where we are now, which is the late 6th round. Gabe Hall, a very athletic but very raw player, defensive tackle from Baylor, and as you said, Tyler Davis. Safety is still, they may or may not move Alontae Taylor to safety. Yeah, but yeah, if they don't, I still view safety as a position of need. Bo Braid's still there. Mark Perry's still there. Josh Proctor's still there. James Williams still there.
A lot of options for New Orleans. Who just came off the board? Hold on, just missed that. It was and my computer acts up again. Was it Ryan Watts out of Texas, the corner?
Free agent safety still available, by the way, and we talked about this earlier, but we didn't have a lot of specific names. Justin Simmons, Micah Hyde, Eddie Jackson, Jamal Williams, Adrian Amos, and Tashawn Gibson.
You said Jamal Williams?
Yeah.
Let's just
Jamal Adams, I think. I might have said Williams. I meant Adams.
I was like, if there's a Jamal Williams out there, let's just confuse everybody and have two of them.
Sure. I wanted Brandon Coleman. Maybe they could trade for that.
Yeah, why not? Why not just confuse everybody? There's actually some good options there still. I still think Simmons is going to get a bigger payday than the Saints want to give.
Yeah, I do too.
You said Micah Hyde?
Yeah, Micah Hyde. Micah Hyde be a great fit.
And still another guy that I think is probably going to demand a little too much money. But I don't know. The longer these guys sit, obviously, the more willing the more willing they are to take less money, I think. Because you can't hold out and be like, no, I want this much money when nobody's going to give you that.
Right.
So the longer it takes, I think the better it is for the Saints, right? So
yeah, you'd certainly believe so. And speaking of positions of need, I mentioned his name quite a few times during our 3-day draft coverage. Guard Dalton Risner, guard DJ Fluker, guard Connor Williams, guard Mark Glowinski, all of whom have started in the NFL with various degrees of success, but some success. Tackle, the guy every Saints fan wants is Mekhi Becton, but Donovan Smith is also there. I think Dwayne Brown is there. David Bakhtiari, who Alan mentioned last night, Andre Dillard, and then, of course, we know Andrus Peat and Trey Turner, former Saints as we sit here now, are still available as well.
Bob, this just came across my screen. I figured I'd share it with you because I know you're a fan of the WWE, or what was the WWF. I did not know this. Vince McMahon has listed the last of his shares for sale. This would end his relationship with the WWE that has lasted over 50 years.
I mean, wow. We know that Vince is in trouble, to say the least.
A little bit.
And Triple H, Paul, whatever his last name is, he's done a fantastic job, as CEO. At least a lot of fans think so. Now, I'm not going to say old school wrestling fan, but Attitude Era wrestling fan. Triple H, Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, The Rock in his prime, Stone Cold Steve Austin. So I mean, I haven't really followed it other than to know that Vince McMahon is in trouble and what kind of trouble he's in. And if he's guilty of even a fraction of that, the man should go to jail. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of where my thought process is there.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. I don't follow it. Never really did truly follow it. But found that to be a really interesting piece of info. I figured he'd hold out as long as he had to, and I guess he finally got to that point where, well, got to get rid of the shares. So, anyway, back to football.
I guess.
So let's talk about the Patriots taking Joe Milton. That's 2 quarterbacks in this draft. We talked about, I mean, the Saints could have caused chaos and still can by taking another quarterback, but not very often do we see that happen when a quarterback is taken extremely high in the draft. at any part for the team to take another quarterback. The Washington football team, or whatever they want to call themselves, did that with RG.
They were Redskins at the time. I can say that. Yes, they were.
The Redskins.
Both times.
RG3 and who?
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins in the same draft.
And they did it before, too. They drafted Heath Schuler, and then later on in the draft, Gus Frerotte.
Gus Frerotte. Not a name I expected to hear today.
It's day 3. We're allowed.
I know. Gus Frerotte. Is it unfortunate? Like, Gus Ferrotte's always going to be remembered as the guy who, like, I'm thinking of this right guy, right? Like, maybe not broke his neck, but, like, injured himself. Like, smashing his head into not a sanction, but you know what I'm talking about. Padded whatever.
A padded cement wall.
Yeah. I mean, that's one way to be remembered, right?
Yeah, sure.
We're talking about it.
We are. We're talking about it. We remember it.
I think, yeah, we remember it because, like, that's never going to happen again.
Right. Gus Ferrotte's actually a Facebook friend of mine.
Is he really?
He is. We've never had any more contact than the occasional liking of each other's posts. And when you get notified, when Facebook bothers to notify you anymore of people's birthdays, I've wished him happy birthday. He's wished me happy birthday. I think that's as far as that goes.
How about that?
So, yeah, my friendship with Gus Frerotte.
Hey, more of a friendship than I got. Oh, man. Let's see.
Well, maybe as our friend Libby likes to put it, since I'm unbalanced, I would be at Tyler Davis. Just came off the board at 196 to the Rams.
Boo.
Yeah. There's so many other reasons to hate the Rams.
Saints are on the clock.
All right, so I'm behind again.
We are too. I am too. But our
it's weird. All 3 days this has happened to us, like in spurts. We're either way ahead, like 2 or 3 picks ahead, or 2 or 3 picks behind.
Yep. That's why we got John. John lives in the future.
He does. He really does.
I've been telling people that for years.
But yeah, maybe Gus Frerotte friended me because he agrees with Libby that I look unbalanced enough to slam my head against a cement wall.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying I've ever done it. I've slammed my fist into one a few times. Kicked one a couple times.
You never know, man. You might have and don't remember it.
Is it very true?
Because you would have hit your head in the cement, and that could give you a concussion.
Right. And I've already said that I've had 6 concussions that I know of.
Right. It could be more.
It could very well be. You know what? It is similar because I have willingly headbutted the floor more than one occasion.
I'm
not
going to dive into that. Well, that is a conversation that I don't know if I really want to dive into. Why? Why would you do that?
I'm mildly ashamed to admit I was watching a football game and very frustrated, and I'd already messed up my hand from punching either walls or floors, so I headbutted.
Perfect.
It didn't work. The team didn't play any better.
It never seems to work that way. You
it
can't
doesn't
sacrifice yourself, you know?
Yeah, I was willing to take one for the team. It shows I care more about the outcome of the game than they did.
Sometimes I think we all feel that way.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Don't care. Any team, not any team in particular, but any team.
Well, as you are fond of saying, what is fan short for?
Fanatic.
Exactly. And you don't get any more fanatical than banging an appendage off a wall or a floor that ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, but that's a little bit more than fanatic. That's the sickos.
It's psychotic. $199 says the pick is in.
Which means I should have something from our friend.
Yeah, I'm still getting nothing.
I got it. Hey, Bob, a guy you've talked about for a while.
Oh, Michael Pratt.
No, that my reaction wouldn't have been like, "Hey," it would have been like, "Oh." Saints are taking Christian Boyd, defensive tackle, Northern Iowa.
That's a good pick. And listen, I've been seeing him projected as high as the third or early fourth round. So I mean that's if you pay any attention to I'm not going to say. I'll say mock drafts. Not a fan mock draft, but an analyst mock draft. That's where Christian Boyd, was valued. These are the notes that I had on him. Listed at 6'2", 328. College, Northern Iowa. Sorry, Saints fans. Sorry, Trevor Penning haters. He's a power player capable of 3 technique or nose tackle duties. Compact frame with great leverage and incredible power, just mentioned. Just his presence, his physicality commands double teams. But even against multiple blockers, at least at the collegiate level, he's had the strength to push into backfields, able to clog interior running lanes, nearly immovable at the point of attack. He sets a good, formidable base, something you want in a run defender. Yet he has decent burst at the snap to help him gain leverage advantage. I mentioned it has good upper body movement and technique in addition to the power. And as a pass rush, he doesn't have very many finesse moves, but he's able to just collapse the pocket with that strength of his. Lacks counter moves in his pass rush. Obviously, coming from Northern Iowa, you have to question his lower competition at that level. And he does. The film that I've seen, he didn't move well laterally. But 6'2", 328, you don't want your guy to move laterally. You want him to just come straight forward and collapse those blockers into the backfield. That's what Christian Boyd has been able to do at Northern Iowa.
Christian with a K, if you guys are curious.
Yes.
Christian with a K. Saints have one more pick in the 7th round, at least for now. Bob, Saints haven't made a move since moving up in the 2nd round. Do you anticipate they stay where they're at? Hey, I see Will's first appearance. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Hey.
I told Will was staying over at our friend's house. He had a sleepover last night, and I told him it was a shame because otherwise we would have let him announce the Kool-Aid pick with the Saints in the 2nd round. He did not believe me that the Saints drafted someone named Kool-Aid. And his first question, his first question after I said, it proved to him that such a man does exist. His first question was, why?
Did you give him the answer on why his name's Kool-Aid?
I didn't want to get too technical on him, but I just said he's a good player. That's all the analysis that a 6-year-old needs.
Nah, just because. Oh, okay. Because I said so.
Because why'd they do it? Because I said so. Do I anticipate movement at 239, which is the Saints' last pick? It wouldn't surprise me if they traded it to someone for a 2025 7th round pick, and just called it a day. To me, they haven't. And I only say this because we're so used to Mickey Loomis being extremely aggressive in the draft. We haven't seen that kind of aggressiveness. Now, maybe they attempted. I'm sure they did. But they have literally let the draft come to them every round except the 2nd round, which is when they traded up to get Will's guy Kool-Aid. 239. What kind of value are you going to get there? I know Zach Street, Marcus Colston were 7th round picks. Brock Purdy was a 7th round pick, etc. So I'm not saying you give up altogether, but it just kind of the Saints' MO of this particular draft. I I'll predict that they end up trading 239 for a next year's 6th or 7th round pick and just call it a day.
Some notes on Christian Boyd. I know how much you like Pro Football Focus. So Pro Football Focus rated him at 89.7 grade for the entire year of 2023. That would have ranked 7th amongst defensive tackles. So there's that. We're officially over 600 viewers, so we appreciate you guys hanging out. Again, it's a Saturday. Like, I can't believe all you guys are hanging out with us on a Saturday in the 3rd round. Like, not a whole lot going on, I guess.
Stop hinting that there are other things or better things to do than hang out with us.
Nah, hanging out with us is the best. I'm just surprised as many people want to hang out with us. Just being honest.
There's another pick.
There's another pick? Can you say that name?
It's geez, I forget the name.
That's okay. It was made by the Carolina Panthers. Flashed across the screen, all I saw was Jaden Crumpton. Jaden Crumpton. Which Will's reaction to the Carolina Panthers draft choice says it all.
Jaden Crumity, a defensive tackle from Mississippi State. Panthers had a good draft. Give it to them.
Yeah. I mean, they got bulk picks, which is something you need when you're a really, really bad team. The spaghetti at the wall philosophy. You just throw whatever you got in your hand and hope that something sticks.
It's kind of where you are at this point in the draft.
Oh, no doubt.
Micah Abram from Marshall goes to the Colts. So the Saints have a little bit because their next pick is what?
239.
239. So about 30, however many. I'm not good at math. It's day 3. However many picks in between. Let's see. Calvin said, where's my drafted punter? There's only been one punter drafted. That kid from Iowa went to Chicago in like the 4th round. Let's see. About time the Saints get a defensive tackle. It's from Sonny. Libby says, I need to know what football team / game Bob was watching when he punched and then headbutted the floor. That's what's important right now. Bob, can you remember?
Libby, it wasn't even a playoff game. That's all I'll say.
I'll share a fun story. Not about like punching anything or breaking anything. This is a fun story. And I'm sure nobody in my family cares if I share this because it's been shared so many times. Very short, very simple, very to the point. My brother was born December 2001. And the New Orleans Saints were playing the Carolina Panthers that day. So, I'm going to pull up the game itself. Because we have time. And
that wasn't the Steve Smith brawl, was it?
2001? No.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find. I'm just gonna have to look up 2001 New Orleans Saints.
While you're doing, go ahead.
We're pausing the story for a moment.
While you're doing that, Libby, this is more proof of how unbalanced that I truly am. 2013, when the Saints were playing the New England Patriots in New England, I was wearing my white Drew Brees jersey. I haven't owned many jerseys in my lifetime. I have a couple Drew Brees ones, though. Streaming the game, listening to the game through my phone while driving. And Brady, of course, beat the Saints on a last-second touchdown pass. I was driving through a housing plan. I ripped my Drew Brees jersey off, threw it out the window, stopped my car when I threw it out the window just to run over it. Then I backed over it and then ran over it again.
Well,
yeah, I'm one of those people.
How about that? Okay, so I misspoke. They played the Rams that day. The Saints did. December 2001, and the Saints lost the game 34-21. That was the greatest show on turf against the Saints. I guess that would be a rematch of the 2000 playoff game. Saints dropped that game. Anyway, my brother's being born, third child to my parents, and naturally, my dad was watching the game at the hospital, and he was told, "Your son's on the way. You should probably shut the game off." Allegedly, he didn't listen to the point where the nurse had to rip the remote out of his hands and turn the TV off and be like, "Your son is being born." So, if Bob can get mad and punch walls and run things over and whatever, is that as bad as almost missing your child's birth to watch football? I don't know.
When my oldest daughter, Brianna, was born, October 26th, 1998, that fell on a Monday night. That was one of the few years, maybe the first year, that Monday Night Football tried an 8 p.m. Eastern Time kickoff. And we were at the hospital, but it was a slow developing labor. And they moved us to like 3 different rooms. Now, in each room, there was a TV. And I was watching pregame and lead up to the game and everything like that. Whatever channel I was watching, they said, "And we'll be right back after these messages with the opening kickoff." At that point, the medical people, probably a nurse, came into the room and said, "Okay, it's time," and then moved us into the delivery room. The Steelers were playing the Kansas City Chiefs. Pittsburgh won 17-7, if my memory serves right. Now, in my own defense, I waited until after my daughter was born, after everybody was safe, nobody was in harm's way, everything like that. And nurses, doctors, everybody else were in and out, in and out, in and out. And I just happened to, in my mind, innocently ask someone that came in, "Do you happen to know the score of the game?" I thought there was a room full of medical personnel that was literally going to rip my limbs off.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Good job.
That's hurting one of my limbs right now.
So, there's some stories on football and other things going on in life at the same time. First kicker comes off the board. Alabama's kicker to the Minnesota Vikings.
Kicking is what? Kicking is for
losers.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes, I knew that. I was just going to say that.
But punters are people too.
Punters are people too, yeah. Yeah, punters can be people too.
Even kickers.
Kickers are people too, I guess.
Sometimes.
How do you feel about the Christian Boy pick, Brandon?
How do I feel? It's a loaded question. I think it's good to get a defensive tackle. I love small school kids. You guys know that. Boyd was a combine snub, so I don't think a lot of people are as readily aware of what he's capable of bringing to the table. I think it's good to get a defensive tackle, especially a guy of his size and stature. The small school stuff this is going to sound crazy coming from me. It concerns me that about the jump.
Yeah.
The jump from Northern Iowa to the NFL. Obviously, you guys, there's another guy on the roster you could make that same comparison with, different positions. That's what concerns me. But the nice thing there is you do have guys that were your starters last year that you're not drafting him, forcing him to go and be a day one starter, be ready. He can kind of work the rotation, come in for certain situations, get comfortable. I think it's a good pick. I know a lot of people thought that he was a guy that would have been off the board already. There's a lot of people that have some pretty high hopes and expectations for him at the pro level in terms of playing better than his draft projections. I think it's a good pick for New Orleans. That doesn't excuse the fact that they had ignored some bigger positions of need there for a little bit. It doesn't excuse the fact that I don't know how I'm going to grade this draft. Obviously, like a 7th round pick, it's really hard to change your opinions off of a 7th round pick, but I don't know how I'm going to grade this draft because from a fan standpoint, like I said earlier, and we've talked about, you can get excited about a 5th round pick if you're a fan. If you're an analyst, you can't really jump up and down, and you can't get too down either. You can't be jumping for joy. You also can't be punching the floor or headbutting the floor, right? So you can't do that as an analyst. Like, I'm excited about the Spencer Rattler pick. I think he has a lot of potential. I also recognize he's probably not going to see the field at all for 2 years at least.
If he sees the field this year, something went horribly, horribly wrong.
And we said that about Jake Haener. Remember, we had said the same quote about Jake Haener. Something went horribly, horribly wrong if he sees the field at all, because people were excited about Jake Haener as well. So that's how I feel with Spencer. I'm like, I really like the value. I think he is an interesting prospect. I think he'll fit with Kubiak really well. But it wasn't a position of need. Like, he didn't need to do that. And then you go to the receivers, and you're like, okay. And you had sent it in a group message. I saw some comps online as well. And it's like, if your comps are like Traquan Smith, that didn't. And you guys know, I defended Traquan being on the roster for a long time because of the value he brought as the 4th receiver on a roster. But like that doesn't get me really excited, right? At all. So I don't know. I think they got 2 really good players with their first 2 picks, 2 guys with first round grades. But then there's this huge drop after that. So even with Boyd being a guy that you're like, yeah, I like the pick, especially where you picked him, it still almost doesn't excuse the question marks throughout the rest of it.
No, it doesn't. And the fact that you did not have a pick at all between 41 2nd round and 150 5th round, that's going to drop the value of any draft, no matter how you cut it.
Yes.
And as far as Christian Boyd, your concerns about the jump in competition, I mean, they're more than valid. Why is that our concern specifically? It's the same reason it was a concern with Trevor Penning. Trevor Penning dominated at Northern Iowa simply because he was just stronger and more powerful than everybody else. Well, that's not going to happen at the NFL level. Hasn't happened at the NFL level. So where his weaknesses have been highlighted, and there have been a lot of them. Christian Boyd dominated at Northern Iowa because he was just simply stronger and more powerful than everybody else. That's not going to be the case when he's going up against NFL guards and NFL centers. So, how powerful is Boyd? Is he like generational type of strength? Because if he is, he'll continue to play well. If he's not, he better either have aspects or hone other aspects to his game. Whether it's counter moves, burst at the snap, leverage, specific moves that are nearly undefensible. like a swim move, for example, or you can't use the club anymore, but that kind of thing. So that's going to be the big question with Christian Boyd. But as you said, their starters are Brian Brisset and Nathan Shepard. That wasn't going to change. You hope Kalen Saunders, has a better year, and you lost Malcolm Roach this offseason. And where was Roach's best attribute? What was Roach's best attribute to this defense? His ability to play the run. What's Christian Boyd's best attribute, at least coming out of college? His ability to play the run, or at least clog those running lanes. So on paper, you checked off that need, which is a rarity as a 6th-round pick.
Cliff says Boyd had 38 bench press reps at his pro day. That would have been good for second best among all players at the combine. Also said he had the second most pre-draft meetings and visits of any prospect in this year's class. I think a lot of that, though, has to do with the fact that he wasn't invited to the combine.
Agreed.
I would be curious to see how that stat changes if he was not snubbed from going to the combine. Because at the combine, and Bob and I say this every year, everybody talks to everybody at the combine.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not there, it's like, well, we didn't get a chance to talk to him because we talked to literally everybody else on our board, but we didn't get a chance to talk to that guy. Let's bring him in. And in the little bit that I've seen from his conversations with the media so far, Boyd does reference meeting with the Saints, having a visit.
Yeah, he was actually one of the Saints' first handful of meetings. I don't know the exact number, first, second, third, fourth, but I know he was among that first handful. And it was I think we referenced it on one of our Bayou Blitz telecasts. I know Alan and I talked about it on Under the Dome. Most of the Saints pre-draft meetings were with prospects that ultimately ended up going late in day 2, early in day 3, those middle round, late round type of players. And that's the best time to get your research in. And especially with a player like Christian Boyd, there's only so much film that you could really quality film that you could take away from a smaller school player, because again, you're talking about a player going up against opponents that are not likely to be in the NFL. So, how do you weigh that against a Tyler Davis, since he went a couple picks earlier, who's playing NFL caliber opponents week in and week out, practicing against NFL caliber linemen, that kind of thing. So the small school jump in competition, it's a valid concern. It's not a reason to take someone off the board, but it's certainly a reason to do extensively more research on.
Boyd said the Saints were his second draft visit. He said right after the combine, they were one of the teams who wanted to visit with him right away. Also, for anybody curious, Spencer Rattler said his visit with the Saints included a dinner at Fleming's. That's really wining and dining someone right there.
Yeah.
It's a good restaurant to go to. Let's see. We got a YouTube comment from Platinum Edition. Said, I think we had a solid draft this year. It was smart. Bob, thoughts? Bob and Will.
Are the Saints smart? Are the Saints dumb? They're dumb. Why are they dumb?
Because they lost like a couple days. A couple games or so.
So anytime you lose a game, you're a loser?
No, but they only win like the game like a little times.
Okay. So they have to win more games.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I mean by that.
Okay.
That's A+ analysis right there.
That's a good thought.
Top-notch analysis right there. You got to win more.
and I mean, from the mouths of babes, as the saying goes, win more than you lose. That's what you need to do. My thoughts. Fuaga in the first round, smart pick. I know you had other tackles available, other tackles that maybe with a greater upside. But Fuaga's the plug and play right away guy, the highest floor guy that was available to them at the time. McKinstry, you're talking first round value that you get in the second round. If you defensively, if you can't get a guy to put the quarterback on his back, then you get the guy that breaks up the quarterback's throws. And that's what you got. You got one of the better ones. It's certainly a top 5 corner. One could argue that he was top 3. And you'll get no argument from me about that. I like Kool-Aid McKinstry a lot. Again, I can't say that the draft was dripping with intelligence, because moves you made prior to this draft, previous to this year, you cost yourself. Because of those moves, you had no pick in the 3rd, no pick in the 4th, and no pick until really midway through the 5th. So it's hard for me to say that it was a smart draft, but the picks they made were smart. Even Spencer Rattler, and I'm not saying even Spencer Rattler is a disrespect. Christian Mahogany finally came off the board to Detroit at pick 210. Much later than what everybody thought that he was going to go. But yeah, I mean, even you could see the value in Spencer Rattler. We've talked about it literally all afternoon, so I won't belabor that point. You want to strengthen your receiver depth. So whether you like the player or not, Bub means you address the receiver depth. Jalen Ford, you strengthen special teams. You have a guy to learn the system behind Demario Davis, behind Pete Werner, and then Christian Boyd. We just got done talking about Christian. Hopefully, if things go according to plan, you get a player that could potentially replace the run-stopping capabilities of Malcolm Roach. Christian Boyd, 6th round pick. Malcolm Roach, undrafted player. So, I mean, pretty much equal value on paper there. Only you get a big-bodied defender in Christian Boyd. And one, again, as you pointed out, you don't expect him to start right away. You don't need him to start right away. You just need him to play well in situational roles. So for Christian Boyd, that's going to be early downs, goal line situations where he's going to see a lot of reps in training camp and in the preseason. So you kind of see where his development is.
I think overall it's an okay draft. Like I said, I'm going to have a difficult time grading this one. I think they got good value. Like, you go over their first 3 picks, even the Spencer Rattler pick. Like, I think they got good value out of who they got, where they got them. Like I said earlier, the issue is, like, I don't necessarily agree that all of those picks make you better immediately, which take that with a grain of salt. And that goes back to a conversation we had earlier, Bob. We live in a generation where when we want something, we want it now. Yeah. We have expectations now. I think you were off screen, but I'd made the comparison. Like, I'm the type of guy that orders something on Amazon and starts tracking it immediately because I want it like now. I don't care if I got Prime and it's going to take 2 days. Like, I want it now. I think very similarly when we're in drafts, it's very same as we want immediate impact guys. And so I might have to take a step back before we come back on Wednesday and kind of talk all this through, regardless of who they pick in the 7th, if they pick in the 7th. But I think they got good value at certain spots across the board. I think you have some guys that could develop into good players and develop into some rotational pieces. But I don't know. I don't know if it was a super duper smart draft, but time will tell. Cliff said his name is now Spencer Rattler Manning. Yeah, with the I did think that was weird, and Bob and I talked about it, like, that was just a weird. Now, with some of the context we got later, the fact that he was a part of the Manning camp and they've kept a lot of contact makes a little bit more sense. But when you first see that headline, you're like, what? Like, how does that come up? You're like, how did that come up? Like, oh yeah, I talked to Archie Manning a lot. And it's like, oh. It's man, I'm gonna date myself with this meme, but it's like, weird flex, bro, but okay.
Well, and is it also, and I don't know this to be true, but at this point in the day, we're just being goofy, silly, and stepping out on thin limbs. But are his conversations with Archie Manning, where everybody that's ever attended the Manning Passing Academy gets mass emails every year. Hey, just checking on you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your support. And oh my God, I talked to Archie Manning. Just like I said, I'm friends with Gus Farad earlier. Is that the way he talks with Archie Manning or the Manning sons? Is he just gets a mass email? I don't know that to be true, so I'm being silly, of course.
I mean, it'd be nice to know, like, we can't. We don't have access to the text back and forth and the exchanges, but it would be nice to know, like, hey, like, what, like, are you guys talking about football? Is he like a mentor to you? Like, what does this look like? Because all we have right now is that Archie's been in his corner, and they text him weekly, and that kind of thing. But
you said you're gonna call him Spencer Manning. I'll call him Archie Rattler.
No, that came from Cliff. He said his name is now Spencer Rattler Manning. So yeah, hey, is that a hyphen? Are we adding a last name? We're going back to a conversation we had earlier. Is that adding a last name? Is that a hyphen? Is that one last
That's hyphenated.
Name?
Yeah.
So it's 2 last names. So that's why Valdez-Scantling can't count as the longest name in NFL history. I win the argument.
You do?
All these hours later, I found a way to win.
Well, if Spencer and Archie are so close, then give Spencer number 8. I have been rooting hard for a player to get number 8 from the New Orleans Saints. I know it's never going to happen, but I want it to.
Why? That's interesting because it's retired.
I'm an ass.
Retired,
Yeah, I'm an ass. That's why.
Okay. You said it.
I don't see any, and you're free to put up anybody in the chat that might disagree with that assessment. I'm not seeing anybody disagree.
Either.
You think Dad's an ass? No. Aha!
And we have another show on our hands.
I think your son just called you an ass for a second, and then quickly pulled it back. But I think for about 2 seconds,
he did. He pulled it back.
Oh man!
You know what? Maybe this is our future New Orleans Saints quarterback, and when he gets drafted, this is the condition that I'm going to put down as father. He will only play for you guys. He will only accept being drafted by the New Orleans Saints if he gets to wear number 8.
Libby said, no, number 8 is retired. Get over it.
I will not, because it's not officially retired.
It is not officially retired. There's no number's been retired, right? No number's been retired.
No.
9 will be retired.
9 better be retired.
Yeah, because she's been through a lot.
Amen.
Amen for number 9.
Amen for number 9. Yeah, that's literally every Saints fan who's ever been.
Ever.
Yes. Amen for number 9.
I'm gonna get something because I'm thirsty.
Okay.
No, I always thought that was weird, right? I've always thought it's weird to have a number not be retired, but nobody can wear it. Like, either retire it or don't.
Yeah.
Okay, more from Cliff. He said Rattler said that he and Manning text on a weekly basis. Yeah, but like Bob said, like, does that mean like, hey, just checking in, hope you're doing good, or like what are you talking about? Because I could say that I text Bob every day, but do Bob and I have or is it just like, or we all have that one friend that like you really. I say we all. A lot of people my age have that one friend that you don't really have conversation with on a daily basis, but you're sending each other memes on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So am I?
It's true.
I could text them. Will said it's true. So there you go. Will knows all. One of those like, okay, so am I really texting them every day? Like my brother's a prime example. My brother and I send stuff to each other, links, memes, article every day. Well, that doesn't mean we have a legitimate conversation every day. It just means that we're texting each other every day or Instagram messaging or whatever it is. So Again, I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, and this is what kind of what I was joking at. I get mass emails from the Democratic Party. Does that mean that I'm close with the Democratic Party? Yeah, that we
means that
talk on
Joe
a weekly
Biden-
basis.
That automatically means Joe Biden's like your neighbor, your best friend.
Oh, well, there you go. I'm friends with Joe Biden. Who knew?
Who knew?
That's a little bit surprising considering vote rose. That I'm technically competition for he and Donald Trump and whoever else happens to be running.
That is true. That is true.
Very
You know,
true.
just because for whatever reason that name came up, I can almost guarantee I am the only person that is a co-host of this stream that has a certificate in my office that is signed by Joe Biden.
So, in other words, you are extremely close friends with Joe Biden.
See, it's not my certificate; it's Katie's certificate. So
So Katie and Joe Biden are like that.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, she went to a university, Gallaudet University. She got her master's degree there. It's one of 2 schools in the country where the president of the United States actually signs your degree.
That is cool.
So
That is true.
her degree is on display in the office, and her master's degree is much better than my. See, that's not the fun part, you know. Is like we have a bachelor's degree from the same university, but then she has the master's degree on top of that, plus the teaching certificate. So she's up on me by like 2 degrees, man. And I'm just sitting here like, that's cool. I host a podcast.
Yeah, but you can legitimately name drop a lot of people that we have had on podcasts that we can call friends.
That is true. Well, I was gonna say the other thing is too is like I can't even use the whole like I won awards for a movie because I didn't know this until about 5 years, maybe 4 or 5 years in us being together. But she was in a film called Signs at the Zoo, which was like a scholastic film about sign language being taught at a North Carolina zoo.
That's very cool.
I don't even get the movie thing because she was actually in the movie. Like, what the heck? She's just. I'm never gonna compete. You know.
All right. So she knows she's good friends with Joe Biden, and she's a movie star.
Yeah, and she has 3 college degrees.
And you're a lowly podcast host, co-host.
I'm a co-host on a broadcast, brah.
I have good news.
What's your good news?
We have another show.
We have another show?
Yeah.
No, Brendan and I are all showed out.
Are we?
I think so. I mean, we're hanging in there to 2:39. At least I assume that's what we're doing.
And that's about it.
Okay.
After that last pick, done. Okay, here's more from our lovely chat. Fear says iconic jersey numbers in Saints history. 51, 56, 57.
Yeah.
Should those numbers be retired?
And if it's 56, who are you going to retire? Demario Davis or Pat Swilling? If it's 50, if it's 51, right? Sam Mills, Jonathan Bilma.
Yep.
Now, and 57 would be Ricky, obviously. Has anybody worn 57 since Ricky? I'm sure they have.
I can Google it. Let's see. Saints history number. Saints jersey number history. I want to say it's like Football Reference does that.
Pro Football Reference does do that.
Jersey numbers. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. All the filters. Number 57 by the New Orleans Saints. 57 search. Yes, there has been some since
Okay.
Ricky. Let's see.
If there's been some since Ricky, I'm sure there's been 77 since Willie Rofe.
I'm sure David Hawthorne wore 57. Alex
I should have
Okafor
known that.
57.
Oh, that's pretty recent. I definitely should have known that.
That's two that I should have known. Christian Ringo wore 57.
Yeah. We mentioned
but that's okay.
I mentioned 77. Broderick Bunkley wore 77.
Let's see. Cam Irving last year. Carl Nix.
Oh, duh.
Gotta make a part 2 of this.
Obviously, 7, Morton Anderson is being worn right now by Taysom Hill, was worn by Luke McCown before.
Luke McCown. I was at that game in Charlotte that he's had to start whatever year that was. And
it was either 2015 or 2016 because that broke a string of I don't even know how many consecutive starts by Drew.
And he got picked off by Josh Norman in the end zone.
Yes, sir.
In the game. But he actually had a pretty good game.
Yeah, he did.
You guys throw in the chat any other numbers you think should be retired by the Saints? Because in my mind, 9. And that's really all I got.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Archie. I don't think 8 should be retired. I get what he meant to the city, or to the franchise, excuse me. But I mean, you retire numbers for not just Hall of Famers, iconic players. And even the most stubborn Archie Manning supporter, you can't tell me that he was an iconic player. I don't want to hear, oh, he could have been if he had better talent around him. Yeah, he could have, would have, should have. He wasn't. I mean, yeah, if the Saints choose to never give out the number 8, I'm not personally insulted by that. That's silly. But yeah, to me, I agree with you. I think the only number for the New Orleans Saints that should be retired is number 9.
I have to thank Cliff. I'll send this to you in a message if you want, Bob. It's a picture of Rattler with Eli and Peyton at Manning passing camp. So,
and guys, I was just joking about the whole mass email thing, and just Brendan and I both found it a little.
It was a little odd.
Yeah.
Well, here's my thing, and to your point is like, well, if they're so tight, like Spencer Rattler wore 7, which is taken. You gonna ask for Adler to wear 17, or are you gonna go, hey, like, go ahead and take 8? Because if Archie signs off on it, I mean, there's nothing holding anybody back, right? Like, Archie's like, yeah, whatever. But I don't know.
I would love to hear, and I could think of twice in NFL history that I know of, where a player who's had his number retired willingly volunteered to sign off on having that number given out again. It was when Peyton Manning joined the Denver Broncos. Former quarterback Frank Tripucka, who's 18, had been retired by the Broncos, signed off for him to have it. For Peyton to have it. When Jerry Rice joined the Seattle Seahawks, Steve Largent signed off on his number 80 being unretired. I can't think of any other. And again, I mean, this statistic is so discreet that you'd really have to be either a football nerd or a sports nerd in general to know this. But I would seriously doubt too, if the Saints called Archie. And as classy an organization as the Saints are, I'm sure that this is what they would do. If they called Archie and said, hey, would you mind if we gave your number to so-and-so?
Probably. Libby threw in, if Arch Manning plays for the Saints, he can have number 8.
There you go.
The Saints would have to be really bad over the next few years, or Arch Manning would have to be really bad over the next few years for that to happen. And I'm going to be honest, we're talking about people on tape. Like, we're talking about Caleb Williams. This is no offense to Arch Manning. But this kid's already been crowned as like when he comes out, he's going to be the number 1 pick. And I'm like, off of what? Like, he broke a lot of high school records, and that's great. But I've seen a ton of high school kids that were ballers,
including Spencer Rattler.
Right, that came to the college level and sucked, including Spencer Rattler. And then,
speaking of quarterbacks, I have awful news.
Oh no!
This is downright heartbreaking. Devin Leary will not be able to be drafted by the New Orleans Saints at pick 239 because Kentucky quarterback Devin Leary was just drafted at number 218 overall to be the successor to Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
Oh, perfect.
Me too.
Well, that still keeps hope alive for my pick for the next the Spencer Rattler replacement of Austin Reed, the successor of Spencer Rattler, Austin Reed from Western Kentucky. So,
Yeah, I still want A.T. Perry's college quarterback, Sam Hartman.
Jack Plummer from Louisville, relation to Jake at all?
I don't know.
Just out of curiosity, I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, there was you said Tripucka. That's what I was going to ask you too. Any relation to Kelly Tripucka, who played basketball in the 80s?
He did play for the Detroit Pistons. I know of. Played college at Notre Dame, I think.
So I didn't know if the Tripuckas were related. I mean, it's just not a common last name,
No.
I can Google that. Why not? Kelly Tripucka also played for the Hornets. Fun fact. But let's see. The son of NFL Pro Bowl and CFL quarterback Frank Tripucka. How about that? So
did not know that.
I didn't know that. I didn't either. So we were talking about earlier, sons, like it doesn't matter what sport you played. Like if your father played or your mother played a pro sport, a lot of times you end up doing okay in your sport just because you watched them do it. You were around that type of environment your whole life.
Well, and genealogy is very, very real. So, I mean, if you are a professional athlete, regardless of sport, that means you are a pretty darn good athlete. So that does trickle down into the genes. That doesn't mean that you're going that your offspring is going to be an elite athlete every time, but for hereditary sake, they stand a little bit better chance.
Yeah.
Has Michael Pratt been drafted yet?
No.
That's surprising to me.
Me too.
Yeah, that is surprising to me.
We're almost here at the end of whoa, last pick of the 6th round, guys. Let's go. We're almost there. Oh man. This is when you start feeling it,
I'm dragging.
6 and 7, you're like, oh man. You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? What thou feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
And there's also more football games. Are you gonna have to make a part 2 of this?
No part 2.
NFL Draft Part 2. Oh man. What's the other draft? What's the other draft I'm missing? What is that called? Nobody ever gets picked in it.
Oh, the supplemental draft.
Thank you. Can we do a
that went away for a couple years?
Can we do a supplemental draft stream for like the 2 guys that get selected?
The Saints actually have a pretty decent history at supplemental drafts. Well, if you count they had a special supplemental draft the year that the original USFL folded, and that's if you want to thank Donald Trump for anything, it's that his idiocy, not by himself, but his idiocy helped helped fold the USFL. And when that happened, they had a special supplemental draft. And of course, when the USFL folded, that brought the Saints Jim Mora, who wasn't drafted but hired because he had no team to coach anymore, along with most of that Mora's staff in New Orleans, Vaughn Johnson, Fred McAfee, I do believe, Bobby Hebert, and I know I'm missing at least two other, Buford Jordan. I know I'm missing somebody else, but those are some pretty significant names in Saints history.
Well, on top of the USFL, Trump also absolutely destroyed Atlantic City. But,
yeah,
being someone who lived pretty close by for a little bit, completely destroyed Atlantic City.
Yep. No, vote Rose. I'll bring the USFL back and Atlantic City back.
How are you bringing Atlantic? Please, you've been to Atlantic City lately, Bob. Please enlighten me how you're going.
I haven't. Not in like 15 years.
Last time
nobody is supposed to ask politicians how they plan on making promises.
They're just going to do it. They're just going to do it. Magic.
Yeah. So I'm going to vote Rose, and I will bring Atlantic City back.
Okay. Last time I was in Atlantic City, it was it's like one of some of those cities when you're walking down a really nice road and you take one turn, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
So Atlantic City was the same way, but it's like you leave the casino and it's like right across the street, like the street's divided, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go back into the casino. I'm not walking that way. I will call a cab.
Yep. Yeah, you don't even so much. If there's an alley between the casino hotels, you don't cut in between it. It's safe to wait out front. Yeah, safe to wait out front. Pretty much 24 hours a day because those casinos stayed open 24/7. But yeah, don't wander a street over. Don't walk the alleyways between the casinos and hotels. Then you have a fighting chance of getting out of AC alive.
Yeah. Poor Atlantic City. Poor Atlantic City. Fun fact though, Bob, since I know, card collecting and stuff, the National Card Collector show's in Atlantic City next year. They pick wonderful cities for that convention. You want to hear the last 3 years? If you include the Atlantic City next year, Chicago, Cleveland, and Atlantic City. You want to talk about just terrible cities to host those things, like A+ quality, not like a good city, not like I mean, Vegas wouldn't be like great either, but that makes sense. Like some of those cities, they're like, no, let's do Chicago, Cleveland, Atlantic City. Okay.
I need to shut off my stream just for a minute. I will be right back.
All right. So we are officially into the 7th round of the draft. Go ahead and get you that final pick of the 6th round was... Where did it go? Round 6 pick. Elijah Klein from UTEP goes to Tampa Bay. The Bills are on the clock, and we are officially 19 selections from the Saints' final selection of today. So, guys, how are we feeling? Obviously, Bob and I are being a little goofy. Hope you guys are enjoying that. Some of you said we're informative and fun, so you're getting more of the fun part right now. Also want to hear some of you New Orleans people. The game on right now? The Pelicans playing right now? How you guys feeling? I'm checking. I don't even know if it's on right now. I think it is. But how are you guys feeling, you New Orleans Pelicans fans? You guys feeling good about the playoffs? Obviously still waiting. Oh, it's already went final. Thunder beat the Pels 106-85. Yeah. Cliff just threw it in there. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the Pels is Zion's health, right? 40 points in that play-in game, hamstring injury, unfortunate, but this was a team that was also like top 4 in the West at one point. And I know the West was really competitive this year, but I kind of feel bad. It seemed like Zion was essentially putting it all together, starting to see the best out of Zion Williamson this year. There was moments this year with Brandon Ingram, and he got hurt as well, hyperextended knee. But I don't know. You kind of get to a point where it's like, well, what do we do? How do we get better? I think Brandon Ingram might be the guy that may be on the move to try to get better, because you got guys like Trey Murphy, you got guys like Herb Jones that are these 3-and-D wings that it's almost invaluable to have a ton of those 3-and-D wings. And I don't know how you can get away with not playing them on the floor together, and you still may get decent compensation for a guy like Brandon Ingram at this point. I just feel like he's the odd guy out. Let me know what you guys think, but that's kind of how I'm viewing that situation.
Because I step back and you're talking about basketball. Are we having draft number 2 like Will wanted, and we're going into the NBA draft?
No, I was just curious because the game just went final in New Orleans, but Pelicans are now down 3-0 in the series. I was just trying to kind of gauge where everybody was at, but I feel bad for that team because they're not good enough, right? It's that you're not good enough to advance in the playoffs, but you're not bad enough to get a good pick. Is there people on your roster you could trade to try to get better? What do you do with Zion? Because when he is healthy, he's really good, but he doesn't stay healthy. Like, it's that whole thing, Thankfully, in New Orleans, we have just had the problem of being mediocre, and we can see ways to get better, and the team just sometimes completely ignores that.
Right, and all that is fixed with Spencer Rattler now. So
hey now, Bob, I'm on the Rattler train, okay?
Listen, I'm not anti-Spencer Rattler. I am really not. But I'm going to sound like it over the next couple weeks, I'm sure.
Cliff said the draft covered up the Pels' losses. Okay, cool, I guess. This is coming from a guy whose basketball team hasn't been in the playoffs in the last 7 years. So, cool, great. I'm used to losing. It's fun. It's the best.
Listen, you live in a city that has a basketball team. Most of our viewers live in a city that has a basketball team, New Orleans. I don't even have a basketball team here.
That's true. That is true. See, my basketball team said we only won 21 games this year. We're going to be in a top 4 pick, depending on how the lottery works, for a second straight year. Sounds like a great time to do stadium renovations and mark your ticket prices up for next season. So, thanks, Hornets. I appreciate it. I appreciate my tickets going up almost 10% for a team that lost over 60 games this year. You're the best.
Hey, listen, speaking of lottery, the draft lottery, Sean Payton, 2 years ago when he was still at Fox as an analyst, he was one of the ones that suggested, I don't know whether he suggested that the NFL should do this or hinted that the NFL might end up doing this someday. How would you feel about a draft lottery for NFL teams that don't make the playoffs or NFL teams that finish with double-digit losses?
Yeah, so I think you'd have to do it the same way the NBA does it. Like, if you don't make the playoffs, right, there's a draft lottery. I can say this, and I believe there was a book written not that long ago by, I want to say it's Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports, who is actually a really good NBA reporter. I want to say his book was titled it's not like intentionally losing or something like that. The way tanking changed the way basketball's played, something like that. And I can say that the fixes that the league did in the NBA to fix the lottery, meaning like now the bottom 3 teams all have the same odds for the number 1 pick. Like, that fixed tanking. I don't think you have the same issue with tanking at the pro level, But I do think it would spice the draft up a little bit, right? If you could finish with the 4th worst record in the league and end up getting the number 1 pick, there's going to be a lot of, like, if they were to ever do that, the problem is this: the purists would be pissed.
I would.
Right? And then you have some of the younger generations like, yeah, like it'd be different. Right now, you don't have any problems with the draft. You don't have any. Like I said, I don't think you really have problems with tanking, and it's a lot harder to tank in the NFL than it is the NBA. So you don't really see that, but I think it would be interesting. I don't think they do it ever, but I think it would be interesting because the NHL does it, the NBA does a lottery. Like the NFL is kind of just the odd man out that doesn't have a lottery for the draft. But right now, there's no issues with it. Now, with that said as well, I know the NHL draft's just as long, but like the NBA draft's only 2 rounds. You know, so you get all sorts of fun stuff, trades left and right. And the NFL draft is similar in that aspect, but it's really long. So could you imagine doing a lottery and then having to replicate that order like 7 times? Right? Like I think that would make some people mad. It's like, okay, I had the 4th worst record, but I elected into the number 1 pick, so I have the first pick of the first round, the first pick of the second round. Like that really changes things.
Yeah.
At the NFL level. And you're not going to do a lottery for every round either. So I think you have to view it that way as well. But I don't know. I don't think they ever do it, but it would be extremely interesting if they did.
Yeah, and you know what? It would add the pluses to that is it would add a lot of excitement for fans of teams that didn't make the playoffs. For example, the Saints didn't make the playoffs this past year, obviously, and a fairly large portion of the fan base believed at that point, oh, there's no hope. We didn't make the playoffs, but we have the 14th overall pick, so we can't fix the quarterback position. If you believe that that was the problem, a lottery could potentially fix that. Plus, it would give. Yeah, if I'm playing devil's advocate, and since we are talking about the devil named Roger Goodell, it would give him another reason to have a TV show around the NFL. You could make it a TV event, just like they do for the stupid schedule release. Let's not release it around the draft, a week before the draft, like we used to. Let's wait till 2 weeks after the draft, or week after the draft, when not as many people are talking about the NFL, and boom, we're on TV again because we have a schedule release. Well, between the Super Bowl and the start of free agency, you could have the NFL draft lottery and make it for TV. So he could fix that too.
Now, I
think that's 2 Roger Goodell hate references in one.
That is 2 for 1, 2 for a quarter. So I think what you said is right. I think the problem with that would be the same problem people have with what the NBA does, and that is not live broadcasting the results. Essentially just coming out to reveal the results, not having anybody in the back room that's watching the ping pong balls come out. Now, the NBA says, well, we don't actually do ping pong balls anymore. It's just a computer spitting out the information. Well, then you have the accusations of people being given the first pick of the draft. You Pelicans fans might not like me for this, but the greatest example I have of that is 2012, when Anthony Davis went number 1 overall to New Orleans, and New Orleans won the draft lottery despite Charlotte having the worst record of all time. And that's fine. The lottery can bounce however you want it to. The problem was the NBA owned at that time, New Orleans Hornets, because they had just moved. So in the minds of people, Charlotte and other places included, were like, well, isn't it just convenient that you don't show the ping pong balls falling, and the team that is owned by the National Basketball Association just so happens to be gifted the number 1 overall pick? So you would run into those issues too if it was like, okay, the Patriots, for example, or the Cowboys, or some of these like bigger market teams are like, oh, like they're projected to get the 7th pick. It's like, whoa, the Cowboys got the number 1 pick. Like, people would be pissed because it's like, oh, of course the NFL's just gifting their favorite franchise. Or if you're a Saints fan, you're supposed to get the number 1 pick, right? And you don't. You go, oh, Roger Goodell hates New Orleans. Like, those are the issues you'd run into, and I think that's why they'll never do it.
Oh no, you do. Yeah, I have a way to fix that too. See, I vote Rose. I will fix everything. You blindfold the owner or general manager of every team. You spin them around in circles.
You make them reach into a hat.
No, you have a big old board with teams' names. And after you blindfold them and spin them around in circles until they're literally staggering. You get them drunk too. What the heck? And then you have them stagger up to said wall with all the teams that would be eligible in the lottery, and pin the tail on the donkey thing.
Okay, that's entertaining.
Yeah, vote Rose. I will fix everything.
Another one, and I guess it would work for the NFL, but like NBA, why don't we just play? Some people call it different things, but like gotcha, the basketball game on the blacktop, or it's called different things depending on where you're from. But or knockout is how some people call it, knockout as well. Go play a game of knockout with all the NBA owners, and the winner of knockout gets the number 1 pick. Done. Boom.
I'm good for that.
Back to football.
Well, I mean, for you WWE fans. Steel cage match.
I was thinking Royal Rumble it.
Okay. Yeah, that's better because you have more. Yeah, Royal Rumble is better.
Just Royal Rumble it.
Yeah.
Just see Jerry Jones just really struggle to get someone over the rope. Maybe he said Bob is delirious right now. No, this is fun. Kenneth asks, what is your thoughts of RG3's take on, quote, the steal of the draft, Spencer Rattler? We're just going to keep... I just want you to be mentally prepared. We're going to be talking about Spencer Rattler for the next 360 some odd days of our life. Maybe longer.
Yeah.
Oh, Brendan Rice finally came off the board. He's going to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Well, there you go. I've got nothing.
Nothing on RG3's thoughts. I get where he's coming from because we thought that Spencer Rattler would be like a 3rd or 4th round pick. So the fact that he was available at 150, that makes a lot of sense. I understand the hype and the upside because I see it, and I think that he could very well be an NFL starting quarterback. And in a Kubiak system, Kubiak's shown that you can make a average or below average quarterback with a below average skill set into a guy that takes you to a Super Bowl, i.e. Jimmy G. So imagine if you had a guy with legitimate arm talent, escapability, all that stuff, things that Spencer Rattler has. Like, I could see that being extremely intriguing, but I don't know. Steal of the draft is a stretch.
RG3's comment of being the steal of the draft, that feels more like a prediction to me. So it's an out there prediction, but I'm okay with that. It's the people that are just automatically assuming or believing that the Saints drafted Rattler to replace Carr. That part is inaccurate. It's a little bit different when you're sitting there saying, because I'm guilty of it too. I called A.T. Perry. I didn't call A.T. Perry the steal of the draft last year, but I called him an absolute steal in the 6th round. People didn't know, that Brock Purdy. I don't have the, that year's draft in front of me, obviously, but you could make a strong case. I mean, Brock Purdy, was in the conversation for MVP last year, or Offensive Player of the Year, one of the two. That's a 7th round pick in his 2nd season. So the fact that you're even in the conversation, you could make a case that Brock Purdy was the steal of that draft, because you can't call a 1st round pick a steal of the draft, right?
No.
You're talking minimum. You don't get into that conversation until minimum day 2, midway, late day 2. So Spencer Rattler turns out to be the next Brock Purdy, even, let alone Tom Brady, or that level of player, that level of quarterback. Then certainly he's a steal. And depending on the level of his success, you could say steal of the draft, sure. But I mean, we obviously won't know that for literally years.
Yeah, Will might be ready to get drafted by the time we have a true answer for that.
Right.
I mean, what?
One fact.
Be a handful of years from now.
I used to kill somebody.
I'm not going to try to do math.
No.
Where are we at? We are at pick 7 of the 7th round. So we're 12 picks away for New Orleans. I'm going to step away from my last little break of our Draft-A-Thon, as we've been on for 6 hours, Bob, today. 4 hours yesterday, 4 hours the day before. So we are closing in close to 15 hours.
Wasn't it 5 hours yesterday?
It might have been. I don't know. You want me to
We went on the air at 7. Did we log out before midnight?
Right before midnight. So yeah, I mean 5 hours, and then at least 4 the night before, because that was 8 to after midnight.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're 15 hours, at least 15 hours.
Yeah, 15 hours. We had the nerve to take that half-hour break today.
I know we're terrible. We'll never.
So we broke our consecutive streak.
We did
that last year though too. Honestly,
we took a lot of breaks last year. We were back and forth last year. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't do that this year, but we got to talking about important stuff like Great Value coffee,
Dollar General,
Pure Life water.
You don't want to talk about water. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a
Buc-ee's.
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 Buc-ee the football player.
Buc-ee the football player.
I will let the Will and Bob show commence here for about 2 or 3 minutes. He said 10 minutes. I'm getting kicked off the air by a 6-year-old. That's awesome.
Do not. Otherwise, I swear to God, I will leave too, and this will be the Will show, the one-man Will show.
Okay, I will leave for about 2 minutes, and I'll be right back.
I want my own show. Give me my own show now.
And so, folks, next year, Brendan and I will have a specific draft segment, starring William Rose, where we step away, and let Will do his one-man analysis of whoever the Saints pick. But seriously, and I know we've said it a couple of times today, on behalf of Brendan, on behalf of the whole Saints News Network, thank you guys. If you tuned in with us at all, thank you. If you've been diehards and Iron men and Iron women, and stuck with us through most of our 3-day coverage. We joke a lot. It's fun to have fun, but we say it every week too. It's you guys that make this show. That's why we like to call it your show, and we're just your mouthpieces. Your support means everything to us. Your support, your viewership. When we go on the air for special shows like this or our weekly broadcasts, your readership, for reading our articles, for retweeting, for sharing on Facebook, and just your overall activity. Not only in supporting us individually, but supporting us at the Saints News Network, supporting our Bayou Blitz Facebook page, supporting our Bayou Blitz Twitter page. We do plan on having more giveaways. This is something, it's the least we could do, to thank you guys.
Like and subscribe for free cookies.
Like and subscribe for free cookies. If we do that giveaway, I give you my word that I will not be the one making the cookies. I am a good cook. I am not a good baker. There is a big difference. So maybe I'll make Will bake the cookies for you in that free giveaway. Will just threw out something that we might have to tinker and live up to some way, somehow.
Okay, let's hear it.
Like and subscribe for free cookies.
For free cookies? I'm not making cookies. That's gonna be
That's what I said.
I'm gonna burn them. speaking of that, I guess I should give away our Funko Pop as we approach the end here. So let's see who our grand prize winner is.
No, not my Funko Pops. They're precious to me. No,
our winner is Kenneth Dale. Kenneth, if you're in the stream, just drop a comment. If not, I will reach out to you via Twitter. But Kenneth, thanks for the support, and your Funko Pop will be on its way.
Now, are we going to watch our viewers go from 600 something to like 7?
If 600 people were that committed because we were giving away a Funko Pop, we need to be buying more Funko Pops. But we also got to get with John Butler, because I remember not day one, I think it was like last week on the Bayou Blitz, we talked about the pop yourself option with Funko.
Right.
Yeah, you're all. It's better than the other one.
I like go Funko yourself, but that's just me.
That's great. But if he actually wants a Funko of the two of us, there is a dual Funko option where it's 2 in 1 case, and we could do like the Bayou Blitz podcast. If John wants to pay for that, I will have it made and shipped out.
That's fair. That's a hell of a lot better too than doing a giveaway like a Bob Rose game worn Draft-A-Thon jersey or something like that.
We're not doing that. Absolutely not. We're not doing the whole like you can buy our used socks or whatever. Like, no, absolutely not. Gross. But I think that would actually be a fun one because we could do it, like I said, with Funko's website, where we could have 2 in 1 case and it just say like the Bayou Blitz podcast, like co-hosts. I think that would actually be a fun giveaway for people who are here every week. I think that might be something where like first game of the season, or something like that, we might have to like give one away like that. I think that would be a lot of fun. So we'll look into that as well. But let's see. Libby said let Will do whatever he wants. So we will write that suggestion down. We'll put it in the suggestion box and we'll review it for next year's Draft-A-Thon.
And if you never like and subscribe, then we're coming for you.
Whoa. That's a true rose right there.
Whoa.
Like and subscribe, or we're coming for you. That should be the way we end every show.
I said if you never like and subscribe, then we're coming for you with a katana.
With a katana. So now he's threatening with weaponry.
We by no means mean we're actually doing that.
Runners?
No, probably not.
Yeah, I don't know if this. No, streams are not like FCC, but like for whoever's watching and governing this stuff, we are not doing that.
Unless you're Roger Goodell.
Okay. Well, there goes our PG rating.
That went out the window when Alan dropped an F-bomb the first night.
I wasn't here, so.
Does it,
like if a tree falls in the woods, nobody's there to hear it, right? So I wasn't here, so.
Okay. So, all right. So it didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. What do you think?
I'm okay with that. Because I'm a little bit disappointed in myself that if anybody was going to accidentally drop an F-bomb on the air, I think the running bet would have been that I'm the one that does it.
That would be smart. Yeah, I think that would be the odds of you dropping an F-bomb's like minus 10,000 betting odds.
Yeah, that's one of those prop bets like you mentioned with Caleb Williams. You drop $1,000, you win $5.
Exactly. Well, for you, it would be like drop $1,000 and win like a cent. You know, Allen probably actually had decent betting odds, right? Like somebody really
You're
went
right.
out. Somebody probably would have won some money.
Okay, Lola, you can be on the show.
All right, so we are at pick 11 with the New England Patriots of round number 7. So just 8 picks to go for New Orleans. Bob, it's best player available, especially in round 7. Who's the best available on your board?
And I haven't been keeping up as well as I usually do. If you want to go another receiver, as far as I know, Jamari Thrash, Louisville, Josh Cephas, Texas San Antonio, Cornelius Johnson, Michigan, Jalen Coker, Holy Cross. They're still there. Maybe you add some running back competition for your running back room. Dylan Johnson, Washington, Carson Steele, UCLA. Tyrone Tracy's off the board. Kendall Milton, Georgia. Frank Gore Jr., Southern Miss. I don't believe, as I say that, I was just about to say I don't believe Jaheim Bell, the Florida State tight end, was chosen, but he just was at 231 by New England. So, he's now gone. I mean, guard, Ladarius Henderson from Michigan. Javion Cohen from Miami still there. We've joked about quarterbacks all day, so I'll keep that one to myself. Bo Braid, safety from Maryland. Mark Perry, safety from TCU. Josh Proctor, safety from Ohio State. They're still there. I might be mistaken, but I don't believe Kalen King, the cornerback from Penn State, has been picked. I dropped that name not because I think it fills a need, but Kalen King coming into last season for the Nittany Lions, a lot of people thought that he was a potential first-round pick, certainly a day 2 prospect. Now we're talking you're nearing the end of the 7th round, and Kalen King is still on the board.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I do have to ask this, and this is going to be like PTSD for some Saints fans, so I really apologize. But in the midst of, Bob jumping out for a second, myself jumping out for a second, the entertaining, William Rose, all that good stuff, Washington selected Javonte Jean-Baptiste.
Saw that.
And my immediate thought was any relation to Stanley Jean-Baptiste.
I don't know. I mean, like you said with Tripucka earlier, it's not a real common name, at least in America. So you do have to wonder.
I'm about to look it up. Jean-Baptiste. Well, anyway, let's see.
Nathan Thomas, offensive tackle from Louisiana, went to Dallas at 233.
Doesn't look like there's any relation, but let me do one more thing. Doesn't look like there's any relation. Weird.
If I'm not mistaken, Stanley Jean-Baptiste was a 2nd-round pick, yes?
Correct.
Is that the worst 2nd-round pick in New Orleans Saints history?
Oh, man, don't make me do that because I'm going to have to Google things.
You certainly got to believe so in the Sean Payton era anyway.
Did you know Jean-Baptiste lasted in the league until 2019?
I did not.
I didn't either. So he went from New Orleans to practice squad for the Lions and then practice squad for the Seahawks and then was signed by the Chiefs and then signed to the Jags and then signed to Baltimore, promoted to the active roster, injured reserved, re-signed with the Ravens, and then signed with Toronto in the CFL and then never appeared in the game for them because that was the COVID year. So he was on practice squads forever. but I had no idea he lasted that long.
None.
Now you're going to make me look up Saints draft picks. All right. Let's get ready to go down a really, really depressing road.
No, I mean, just for argument's sake, if you're going to do that, only pick it up from the Tom Benson era in 1986. Because, I mean, there were just awful, awful, awful drafts through the 70s in every round.
Okay. Well, here we go. This doesn't break it down by round, so I'm going to have to actually scroll through. So I'll just list second round picks over the years. Isaiah Fox, Alontae Taylor, Pete Warner, Eric McCoy, Marcus Williams, Mike Thomas. Second shout out to Kikaha on the show. Jean-Baptiste, Charles Brown, Tracy Porter, Roman Harper, Josh Bullocks, Devery Henderson, Courtney Watson.
We have a contender.
Yeah. John Stitchcomb, LaCharles Bentley, Darren Howard, Cam Cleland, Rob Kelly, Gerard Cherry, Ray Zellers, Mario Bates, Reggie Freeman, Wesley Carroll, Vince Buck, Robert Massey, Brett Perryman, Dalton Hilliard. So yeah, I mean you have a couple, but yeah, Jean-Baptiste probably the worst.
I'd say so. And boy, that's a pretty skilled list of second round picks, the names that you were spitting out.
Yeah. Did you know Jean-Baptiste only appeared in 5 NFL games total?
That doesn't surprise me.
4 with the Saints and 1 with the Ravens.
That's 4 too many with the Saints.
We were talking about steal of the draft and people putting that out there. I remember people were saying he was going to be the steal of the draft
because he was such a big physical corner.
And he got compared to a guy who ended up playing for the Saints later that was also dreadful, in Brandon Browner.
Yeah. I remember that comparison.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was someone from the future, who saw what was going to happen, and that's why they compared him to Brandon Browner.
Right. It was John Hendricks who was traveling, per usual.
So it was John Hendricks trying to say, be careful, this guy's like Brandon Browner, but Sean Payton misunderstood and thought he meant the Legion of Boom Seattle Seahawk Brandon Browner.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what happened. And speaking of Sean Payton, he's on the clock. Pick is in. Oh, man. Yeah, there's been some dreadful drafts for New Orleans. But that one... I'm trying to think, is there another one where, like, the pick was that bad in recent memory?
Rick Leonard.
Peyton Turner. Davenport at least had one good year.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you equate bad with just not being able to be on the field because he was hurt literally all the time, then Peyton Turner definitely falls in that category. But, yeah, he's still, I mean, Jean-Baptiste, I can't. Yeah, we had a couple contenders on that list that you ran down, but I don't think anybody as bad as him.
I also think you have to take in consideration the amount of games they played. And all of those other guys at least played some games. And Bap just didn't. Like, it was that bad. Like, they knew very dang quick it was going to be that bad.
Yeah, and New Orleans had some bad secondaries on those Drew Brees teams.
What year was Jean-Baptiste? 14?
14? 15.
One of those years. Well, shoot, 15 was the worst defense of all time.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Because Browner came in 15, right?
Yeah. Wait, are we considering the possibility that the Saints drafted Stanley Jean-Baptiste the same year that they signed Brandon Browner?
I'm gonna look it up again. Hold on.
That's a little bit more. That cements our theory a little bit stronger that John Hendricks did travel back from the future and his message was misunderstood.
He was drafted in 2014, signed a 4-year contract, played 4 games his rookie year, mostly on special teams. He was released 2 days after their last preseason game in 2015. So yes, he would have been at least teammates in training camp.
So literally, John traveled back from the future to say, this guy's the next Brandon Browner. Sean Payton drafts Jean-Baptiste thinking that he's getting the next Brandon Browner. He realized he didn't, so he signed Brandon Browner.
Yeah.
See how things come together in day 3 of our Draft-A-Thon?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Now, we can never, I say this every time when we talk about 2015 and how bad that defense was. There was like one guy on that team that was good on that defense, and it was Delvin Breaux. So I can't believe it took until day 3 for us to mention that name, but Delvin Breaux.
All right, 2 guys. Cam Jordan.
Cam Jordan was on that team. Yep. When was the Junior Galette year? Was that 14?
13, 14.
Okay. So it was in that time period too, but yeah, no, can't go without saying if Delvin Breaux wasn't on that team, I couldn't imagine how much worse it would have been.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. So enough of the depressing Saints times. And if for anybody that says it's been bad, like go and throw on some of that tape. Like go throw on the 15 tape. Because if Drew Brees wasn't throwing for 5,000 yards a year, that team could have went like 0-16.
Yeah, literally.
And the Saints are about to be on the clock. The pick is in for Houston. So let's see what the Saints are going to do with their final pick as we kind of find our way out of here. Okay. With their final scheduled pick of the draft, the Saints have selected Josiah Ezram, offensive tackle, Western Kentucky.
You know why this makes me mad?
Because you don't know who he is.
Right. I have watched extensive film on 19 offensive line prospects. Now, admittedly, a lot of those were tackles. I tried to corner the market. I tried to analyze every potential tackle scenario in the first or second round. But I looked at a lot of guards, too. 19 offensive tackles, 19 offensive linemen that I watched film on.
And when
he was not one of them.
Well, Josiah Ezram is 6'6", 329. Probably going to be better to walk inside. You know why I'm mad? Because Mike Edwards from Campbell University is still available at tackle, and I covered games for Campbell. So, you know, that would have been cool. Also, for you guys that don't know, Campbell University, Mike Minter, who played for the Panthers, is the head coach over at Campbell. So there's that as well. But there you go. Saints have closed out the draft. Like I said, I think just without seeing any tape on this kid, it's hard to get tape on Western Kentucky as well. But based off size, a guy who's pretty big at 6'6", and what I say, like almost 330, a guy who could easily bump inside.
Yeah, and you know, if there's one thing you know about the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers program is that they throw the ball a lot. So their offensive linemen better be able to pass block. So without looking at his film, and I will, without looking at his film, I think that's one thing that we could probably take away from this selection too, is that they got themselves, at least at that level, a pretty decent pass blocker.
And a guy who's going to compete for a spot on the roster. So, Bob closes out another Draft-A-Thon. As the Saints have made their final scheduled selection, I don't see them making any trades to get back in the 7th round because they're already working the phones, getting guys for undrafted free agents. That's going to keep you and John Hendricks and everybody busy. Ezram was their starting right tackle, according to Calvin. So, Bob, closing thoughts on Draft-A-Thon number 5 together.
Brandon, I've had fun with you, as I expected that I would. When you stepped away, I thanked everybody. I hope it was okay to thank them on behalf of you as well, for supporting us not only today but throughout the Draft-A-Thon, and just generally general support for the Bayou Blitz, for Saints News Network, and everything. We can't thank you guys enough. It's truly coming from the heart. You guys make this fun. You guys make this worth doing. And I also want to, during our 3-day event, I've had 10 on-air cigarettes, 12 cups of coffee. There has been 16 Roger Goodell hate references.
And he's been mad. My dad has been mad for a couple of times.
His dad has been mad for a couple of times. We've only had one invented word. We got to step up our game. One new poem. I stopped keeping track of the on-paper references, and we blame John Hendricks for both Stanley Jean-Baptiste and Brandon Browner.
Can somebody? I hope somebody clipped that. Like, can somebody clip that and tag him? I might have to.
Yeah, because our logic was genius.
That was the best day 3 logic we've ever used. Yeah, I might have to clip that, like 5 minutes of that, and just send it to John and be like, by the way, John, was he covering the team back then? He had to be. In 15? 15?
I know he was by 16. I believe he might have been.
Even if he wasn't, it's still his fault.
Well, yeah.
Naturally. I'll have to send that to him. But I echo the same things. We thank you guys so much for hanging out with us for... If you've been with us the whole time, you've been with us for 16-something hours. Which is...
Well, we came up with 9 in the first 2 days combined.
And we're almost we're at 6.5 right now.
6.5. And we'll take out that half because we had the nerve to take a break. So 9 plus 6, 15 hours.
Yeah, 15 hours with us, which is a long time. I can say confidently that my fiance is ready to eat dinner. So I'm sure she's missed me, at least during the last 15 hours of throughout the last 3 days. But like Bob said, you guys make it all worth it because we get to interact with you guys. We get to hang out. You guys make us feel important by saying that we're informative. Sometimes we're funny. These last few hours have definitely been more funny than informative. No, what are we talking about? Informative. We just solved the Jean-Baptiste matrix. Like
exactly, the Stanley Jean-Baptiste matrix
has been solved. Courtesy of B&B. We've been educational. We've told people about Great Value brand coffee and Dollar Generals and Buc-ee's. We've been on top of it today, but we really appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We will likely do some sort of show next week to kind of recap this, look ahead to the future, and free agents, because hey, there are still a lot of things to be done to this roster. So we will be doing all of that. Sonny says, I've been here with you the whole time. Sonny, that is tip of the cap right there.
And Sonny, you are awesome.
Yeah.
All of you are awesome, but Sonny interacts with us a lot on Facebook as well. A lot of you do, and it's your interactions. Whether it's questions, opinions, debates, just your overall support means the world to both of us.
Absolutely. Well, Bob, my friend, after 15 hours. Congrats on another Draft-A-Thon. We'll be.
I only have a small tingle up and down my right side. I think that's perfectly normal.
Considering how many cups of coffee you've had, I'm a little surprised it's not more than that. But I hope you have a good rest of the weekend. We'll be in touch. For you guys, thank you guys again so much for tuning in and hanging out with us. Bob and I will be back on Wednesday for another edition of the Bayou Blitz podcast. Until then, figure out your feelings on the drafts. Be happy to hear yours and discuss yours on Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yes.
And remember,
then quickly like and subscribe and peace out, I guess.
I can't say it any better than that. Like, subscribe, get some free cookies from us, whether they're burnt or not, and peace out.
I guess.
Thank you guys for hanging out.
No, I'm actually serious.
Oh, no, Will's serious, so you guys better like and subscribe.
Or we will come for you.
Or we will come for you. Guys, we'll see you on Wednesday. Thanks so much. See you then.